we have to do it this second? Can we wait until Katie comes to the camp? We're going to get...
How long is it?
I don't know. Are we on? Are we done? Okay. Do we have Jeff's cam at the bottom of Grouse Gulch? I'd like to keep it there so we can ensure that we keep eyes on the descent by Katie Scheid here. Is that her right there? Asking ye shall receive.
All right. Katie Scheid descending into Grouse Gulch, looking real light on her feet. Again, she's still a little ways away from where Jeff is.
And this is the next point where we're going to catch Katie.
Yeah.
As she completes the
Couple
descent.
switchbacks to go. There's Jeff again.
Mile, maybe a mile 1.4 out from us,
Okay.
at least by the tracker.
She's an animal. I'm gonna go check on the pup real quick.
And Ludo has actually made it to Animus Forks. And out of
Wow, he
Animus
moved.
Forks. Yeah. Ludo made it to Animus Forks at 2:42, was out at 2:44, so 2 minutes in.
Dang. Look at that. 8 hours and 42 minutes.
8:42 was his split at Animus. That's about, let's see how far that is off of Francois' time. You said 8:42? Okay, so actually this is kind of tricky because Grouse was 8:33 for Francois. So
Yeah.
I would say 8:42 is more impressive.
It probably is a couple minutes faster.
So hypothetically, yeah, you're talking probably about 8 to 10 minutes ahead of Francois'
Look up
time.
Aurélien.
Yeah,
I know
Aurélien's.
he had some snow.
Yeah, Aurélien's time in 2023, the first time that Animus Forks was the aid station, he came in at 8:53.
Okay. So 11 minutes faster. Comparing apples to apples, at least, here. Again, we're getting shots here from the descent off of Handies Peak into Grouse Gulch and then Animus Forks. Matthew Blanchard, Zach Miller, Herman Grenier, and Katie Scheid are the other four that are en route now to Animus Forks. And Ludo's already through Animas Forks on the grindy climb, road climb up to Engineer, the second significant ramp of the day. He ran 45 minutes on the ramp between Sherman and Burroughs. Guessing he'd probably do this in about 45 minutes also.
It is the top of the hour. Thank you very much to those of you all joining us. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And this is the Hardrock 100 live stream on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel presented by Altra and The Feed, where 145 runners are attempting to make their way around the San Juans in the most difficult way possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've got runners now scattered, across probably 25 to 30 miles of this course. Chris has been keeping us up to speed on some of our runners that are toward the back of the pack. They're all through Maggie Gulch and heading towards Pole Creek, and then Sherman, and then of course our front of the pack group. One runner is through Animas Forks, Ludo, Uray. 4 more on their way, and we await a few more now coming down towards our reporter on the ground, Jeff Browning, at the base of Handies. And this is a point in monsoony years, this is a point where you'd have the potential for thunderstorms, the potential for, just challenging conditions. None of that today. And certainly the skies look clear. I know we were worried a little bit about smoke at the outset, but at least in these higher elevations, we are free of smoke.
Is this Gabe Joyce, perhaps? Oh, no,
Looks
that's
like a cameraman.
Cameraman. Shout out to those cameramen and camerawomen out there doing the work. Well, we sit here in our cushy folded chairs in the gym in Silverton, Colorado. No, we appreciate all the effort that everybody undertakes to help us bring these broadcasts together. Of course, this is Hardrock 2025. 145 runners traversing 100 miles across some truly rugged and remote territory. I saw somebody in the chat earlier mention that in San Juan County, there are 2 roads paved, and one of them is only like 6 blocks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the main highway and then the main drag through Silverton.
Yeah, that's about it. Of course, one of the least or the most sparsely populated counties in the entire United States as well, as the highest elevation county in the entire United States. On average, I believe the low point is somewhere in the 8,000-foot range, like 2,500-meter range.
That's incredible.
Yeah. It is pretty amazing. But we appreciate the efforts of everybody on the team here at Mountain Outpost to help bring this coverage of Hardrock 100. It was a pie-in-the-sky dream a few years ago, and now we're getting the opportunity to do it.
Looks like our 3 chasers, Chris, are through Animas Forks. Matthew Blanchard right through in 2:58. At 2:58, sorry. Zach Miller at 2:58. Looks like he spent a minute. And right behind him, Herman Grenier. So they're pretty much together, 15 minutes behind Ludo. That'll be interesting as they make their way up this, what I'm calling the second ramp, and then top out at Engineer Pass and begin that descent down to Uray.
This is a lot more traffic than I remember on the time that I summited Handies. I think that there's people out here that are kind of using it as an excuse to do some spectating in some crazy remote places.
I think so. So front 4 are through, again in order, Ludo, Uray right around 8:45 elapsed, and then the trio of Matthew Blanchard, Zach Miller, and Herman Grenier all right around 9 hours elapsed. They've got this climb. It's about 3.5 miles, as I mentioned, to the pass, and then the descent down to the engineer aid station. Another runner coming through. It does look like Gabe Joyce. Going to have to go around some traffic.
Yeah, that was Gabe Joyce. Is this the Fireball cam?
It might be the Fireball cam.
So yeah, it'll be easier to compare Ludo's splits. It'll be easier once he gets to engineer.
Yeah.
Once we've kind of regained our traction against the course record. For those that aren't familiar, the previous tracker ping that we had for Ludo doesn't match up with what happened in 2021 when Francois set the course record. Francois was at Grouse Gulch, which is not too far from where Jeff Browning is doing the reporting down there, whereas what Ludo is running is actually about 1.5, 1.7 miles further up the road. So it's not quite an exact matchup, but after this, the course still remains the same, but just where the aid station and the tracking hits is different. And so once they get to engineer, we'll have a better idea of where he stands against the current course record.
Indeed, that engineer aid station location has been there forever.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see, too, what happens on this climb. As Jeff pointed out, it's an area where it could be kind of warm.
Jeff's cam.
And we have Jeff Browning back on.
Yeah, hey, you guys, we got a runner coming in here shortly. We think it's David Ayala based on the tracker, but we've got a visual, but it's too far away to tell so far. We just caught him on a switchback above us.
No, if it's another runner, I think it's Katie Scheid.
Oh, Katie's through this
Oh,
part.
that's right. You're right.
No, maybe not. Katie's
No,
not
then it's going to be Katie.
No, I'm sorry.
Because Katie
This could be
hit
Katie.
the last cam several minutes prior.
My mistake. I think we were.
Can you tell who it is?
No, they say they don't think it's Katie.
I think it's David Ayala. He's a good downhill runner. I've trained with that dude.
Yeah, I think that's who it is.
Yeah, it's David Ayala's coming in. So this will be fifth Mayo. There you go, David. Woo! Hey, buddy. Good job, man. How you feeling? Yeah, how you feeling? Good. All right, you look good. Keep smiling, dude. They aren't that far in front of you. Lot of real estate. Sorry if I yelled at you guys in the studio, but I used to train with David when I lived in Bozeman. Good dude. Has the Wind River High Route FKT. Real tough runner. I know he's been here a month training on the course. Mathematics professor at Montana State. And a great ultra runner in his own right. He does a lot of self-supported stuff, big stuff in big mountains.
Yeah, he
He's
looks great so
smiling.
far.
He's the one that he looks the best of the five of them.
So you haven't seen Katie
Yeah.
Scheid yet.
And Germán looks good too. He was smiling too, chatty. The top three though, were definitely focused. Let's just put it that way. Yeah,
Because we had,
words,
I
right?
guess, a trio of runners when they had left Burroughs, and that was Katie Scheid, David Ayala, and Gabe Joyce. So we've
I
seen
think we
one of the
have
three
another
come
runner
through.
coming soon. If you hear comments from the side, there, I got a peanut gallery here.
Well, they got to figure if you're there, then it's probably a great place to catch the action.
It is a fun spot to see him coming off the downhill.
So, Jeff, give us the lineup. Who's in the peanut gallery?
Let's see. We got. Who do we have here? Hey, you guys, call out. No, he might want to know who's in the peanut gallery. Zeb's here. Sean Trio. So what's your first name? Ben Blankenship. Sorry, I forgot Ben's first name.
And a local.
And someone who's just saying they're local. I'll let you guess.
Red-haired kid.
Yeah, exactly. A random local.
The master of the fish rock.
Yeah.
Exactly. It looks like we got a runner here off a switchback coming down, maybe 90 seconds to 2 minutes out. And that might be Katie.
Awesome. We're going to get Katie Scheid here shortly.
So it does look like David Ayala did pass Katie somewhere between the nutmeg cam and now.
Yeah, don't do that.
I think the climb up to engineer is going to be warm for these folks.
Oh, yeah.
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 No matter what the
AJW,
temperature
it is
says,
warm.
it's going to feel warmer.
Here comes Katie.
Fantastic.
She's looking pretty smooth.
Katie Scheid.
There she is.
And here is your women's leader. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she's on course record pace. Nice work, Katie. Good job, Katie. Good job. Look at you, smiling. Good job. She looks smooth. Looks like she's under control right now. We need to tell Dale we need to get her and Courtney on this course at the same time.
Yeah, for sure.
And we've got another runner about 2 minutes out. We can see him up on the switchback. I think this might
Betting that-
is this maybe Gabe Joyce?
Yeah.
He's probably about 90 seconds to 2 minutes out from us.
Yeah, he's pretty close behind Katie.
Oh, I thought it was Gabe Joyce.
I think it will be Gabe and then Brian.
So we're right at about mile 41 here. It's about a mile and a half from here up to Animas Forks Aid Station. Katie Scheid has gone through, so it's first place woman, 5th place overall. And Jeff and the Peanut Gallery are awaiting one more shortly. We're thinking it's probably Gabe Joy's.
Technically until they've got me on the list until 6, but I've got to drive to Chapman next. I don't think that's a solid enough time frame.
We're getting a little action in the gym behind us as crews are coming and taking a little.
Come
Oh,
on, Brian, you just gotta
pardon
start
me.
tethering, dude.
Got another report from Bronco.
You guys just start tethering so you can edit live, edit on the fly. No, I know that. Well, I tether into my, depending on what I'm shooting, I just tether straight into my laptop so I can like pop it off and then hurry in. Yeah.
Looks like Gabe Joyce coming into grouse.
Yeah. That was just a hiker. We are expecting Gabe any second now, though.
Ah, that was a hiker.
Thanks again for moving that up just a couple inches.
Yeah, of course.
So I'll get back to my thought. We're getting a little bit of action in the gym behind us as crews are coming in. They've got
think they need more
a pretty
lights.
big gap, especially if they did not go to Sherman between meeting their runners at Cunningham and going out to Animas. So tend to get a lot of traffic back into Silverton. As then they'll go to Animas, or they might skip Animas and go to Uray. If you find yourself in Uray, strongly recommend Uray Brewing. Good food, good beer. Nice little outside seating area. This area really does depend on the Hardrock 100 as well as a few other events that take place here. For example, the Iron Horse cycling race that took place in Memorial Day weekend. Depend on the economic support and the jolt that these events give to the area. So please, whatever town you go to, but especially Silverton and Uray, visit the local establishments and help support this incredibly beautiful
Somebody's coming.
part of the United States.
Yeah, for basis of comparison for those not quite familiar with Silverton, the population of the 2020 census was 622,
622. yeah.
which probably equals the feet of pavement in the entire town, which is actually down from a century prior where it actually topped 2,000 people in 1910. This is a former mining town that is quite remote in the furthest reaches, mostly, as you mentioned, above 10,000 feet for the entirety of the race, other than dips down into Uray and Telluride. We're grateful to have the support and the volunteers we have for this race. And
Looks like we have a runner here. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
See if Jeff is on this.
Just runners. Just fun runners. Just fun runners.
Just fun runners? Okay, just fun runners.
That was Tara Dower.
Yeah, it was just some runners.
Looks like Tara's out having a fun run.
This is good.
She was determined to go and take in some of the course one way or another today.
Here we go.
Is that a bear?
Hey, we do have
dog. Dog.
Gabe Joyce.
You got Jeff?
Yeah, Gabe. Way to go, man.
Now you still look strong. Yeah, man. Stay relaxed. You haven't started it yet. We didn't go. We blew a tire.
Good advice from the Peanut Gallery.
Good to know that the peanut
The
gallery
race
is
hasn't
well
even
informed.
started yet. It's true. It is true. All right. So we might have another runner here soon. Brian Cuomo, maybe?
You also have a handful of fun runners coming down towards you as well, Jeff.
Yes, we do. I went up to this morning. There was a lot of people going up before the leaders came through. So I'm sure those people, now that they've seen the leaders come through, they're all kind of starting to meander back down. So we're doing our best to wade through who's the fun runners and who are actual runners. These are all hikers coming down. Maybe run. Is that maybe Brian?
To pick up what you were talking about, Chris, about the when the race was founded 30 years ago, the goal
Someone
was
just went
to
around the swing
was to
path.
create a loop that linked these 4 remote mountain towns, rich in mining tradition, Silverton, Lake City, which is where Sherman is,
up, dude?
Uray, and Telluride, and switch directions every year. Initially, there was an idea that they would start in a different town. They would rotate around the starting town each year. They quickly abandoned that idea and decided to have it start in Silverton and just alternate directions each year, clockwise and counterclockwise. The story of the Kissing the Rock that Dale tells is fantastic. That there was a rock, not a fancy painted rock, but there was a rock by the finish area in the first Hardrock, and the first runner came in and finished, and Dale was there, and a couple other people who had been part of the race and that had started the race, and said the finisher finished, and they said, what should I do now? And Dale said, I don't know, go kiss that rock. And he did, and the tradition was born. But yes, an extremely remote area. Even Telluride, with population of several thousand, is tucked 38 miles up a very steep valley on literally on 3 sides. You really don't get much more remote in mountain regions in the United States, in the lower 48, than the San Juans.
So going this direction, can runners start with a pacer at Uray?
Yeah,
Okay.
both directions they start at Uray.
Okay.
Yep. 60 and overs can have it. 60 years and over, they can have pacers for longer than that. Some can have pacer for the entire length of the event. But pacers start in Uray either direction. They can change at any crew accessed aid station. So they can change pacers only where crew is allowed, which in the direction they're going right now, let's see, what does that mean? That basically means Telluride and Chapman.
Taking a look further back on the course, it looks like 114 of the 145 runners in the event have hit Pole Creek.
Oh, I'm corrected in the chat. Animas Forks, they can have Pacers starting at Animas. Did not know that. That might be a new feature, but thank you for that, Barrett Langton, to correct me. Pacers can start at Animas in the counterclockwise direction. Yep, thank you for pointing that out. Animas Forks, Uray, Telluride, and Chapman. Those are the places where Pacers can start. They can also change Pacers at KT, but only if they hike in.
We've got a new shot here.
Again, this is the first time in our 3 years of Mountain Outpost race coverage that we have a few locations on the course where we can have drone footage.
Oh, that's the other side of Uray. That's Box Canyon Falls.
Yeah, it looks like we have some drone coverage outside of Uray. This is going to be so much fun.
Such a beautiful space. I remember the first time I drove into Uray and how I was taken aback at just the physical geography of that valley. I mean, it's stunning.
That nickname, the Switzerland of America, really fits.
Yeah.
Really fits. And we'll hopefully get some drone shots of the runners as they make their way down this way. A couple other runners. David Ayala is now through Animas Forks, as is Katie Scheid. David left in at 3:22, so just about 6-7 minutes ago, and Katie about 4 minutes later at 3:26 local time. So they held their positions in 5th and 6th place, and we know that Gabe Joyce is on his way up.
Yeah, we are extremely limited on where we can actually employ the drones here on course. We can only bring them out in the municipal areas, basically, at this.
Hey, Chris, some guy on the chat named Bubba said it looks like Papago Park, similar vert.
I have to respectfully disagree, sir.
Although we do know our group leaders there at Papago Park. They do like their Papago vert.
They do.
Hardrock in the desert, we call it. But yeah, great shots here of Uray. Small Rock.
And of course, the crews, shout out to the crews who are actually taking care of the runners. They have to get to and from Uray from Silverton, and that involves driving on the $1 Million Highway. Mm-hmm. If you've never driven on the $1 Million Highway, it can be, if you're not very comfortable with very high mountain passes and some extreme drops without guardrails, where you can see chips of the road actually like not there.
Yeah.
It is a thing. My son is not a fan of doing it any more times than we have to. He loves going up to what is it, Maggie's, the burger place in Ouray.
Uh-huh.
He really loves that place, and we love going up there to the hot spring water park. But he does not like to make repeated trips to Ouray, not because he doesn't love Ouray, it's because he doesn't love getting there.
Yeah.
$1 Million Highway. I do remember actually one of my first years coming up here, way before I was associated with Hardrock. I want to say it was like 2018 maybe. Actually, it was 2018. I had some friends who drove up to Ouray, and they were actually forced to go entirely around due to a rock slide on the $1 Million Highway. And so instead of coming back down, they went back home to California. They said, we're good. So,
Troy Blackman, a good friend of mine from Georgia, chiming in that the $1 Million Highway is truly a test. You are right. Troy and a couple of his buddies were out here last week doing the trail work weekend, which, by the way, had 80 participants. I learned this morning from Trevor. Ross tells us that we've never done a Bubba Root at Papago. Guilty as charged. Got some Papago lovers chiming in here.
That's interesting.
I've often thought it would be great to do like a backyard at Papago.
Shout out to the feed for making this shot possible, the Skycam, and thanks to our drone pilots who are employed around the municipal areas of the Hardrock course. We had some drone shots of Silverton earlier today. And we had a couple at Lake City, right? Is that what? Governor, sorry. Yeah. Okay, and I believe we actually have access on Campbird Road, potentially for at least a little bit. But we are definitely adhering to the rules set forth by the race because we want to respect them with regards to the drone rules. Monique asking when we can expect Ludo at Engineer and later Uray. That's a good question. I can give you the current course record pace. Got Francois in there at about 4:01 p.m. So that would be 28 minutes from now. Ludo is moving at about an 8 to 10 minute below race course record pace. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. There we go with a beautiful shot of, on the right-hand side, you can see the 550 descent into Uray, and that is the main drag through Uray itself. The aid station there is actually going to be towards the other end of town, slightly to the left of the main street that you see going through the middle of your screen. And then as the runners have headed down into Uray, they actually come back towards the camera on a series of trails, and then they will head up Campbird Road.
This is a new aid station shot. Oh. Might have been Animus. We haven't had a camera from Animus yet. Good to see.
So, yeah, again, this is Uray. Again, this was the view that I had the first time I actually drove into Uray, and it was pretty amazing. I was heading up the road to watch Hardrock for the first time. So regardless of which way you're going, Uray is kind of considered to be the spiritual halfway point, I guess, of the course. I misspoke earlier when I said it was Animus, because Animus actually has a little bit of lean to it. But yeah, Uray is definitely, and it's also a bit of a party down in the park.
Oh yeah,
it's a great place to spectate if you're looking to come out to Hardrock one of these years and spectate, and do so in the most non-invasive way possible and the most comfortable way possible. You come out, you can watch the start of the race in Silverton. You can go out for a leisurely hike, and then you could head up to Uray and then hang out well into the night. And that would probably be your best bet. And you can spin over to Telluride as well, although Telluride does bring you further away from Silverton. But there are definitely places where you can spectate without having to traverse some high clearance all-wheel drive types of situations.
Yep. All you got to do is traverse that $1 million highway.
The $1 million highway.
Yeah.
Which, of course, to some people, they would rather go across the high ground clearance 4-wheel drive stuff.
I will say too, just taking a look at these shots, the smoke seems to be a non-issue at this point. We did hear reports that the smoke was pretty heavy in Uray last night and early this morning, but this looks real nice. So Thank you to those fire crews and or the changing winds, whatever, maybe both. This will help the runners a lot, because I do know in those first several hours this morning on the initial climb up Little Giant, it was smoky till about the 11,000 foot mark.
Yeah, the Uray perimeter trail is also a great way to spend an afternoon. It's about a 10K or so loop around the Ouray perimeter. Well, and it sets you up a few hundred feet above town, like all the way around. And it's an amazing opportunity to do a nice, you gain maybe about 1,500 feet or so on that 10K loop. So you do a little bit of work, but and you're at elevation. You're at about 7,500, 8,000 feet, but it is gorgeous. And the number of opportunities for photos that you can take with friends and family and loved ones is something that I've truly cherished over the years. I go there, with family and, with my son in particular. We love the Uray Perimeter Trail. Going over to Box Canyon Falls, you can check that out as well. But then on the outskirts of town, Camp Bird Road, the runners are going to be heading up that, basically taking part in their own version of the Imogene Pass run.
Mm-hmm.
But that is coming up in the future as all the runners have yet to get there.
Also a very popular ice climbing destination in the wintertime. As you can see, some of these rock faces with water that comes pouring down and then freezes. It's a very popular ice climbing destination. I think in addition, there's a Via Ferrata up there.
Absolutely, yeah. Blimp Captain mentioning it. Via Ferrata.
And then there's a section where the runners run through a little tunnel. You got to be careful not to bump your head.
That is a low-hanging tunnel.
It's a low-hanging tunnel.
I can tell you from experience.
Couple little tricks to the trade. Brian Coolmo, just quickly updating, is in. Oh, sorry, not Brian. Gabe Joyce is in Animas Forks at our latest update.
And if we have an update at Pole Creek. Unfortunately, we had another runner withdraw. Shannon Dye, bib number 131, unfortunately has, per our tracker, opted to call it a day at Pole Creek. Shout out to Shannon for stepping in to start this race, because it's no joke to get out there in any regard. Was going for her first Hardrock. Unfortunately, that will have to wait. Got here by way of the Mogollon Monster, running that as a qualifier last year. That's another course that's no joke. But keeping tabs on the back of the pack just as much as the front of the pack to the best of our abilities. We're still a little bit scattered and split in terms of the attention we can give.
Pole Creek. So that's a tricky place to get out of. She may have to wait for a little while, but maybe that'll be fine with her. This is, I want to say it's Animas, right? Animas Forks Aid Station.
Because last year they were coming down off of that ridge, I remember.
Yeah.
Of course, shout out to the one-of-a-kind Julie Blanda.
Oh, yeah.
Out at Animas Forks, making sure that the team is ready and prepared to take care of runners out there. They work very hard out there. I have friends who have worked out at Animas Forks multiple years. I have multiple friends out there this year that are taking part in the Hardrock festivities.
That does look like Gabe. That does look like Gabe in the. If I remember, he had a white top on. I know it's a little bit fuzzy, but to the left there with the group around him.
That would make sense. As
he might be taking a little extra time here.
Yeah, he's the only runner that has registered in that hasn't left yet. So Gabe Joy is our current M6 7th overall. Of course, Gabe Joyce out of Wyoming. Last ran Hardrock in 2017, had a fourth place finish here that year, running the same direction. Has top 5 finishes at I Am Tough, High Lonesome, Wasatch, Run Rabbit Run, Leadville, and the Bear. And, finished M6 at the Canyon's 100 mile this year. So Gabe, definitely somebody.
He's up and out. There we go.
Yeah, running very well today.
Just taking a little extra time. Yeah, let me get another plug in for Ask Gabe, his column on I Run Far, monthly column. He takes questions from readers and answers them, all kinds of topics.
Jenny is mentioning in the chat, she likes to imagine that Corinne Chalvoy is the one sending her feed boxes and that somehow makes them friends. Well, you'll have your opportunity to hang with your friend here this weekend because I believe that Corinne is going to be in the studio here sometime this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
You're not in. Here we go. That is Katerina Harmuth heading down. That is thank you to the Fireball Cam for catching Katerina heading down the hill.
He's having fun out there.
Thank
And
you
this
for
is
grabbing
down
that
where
shot,
Jeff is,
guys.
at the base.
Yeah, it looks like you know what? Let's give a little bit of a preview on the rest of our broadcast teams. Of course, shout out to Dan Ryan and Chris Twiggs, the Hardrock co-hosts who opened up the show here this morning. Myself, Chris Warden, and Andy Jones-Wilkins are taking you up till the 6 p.m. hour, at which point another couple of familiar faces, Brett Hornig from Single Track Pod and Claire Farrow, who was with us out at Cocodona, will be joining with the team. In the overnight, it'll be Corinne Chalvoy and the one, the only Skylar Hall.
Mm-hmm.
AGW and I will jump back on tomorrow morning for more fun. Brett Hornick comes back into the saddle to join Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning. And then Corinne Chalvoy and Skylar Hall tomorrow night. And then on Sunday morning, hope we have our coffee brewed at 11 p.m. at night because you and I are going to take it through the overnight, through the final 6 hours of the Hardrock 100.
That's going to be a fun shift. Starting at midnight, well, I guess we'll just have to get a little bit of sleep, somehow between, 6 and 11, and then come on in and do that shift. That's been so much fun the last couple of years. The final finishers, we do spend the first day and a half mainly focusing on the front of the pack, but we really can't wait to focus on everybody else as Saturday morning turns to Saturday evening. And then, of course, ultimately Sunday morning. Sometimes there's drama. Sometimes it's relatively drama-free. We usually get some cameras out there, especially coming this direction as they're running into Shrine of the Mines and then down from Shrine of the Mines.
So Animus Forks to Engineer. I'm thinking we might be seeing Ludo there if we've got eyes on Engineer.
6.1 miles. I don't know if we have a camera on Engineer. It's just a section of road where it flattens out a bit. The road keeps going, and the runners make a right-hand turn as they're going onto the single track, really faint single track, and they just kind of make a beeline towards the aid station, which is just at the beginning of tree line. That's Engineer Pass. Engineer Aid Station itself, is about 1.5 miles from the point where the road gives way to the trail.
And you have to be careful because there's also Engineer Mountain out here.
Right.
Yeah, which is actually south of the course by several miles.
And massive. Just massive.
Again, that's a shot of American Basin leading up to Handies. Actually, the runners are coming down from that side. And this is the bottom of that descent. That is Grouse Gulch, where the aid station used to be, has been moved up to Animus Forks. Yeah. But the runners that we will see coming into view here, there's a lot of hikers out there, too, because it's a great place to spectate because you can literally see the runners for miles. But they're coming off of the high point of the course. Handies, the only 14er in the course that they hit. So
And a lot of people like to, especially in this direction, it plays well into time of day. They can come in here, climb up, enjoy the views, see the first couple runners come through, and then trot back down and figure out the rest of their day.
So Ludo, the current CR for this direction, Francois hit Engineer at 10 hours, 1 minute elapsed, so about 14 minutes from now. So I would expect Ludo to come in anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes from now at this point,
Yeah.
the way he's been moving. So, and as we mentioned, we just saw Katarina Harmut heading down from American Basin. I believe that would put her in F2 position. It's going to be either her or Manon Bohard. But they've got some ground to make up on Katie Scheid. Of course, we're still in the first half of the race, so it is still a very early situation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have firsthand seen the lead runner hit Uray and then after leaving coming back and do it in some situations. It has happened before. So the one thing about this race is that nothing can be taken for granted.
Yeah, and I mean, let's remember Jeff's commentary was wonderful. This climb that they're on is the heat of the day for them. Again, not Western States or Badwater heat, but exposure and just kind of wide open, dusty road. A lot of stuff can happen there. And then that descent is relentless. Yes, it's a descent, but it has some technical bits. It's not going to be. It's not as straightforward as it looks on the course profile. Let's put it that way. Great drone shots. If you're just joining us, this is our first year with a few drone locations that we've been permitted for, so we're very excited about that. This is just outside the aid station town of Uray. Looks like some more folks coming down. They could be runners.
That is where the stargazing takes place, is in Uray. I got it, yeah. I mean, am I going to... Couple more runners coming off Grouse Gulch. Not sure if they were spectators or... Taking a peek back on the course, some of the runners that we are following with special interest, I would say, include Betsy Nye, the 19-time finisher, attempting to, I guess, get a buckle for all the fingers and the thumbs. Has gotten through Maggie Gulch on her way to Pole Creek on her pursuit for finish number 20.
Amanda Grimes, local, right near Betsy.
Yeah. As we mentioned, we were kind of wondering if they were possibly moving together because they definitely know each other. Whoop.
There's someone blasting into
We'll see if we
Grouse
can get
Gulch.
details on who that was.
Brian Kulmo.
Brian Kumel, the finish line coordinator of the Hardrock
just
100.
blasted. We got Jeff here, I think.
What do you got for us, Jeff?
Class.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Could you
but
repeat
he
that?
looked good. So say that again. Sorry.
Just could you repeat that? We had your audio cutting out.
Oh yeah. Brian Cuomo just came through. Looks smooth, and we should have Kyle Curtin coming through pretty soon. Things are. We have some more runners coming down. It's hard to tell who's spectators. There's been a whole line of spectators coming down, so we're trying to wade through them. We almost didn't catch Brian there, but he was moving pretty well.
Yeah, there's a ton of people on that mountain, and you can tell they're up there to not only get their miles in, but also to get their opportunity to see the elite runners at their best. Keeping an eye on more runners as they descend off American Basin into Grouse Gulch en route to Animas Forks. Another runner with a bit of interest in their success, Jamil Curry, made it out of Sherman about half an hour ago.
Not bad.
Moving well.
The ankle must be cooperating so far.
So he hit Sherman in 9:16, or it was out in 9:25. He took his time there.
Becky Bates.
So he's actually.
Go ahead.
So Jamil ran in 2023 and finished in 39:02. He's actually pacing about 31 minutes ahead of where he was that year.
Nice. That 2023 run was completely and totally off the couch.
Yeah.
At least this one, he had that one training run a couple weeks ago in California.
A couple more people hiking off of American Basin.
I wanted to mention Becky Bates, 63 years old, out of British Columbia, 6th place overall.
Yeah, Becky
cleared
Bates,
Sherman.
as we mentioned, 3-time finisher of Hardrock, never finished lower than 7th.
Incredible.
And has run all of those Hardrocks since the age of 55.
Yeah.
Jenny asking how many times Jamil has done Hardrock. I believe 6.
Yeah, I think he's done it 6. This will be 7.
He started young.
Yeah.
Well, he started young because I know that his first 4 times running it were all the same direction. And it really kind of aided him that he wasn't considered a true hard rocker
right.
until his 5th running.
Yeah, he had to. It was kind of luck of the draw.
Yeah, and of course, the true hard rocker status is something that is very well respected and highly coveted amongst people involved in this race. And Jamil, when he got that 5th finish and it established him as a true hard rocker, I believe that's when they changed it and eliminated the whole veterans pool as it was.
Right.
So Jamil, and I believe his first time running it was 2012.
back on the Fireball cam. That's our friend Liam out there.
Okay, so he's actually got 7 Hardrock finishes.
So this will be 8. Okay. Thanks for fact-checking that.
And his first one was in 2009.
Same year as mine. Although I decided to stop at 2. 2 was enough.
And that year you finished ahead of Jamil. You finished 5th place overall, 4th male, with a time of 28:09:29, and Jamil finished in 33:19:56 in 15th place overall, 14th male.
Nice. Yeah, Diana Finkel was legendary in those years. She was going for the overall win just about every year she ran it. Ran herself into the ground often, but really went for it.
That's a great overall top
Like
8. Check this out.
Jeff back on?
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, what do you have for us? Kyle Curtin.
Way to go, buddy. Giddy up! Kyle looking smooth. He's smiling, high-fiving people. Doing the airplane arms.
That's a fun runner right there.
Yes, Tara.
Yeah, it's Tara Dower.
Hey, Tara. You want to chat?
Chat on camera.
Hey, you guys, we have Tara Dower here. If you guys want to cut to us.
Of course. We got you.
Hey, so we're here with Tara Dower. She was just up watching up on top of Handies. Did you go all the way to the top?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Where'd you go? Just to the pass?
Yeah, we went down and then up a little bit, and then that's when the lead men were coming through. So
And then you just turned around.
yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Saw Kyle come through.
Hey, what'd you think of the leaders? You know,
Yeah.
meaner.
We'll grab Tara back here in just a moment. We have another runner descending towards the Fireball cam. That was Manon. That was Manon Bohard, our second place woman to this point. We'll see if we can get Jeff back there with Tara.
Audrey Kelly asks, is it the Fireball cam because the person holding it is drunk? No, it's kind of a long story, but Liam, who's a good friend of us and a good friend of ours, a good friend of Livestream, has a Twitter account called Aid Station Fireball and puts all kinds of statistics and cool little anecdotes, and he's an incredible ultra and trail running geek. And so it's kind of his nickname, Fireball, at least for me. And so he's out there with a camera today. I don't know why they let him do that, but they did. And so he's out there running around with the camera right there at American Basin, and so we're calling it the Fireball cam. But he does incredible work for the sport, and he'll be back in the studio and feeding us all kinds of cool stats and stuff like that once he gets off of grouse.
He's doing it now. He's sending me intel
is he?
from the
All right.
field while he's out there on the side of a mountain. That's how dedicated to the sport he is. Aid Station Fireball is truly one of the good guys in this sport. Somebody who does it strictly for the passion.
Absolutely.
His international travel miles have to be absolutely insane.
Yeah. I asked him if he was anywhere close to quitting his day job, and he said no. To go full on into fireballing.
Yeah, he might not be active in the chat right now, but he is always present.
We are trying to get Jeff back with Tara. We know that all kinds of Tara fans out there, so as soon as we get him back, we'll send it back down there.
And if not, we'll see if we can grab Tara into the studio.
Yeah, might be able to do
sometime
that.
this weekend. She's always up for a chat. At least that's always been my experience with her. We've actually gotten a lot of opportunities with Mountain Outpost to watch her career explode over the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate she wasn't able to get into the race this year, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. She'll be back.
Yeah, that one Javelina year where she kind of got eaten by a cactus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Run Rabbit run right before that she won the race, and with the largest prize purse in American ultra running.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to see her there. We saw her at Black Canyon. She wasn't running Cocodona, but she was hanging out with us all over the course at Cocodona, serving as an on-course correspondent. So looks like that is Coolmo right there. But yeah, Tara's one of those people that has an open invite to come and hang out with us in the set, in the studio. She knows where we're at, and she knows how it works. It looks like Ludo has given back significant time, possibly even the lead back to the course record splits by Francois. We don't show him registering anything at Engineer, and our race timer is just over the 10-hour mark. So that means it's just after 4 p.m. local time. For those of you in the East Coast and the Central Time Zones, probably
Enjoying
getting off
your
work.
Friday happy hour.
Shout out to those of you watching us and hanging out with us here today and tomorrow and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of engagement from running stores all over. That was a really nice thing. Shout out to
really
all
cool
of the
to
running
hear from
stores.
all the run specialty stores out there.
Oh yeah, that's what I was just asking about.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
We're back with Bronco Billy. Jeff, what do you have for us?
Sorry, guys. I know we didn't get any of that interview with Tara Dower. I was talking to blank space because our Starlink went down. We were rebooted and back up. So Tara was up in American Basin to watch the leaders come through. She didn't quite make it up to the top of Handies. She said the top 3 guys look pretty poker-faced and maybe a little tired, maybe a little worked, in her opinion. Everybody else, Katie Scheid, David Ayala, Joyce, who else? Everybody else looked pretty smooth. So did Kyle Curtin. He was coming in here with airplane arms and smiling and high-fiving people. So we did have Topher Gaylord and Kim went up to the top of Handies today. So they watched Ludo come over the top. And Topher definitely said that, made a comment that Ludo's a machine on the climbs. He just looks so smooth and just flying. And I think that's where he was running really well in the downhills too. So And so was David Ayala. He made a big move. He was with Katie Scheid, I think, over the top, and then was quite a bit ahead of her by the bottom here at Grouse. So, and knowing him, he's a really good descender. I've run with him quite a bit, and we've raced each other and for first and second at Bighorn in a pretty big throwdown a couple years ago. And I know he can move on the downs. So yeah, that's my update, I guess.
All right, we'll keep an eye on runners as they're making their way down into Grouse Gulch. Jeff, thank you so much for everything you've been giving us here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
I'm thinking engineer. We've got to be closing in on engineer for the leaders. It's been about an hour and 20 minutes.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit shocked that we haven't seen any action in engineer yet.
Yeah.
Great question.
It's a 6.1 mile section. Right, literally about 3 up and 3 down. It is pretty remote out there at Engineer. As I mentioned, it's just kind of a clearing just above tree line. It's wide open though. There should be some sort of way to connect out there.
I'm hearing Jeff saying he might have eyes on somebody coming down the
Oh,
hill.
okay.
Mano should be coming through. So should be second female.
See if that is indeed the case.
I don't see anybody yet. No.
Oh, maybe not.
Of course, dude.
Fleet Feet Folsom, California in the house. Good to hear from you. Western States Country, great store. Fleet Feet Folsom. Brian Coolmo out of Animus, took 1 minute. So Gabe took 8, Brian took 1. So that got a little bit closer just with aid station time.
The next runners we would expect might be coming in fairly close into view where Jeff's at. We've got 4 runners, Jeff Rome, Adam Barrett, Manon Bohard, and Katarina Harmut. I would expect to see coming up and over. There was a pretty significant gap between the 4 of them and the rest of the pack at Burroughs. Mm-hmm. The 4 of them came in between 1:26 p.m. and 1:47 p.m. into Burroughs. And the next runner came through at Burroughs at 2:25. So you're talking about a 38-minute gap there.
You go into your vault again. When did Francois get into Engineer? Was it around 4 o'clock?
Francois got an Engineer at 4:01.
Okay.
And Ludo, we are still awaiting at Engineer.
It'd be interesting. Could be a little bit of the day catching up to these guys. Fleet Feet, thank you. Yes, mile 99 aid station as well. Yes, I should have remembered that. Checking in from Charlottesville, Virginia, my old hometown. Outstanding. Virginia runners actually have a long history of success here at Western States. For a predominantly sea-level state back on the Beast Coast, they do pretty well here. Probably because Horton started it all in 92, 93. And everybody out there just runs up and down the Priest and Three Ridges. I have to admit, that's what I did. In the East Coast, it's a place you can get a 4,000-foot climb and a 3,500-foot climb all in one place, which is pretty rare on the East Coast. Got a Mainer in the boat. I know that a couple of Katie's crew went up to Handies with a French flag and a Maine flag. And I don't know if someone can post a picture of the Maine flag in the chat. but it is one of the cringiest state flags I have ever seen, complete with like gold fringe around the outside that fringes off. It's rough to look at, but it's Maine. I'm sure they're proud of it. Yeah, Brian Slaughterbuck, VHTRC. There you go. Gary Knipling's a legend out here. Of course, a couple of Scotty Mills finishes were when he was a VHTRCer. Yep, Cody Seafree pitching in on Priest Three Ridges. It'll do it to you. It'll prime you. I think I know that gate. That looks like summer coming down. Oh, do they? Good. I just thought that was a very unusual look for a Maine flag, for a flag. I'm a flag guy, always been a flag guy. That's why I'm a huge fan of the Nepali flag. It's not a rectangle. I love it. So again, just to get a little reset here as we get in well beyond 10 hours. We did have Shannon Dye from Chattanooga, Tennessee, called it a day at Pole Creek. And as Chris has been following, Makoto Kitamura from New York City, New York, is the last remaining person on the course to arrive at Pole Creek, which is at mile 19.7. There's not a cutoff at Pole Creek, but as I mentioned, they'd probably want to be there by about 4:30 to have a shot at making it, to have a legitimate shot of making it into Sherman, which is a full 9 miles from Pole Creek by the cutoff time, which is shortly after 8 o'clock. As Chris also mentioned, that the Makoto was a full hour in arrears of a couple of the other back of the Packers, Denise Klatt, Way Law, and Cal Mitchell. Looks like we have Jeff back.
And we have Jeff Rome.
Jeff Rome coming through Grouse.
Oh, he usually does funny stuff. Keep a camera on him.
More swiftly, maybe an iron shot works. Did I call you an orc? Or is that something else that rhymes?
I think he's been reading poetry, stuff like that.
He has been. He's reading some kind of poetry.
Right on.
Tolkien.
Ah, Tolkien. Perfect.
Yeah. He has it on stickies.
Brian Powell must have loved that.
I'm sorry I didn't get the mic over there in time. We only got the tail end of his quote.
So Jeff,
this should be
Jeff Rome dropped in and read a little quote from J.R.R. Tolkien to the assembled crew.
Hey, good job. Mano just through. Second woman.
She's looking good.
Yep, looks smooth. Running on up the road. We haven't really seen anybody so far walk this road. They've all gone straight up running.
Nice.
I think we got a little gap here before we have another runner here.
All right. Well, we'll keep eyes on you, Jeff, and thank you very much for keeping tabs on the descent down from Handies in American Basin. Of course,
I just wanted to circle back to that group, Denise Klatt, Way Law, and Cal Mitchell, 3 runners who are through Pole Creek all around 3 o'clock, maybe a little bit after 3 o'clock, and have until about 8 o'clock to get to Sherman. So I think they're pretty safe for the Sherman cutoff. I think the only one that would be somewhat questionable at this point is Makoto Kitamura. But even so, assuming he arrives in the next 15 minutes or so into Pole Creek, I suspect he'll be in good shape.
We actually have a handful of runners that are in Burroughs right now, and so they are or into Sherman rather. Where
that's
they
a
need
large
to be.
group in Sherman. Look
Yeah,
at that.
so let's give you a heads up on those. Those would be Nathan Kurtz out of Colorado, Jackie Frisch out of Uray, Sarah Lavender Smith out of Telluride, a couple people right on the course. Hay Chan out of Pocatello, Idaho, Michael Lamond out of Salida, Colorado, Luke Steens out of Belgium, Jeff Calvert out of Pennsylvania, Edward Sander out of Minnesota, and Andy Hamilton out of Eugene, Oregon. So those runners have all made it to Sherman, so they are safe for that 8:15 p.m. cutoff. We are down to, let's see, we've got about 34 runners that still need to make it in and out of Sherman. Some notable names out of that group include Betsy Nye and Amanda Grimes, Maria Liao.
Hey, hang on just a second.
Sure.
Do we have a runner? Wow, this would be really fast, but we could have just missed him at engineer. This is the drone footage from Uray.
Is engineer hard keyed by hand, or is it a timing match?
Well, this would be incredibly fast. I'm not. They drop into. Again, we're tracking a runner here on the drone footage. Not sure if they're in the race or not.
Right by Box Canyon Falls. Yeah, that is moving really quickly. And if it is a runner from this race, they blew through engineer unbelievably fast.
Well, it would be less than 2 hours to go 14 miles. I think they're just out enjoying the trail before their crew gets in, before the runner gets in. No pack.
Or a very light one, yeah.
Yeah. Kyle Curtins made it through Animus. 1 minute aid station stop. Getting the producer change here. Always worries me. I'm just kidding. We've got an incredible group of producers here. We do know that didn't notice at the top notes that split times for Pole Creek Engineer and Putnam may be delayed. They are the hand-entered ones. So it's quite likely that a few of our lead runners have hit Engineer and awaiting word on that. In addition, really remote out there, not able to get a camera on the ground out there this year. With limited resources, we've got to deploy them where and when we can.
Looks like we've got another runner descending on the fireball cam. Yeah, that if that is an orangish shirt, I think that would be Katarina there.
I bet you it is.
Yep, that's a Hoka kit right there. Katarina Harmut. I have to admit, I'm really antsy to have another woman hit Animus Forks because I want to see
What the gap is.
What the gap
Yeah.
is, yeah. I mean, as it stands, it's going to be in excess of an hour at this point. Katie just absolutely tearing through this race to this point. And as we mentioned, it's kind of hard to handicap how she is against the previous course record, Katie Scheid, as the aid station has changed significantly. As we see Bryce Brooks coming off the mountain, probably gathering some intel.
Getting some intel and content.
But at last comparable spot, it would be that Katie Scheid was roughly 37 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter's course pace, and that was at Burroughs. So that was some time ago, and a lot can happen. But looking to see if we can get any detail and engineer.
So I'm gonna make a leap here and just assume that our lead pack is through Engineer, meaning they're on the descent on Bear Creek Trail proper, through the canyon. I think that's a safe bet. The Uray splits from the Francois year, I would guess would be about 12 hours to there, give or take 6 p.m. So I think that's realistic. We'll get that data when we get it for sure. This is part of the remote nature of the Hardrock course, and the potential for delayed split times coming in from places as remote as Pole Creek, Engineer, and Putnam. After Engineer, it's 8 miles. It's all downhill. It's relatively gradual, and it gets more technical the closer you get to the bottom. Once you get about 2 miles from the aid station, you cross the highway on a land bridge, and then for the remainder of the run, of the way into town, you're on kind of town trails, the perimeter trail that Chris talked about, and some other town trails that then drop you into town itself. I'm guessing that's where those guys are on the way down that first part. Another runner coming by the fireball cam. Yeah, we're going to run a quick ad and we'll be right back.
Actually, can we, before we do that,
sorry.
guys, I want to reiterate what we had been talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think this probably is appropriate time as any. Here at Hardrock, we did have a tragedy take place earlier, and I want to read the statement again provided by the race. On Friday, July 11, 2025, there was a fatality during the Hardrock 100 near Little Giant Basin, west of Silverton, Colorado, in San Juan County. On Friday, July 11, 2025, 9:02 a.m., the San Juan County Sheriff's Office and the Silverton Medical Rescue Team received a search and rescue call about an unknown medical reason at Little Giant Basin near Gold Lake. The 60-year-old female patient was pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. in San Juan County, Colorado. San Juan County, Colorado Coroner's Office has identified the 60-year-old female as Elaine Stipula of Michigan as pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. Elaine was in the race, and our hearts go out. We don't have any information beyond that, and more information per the Hardrock Committee will be available at the conclusion of this year's run to be at a determined time on Sunday. Until then, please direct all communication to Deanne Gallegos, the Public Information Officer for the Office of Emergency Management at San Juan County, and that information is also available on the Hardrock 100 socials. We'll be back.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Ultra. Stay out there.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at The Feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration, and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle.
Thank you for joining us here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream on Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra and The Feed. I'm Chris Warden.
And I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. And hot off that ad break, we did get a catch-up on the running split time. So Ludo did hit engineer at 4:02, left at 4:04. So, Chris, as we were talking about Francois' time, which was there at right around 4 o'clock, that we would probably get to a point where we could do direct comparisons on split times. I think now we can.
Yeah.
It is a 26-minute delay. That's just the nature of the beast. We're sorry about that, but that means you get completed 48.7 miles in just over 10 hours, and is now descending off. To remind you again, the chase pack, if you will, of Matthew Blanchard, Zach Miller, and Germain Granier. Oh,
there's
is that
the
Jamil?
jam cam.
There's Jamil.
Jamil hitting Burrows.
Sorry to interrupt myself. Coming into Burrows with the dinosaur. The chase pack all left about 15 minutes after Ludo. They left. Animus 15 minutes after Ludo. So we'll see how that gap is. And also, I don't know, Chris, looking at that video, the sky does look a little darker.
Yeah.
Maybe not thunderstormy darker, but certainly as dark as it's looked all day.
That's about a San Juan afternoon as you can get right
Yeah.
there. Of course, we just saw Jamil Curry, Jam himself on our cam, and it was mentioned by somebody off the air, have we seen him run yet? And the answer is, I haven't. But then again, it states it didn't seem like he was running very much, but he saved something for that track sprint. So, of course, Jamil, one of multiple runners that are looking to do the double, the Western States Hardrock double. Shout out to Amber Weibel, who's currently running F5 and attempting to do that double, as well as Chris Roberts, who is 17th in the men's race at this point. So those three are attempting to become Western States Hardrock doublers just less than 2 weeks apart. And for those of you mentioning, about not speculating, I think it's entirely natural to do so. I'm just not personally going to do it, and we're not going to do it as a policy. And we just ask that you don't do it publicly. I mean, if you want to do so on your own, absolutely. I totally understand that. But out of respect for the family and the race as a whole, we're going to refrain from that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first fatality in the history of Hardrock. It is well known that in one other time, about 1994 or so, there was a fatality of a Hardrock runner a few days after the race, Joel Zucker was his name, and Joel was a multiple-time hard rocker, and there's a plaque for Joel up on Grant Swamp Pass, and there's a scholarship, a fundraising scholarship, the Joel Zucker scholarships that give to local that are presented to local high school students every year. That Hard Rock, it's one of Hard Rock's charities. But this is the first time in the 30-year history of the race that there was a fatality during the event.
We have our second runner through. That would be Matthew Blanchard. Through Engineer at 4:22 in and out, so 18 minutes back of Ludo.
Right, again, so we're seeing this lag. So Ludo gained just a few minutes on him between Animus and Engineer, and we would expect information on Zach Miller and Herman shortly.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for giving us a heads up. Larry Pearson is also attempting the Western States Hard Rock Double.
Oh, okay. That's good information.
Let's give some shine to Larry and find out where on the course he is at. Larry is he's towards the back of the pack here. His last track was at Pole Creek out at 2:11 p.m. So Larry has until 8:15 tonight local time, so about 3 hours 45 minutes, give or take a minute, to get from Pole Creek to Sherman. If he left an hour ago, he's probably looking pretty good. We had a heads up from Liam on the side of American Basin Descent that he had another runner come through. Bib number 106, that's Adam Barrett out of Bozeman, Montana. Bozeman showing out between Adam and David Ayala here.
Uh-huh, that's right. So 2 women now. Through Animus, and 2 women in the top 10.
Well, I guess Soul Sports is showing the race, courtesy of Sean McManus.
All right, there we go. Soul Sports Tempe, the store back in Arizona, where I'm the store manager. Sean McManus is our general manager. Thanks a lot, Sean, for having the show on.
Somebody was asking how far Katie was off the top 3 men. It was pretty significant at this point margin, about 26, 27 minutes. So she's moving really well, but not quite caught up to the top 3 men yet.
I think we have another doubler. Jennifer Duncan is writing in about Dave Peterman, who finished Western States in 26 hours.
Nice.
Wow, we've got to do better research on our doublers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry about that, everybody. If anybody else knows any doublers, put them in the chat. It's a tough double year because of the 13 days.
And I was always curious as to why the race for Hard Rock was scheduled when it was. And I didn't realize this, but I guess it's in regards to an event in Telluride.
Yes, it all centers around the park in Telluride.
Okay.
Because that park holds a lot of concerts and festivals and things like that, and they call the shots.
Yeah.
And the aid station pretty much has to be there. So some years it's 13 days and some years it's 20 days based on that that schedule. There was even one year where it was 27 days.
Wow.
I don't know how that happened, but it's mostly been either 13 or 20 in between the two. So again, 2 men through Engineer, 2 women through Animus Forks. And did you do the math on Katie's Gap? It looks like an hour, again, public math, an hour and 2 minutes.
Yeah.
An hour and 2 minutes.
On Men and Bohard?
No, I guess departure time, an hour and 4 minutes. 3:26 p.m. versus 4:30 p.m. departing Animus Forks.
So if Ludo left Engineer at 4:04,
be right about 6 o'clock into a little bit before 6 o'clock into Uray, would be my guess.
yeah, the record for getting into Uray, Francois got in there at 5:12 p.m. at 11:12.
He did 4:02. Wow, he did it in 1:12.
Yeah, he went from Engineer to Uray in an hour 11 minutes, or an hour and 10 minutes. That is cooking. 10:02 to
Looks like
11:12.
Well, and maybe 1:10. Maybe we would start looking for Ludo about 5:10, 5:15. If we have our people on the ground in Uray,
We have eyes in the sky. Hopefully
we
they
have
can
eyes in the sky for sure.
keep an eye out, because they will get an opportunity to probably spot Ludo a little bit ahead of time.
Should see him come over the land bridge, and then
Yeah.
could see him a couple times on the perimeter trail, like where we saw that like this area, like where we saw that jogger just now.
And then our hope would be that we'll be able to keep a peek on him as he is ascending Camp Bird Road as well. We have another runner heading down the descent from American Basin off of Handies Peak into Grouse Gulch. This is about a mile and a half, 2 miles to the next aid station at Animus Forks. Although then again, it's hard to tell who is a racer and who is simply out there
Yeah.
for a good time. As the fact that they're not turning a hard right there probably leads me to believe that
they're going down to their car. It's in that little round area where the aid station used to be.
Yeah.
All right, couple more through Engineer, Chris. Armand Grenier got through, left at 4:25, so 3 minutes after Matthew, and then Zach Miller an additional 4 minutes after Herman. So
Herman has actually
Herman
overtaken
has
Zach.
flipped with Zach, at least for the moment.
So currently, as it stands, an All France podium here at the Hardrock 100. Oh, I got heads up from Skylar in the chat that the Terra deck is already heading back up the trail towards the bridge. So somebody is going to do their best to keep step for step with Ludo.
Oh, that's good. So we're heading up. Oh, that's great.
As we can see the top of Brian Powell's head. So the fastest runners in the 2021 year, that would be
Female coming through.
Course record hit Uray at 11:12 elapsed.
Nice
so
work,
that would be
nice work.
5:12 p.m. Is that F3? Okay.
Yeah, that is
that was
F3.
Katerina.
Jeff, what do you got?
Katerina just came through. She looked pretty smooth. Definitely a little bit of a poker face, but I've never seen her too emotional. So
Yeah, she
looks
held it
smooth. She's
together
running up
last
the
year under
road.
some pretty difficult circumstances.
Yeah, now she's walking. She ran a little bit. It's hot. The sun's chasing us into the shade here now that we've been out here a few hours.
Has it cooled off significantly then?
No, it's just warm. There is a storm off to our south, but it looks like it's going to skirt us and not hit us. So we've just been getting beaten on by the sun. So the runners have been in the sun all day, which is, pretty rare at Hardrock. You usually get afternoon thunderstorms and some cloud cover. And so much of this course is above tree line. And at altitude, the UV index and UV rays are really, really strong at altitude. And so you get burned way faster. And it's tricky. It's really dry. Usually there's a wind. And so you can't tell how much you're sweating, and you're losing a lot more than you think. Well, guys, I think that's it for me until we get the next runner. Giddy up.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff Browning, giving us intel on the field. I have some back channel intel that Ludo and Jim just passed Corinne Chalvoy up on Bear Creek from the road, a mile up from the road.
Oh, okay.
That would
did?
track.
Ludo and
Jim.
Oh, okay.
Because they're able to take pacers out from Animus Forks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So pacer is online for Ludo, and it is none other than Jim Walmsley.
Dan Reiser asking the question about clawing back an 18-minute gap. Yes, Browning did, but it was a little bit of a different circumstance because Xavier Thevenard ended up being DQ'd that year after taking aid in a non-aid area.
Also in 2021, I mean, it is still anyone's race. I mean, Courtney DeWalter had built up a pretty large lead on the women's field, but dropped out at Uray.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we are far from this being, a fait accompli. And Sabrina Stanley basically, kept pushing hard and just went for it and ended up coming away with her second straight victory.
Yeah. I think if it was still an 18-minute lead at Chapman, that would probably be something you couldn't claw back from. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I
here
mean,
you probably can.
Yeah, at this point in the race, I mean, nobody, maybe except for Ludo is even halfway through.
So here's Bear Creek Trail. So we have a
So this is why
that's
Bear
a
Creek
nice
is
clear.
That's why you don't have mountain bikes
Yeah,
following
yeah.
the runners into Uray, because our camera is literally right in the middle of the trail.
So this section is pretty close to the land bridge.
Yeah, this is less than 2 miles up from the land bridge, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this camera? Who's the camera? Who? It's not Corinne, is it? So yeah, this shot right here on Bear Creek Trail is basically above the town of Uray, and then there's a sharp downhill descent on some pretty sketchy trail. Basically a scree field of thin slate tiles. Really, it's like you're running on broken tiles.
10-time Hard Rock finisher Rock Horton said it was like running on broken dinner china.
That's absolutely a perfect description of what the runners are going to have to do as they descend from the Bear Creek trail.
And we also do have our drone up in the air there, so he'll be keeping an eye out for Ludo and Jim coming in. And then I'm sure we'll have cameras on the ground in Uray as well. So I know many of you are hungry for actual footage of the runners, and we are too, but this is Hard Rock 100, and that's an extremely difficult ask. Remember, 4 years ago, there was no live stream of the Hard Rock 100. None.
And let's be frank, like, this is not the most technical part of this descent.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
That's the thing I can't stress enough. Like, when you come down from this and you actually hit that black slate, that is really where it becomes dicey, because it is sharp switchbacks, descending. You know, I was nervous just taking an easy hike out there. And obviously, I am nowhere near the runner that these people are, and I would never even attempt to compare myself. But just, you know, as a basis of comparison, like, the stuff below where this camera is positioned is much worse. I wouldn't expect, even if they were attempting to follow, you can see, like, the road right down there.
Yeah.
You can actually probably, from where they're standing, even though they're maybe 500 plus feet up, you could probably throw a golf ball and actually hit the road.
Yeah.
Like, that's how close and how steep this descent is.
There's a good view of how steep it is. That's looking over the side. Dan asking if I ever would get Skaggs on Crackabrew. You know, I interviewed him a couple years ago when I did legendary races for I Run Far, and it was great. So, yes, I've got some plans for 2026 to do a similar legendary races series, and would certainly include Kyle if he'd be willing to come on. And I suspect he'd come on. He came back to Hard Rock a couple years back, and it was so great to see him here. I suspect sometime in 26 I'll have him back on. I'll have him on. Again, we're looking at Bear Creek Trail, about a mile above the road crossing going into Uray, all downhill. And we have word from our back channel source, Corinne Chalvoy, who is herself an Ouray resident, that the runners are closing in. We're guesstimating 5:20 arrival at the aid station. It was 4:41 when Ludo and Jim passed Corinne. It's now 4:47.
If Ludo rather has already passed this point, do we have the ability to get drone eyes on him? Because it sounds like if Corinne had passed them a mile away from the road. Okay. Cool. Awesome. So we're actually probably looking for Matthew or this one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sweet. All right, we just got an update from our production crew. It looks like this camera we're looking at right now is poised to pick up Ludo and Jim when they roll down Bear Creek. Then we have another runner cam a little bit further into town. We have cameras at the aid station, and we're saving battery on the drone right now, but we'll get that up as well. So get ready. Grab some popcorn and a beverage. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. In fact, it's almost 5 o'clock here. So if you're in the sound of my voice, that's Uray down there. Still a fair bit of descending to go from this point. Jilzy, we are expecting the lead man, Ludo Pomeray, here.
Yeah, the descent into Ouray is very steep.
Yeah, still awaiting David Ayala and Katie further up the course. Katie Scheid into engineer. Again, we expect a little bit of a lag in that report, as we got with the first four. About an hour and a half. So I suspect they're through, and we're just waiting for confirmation of that, which is good.
I will say that this filmer, if they're going to attempt to follow Ludo Pomeray and Jim Walmsley down Bear Creek, they are the bravest follow filmer I have seen in the history of this sport.
That's cool.
Just anxiously awaiting. I can't wait for that shot. If we're able to obtain it, that would be
Mid-Packer
wonderful.
Pod, thank you. And by the way, thanks for having me on the pod. That was a lot of fun. Enjoy that cold hazy. I'm an hour or so away from mine. And CDC talking about the gnarliness of that trail. It is gnarly. No two ways about it. And yet, perhaps one of the most popular day hike trails out of Uray.
Robert March in the chat. The Bear Creek Trail going into Ouray is his absolute favorite section of this course.
Yeah.
You're a much braver person than I. Much braver.
Our filmer saying hi. Always nice. We're here.
Yeah.
Liam's still up there. Taking one for the team.
Oh,
Fireball cam.
Fireball hand cam.
Yeah.
Got another runner coming in. Is that Hannes? Looks like it could have been Hannes.
Yep, Jill Z. Liam is aid station Fireball.
Okay, so that was Tyler Fannin. Thank you very much, aid station Fireball. Robert again. He'd rather descend Bear Creek than Grant Swamp. I mean, if you're going to pick your poison. But what's funny is that if you look at old videos of this race, the Grant Swamp Pass, not that it ever looked anything resembling easy, but you can tell that trail has seen some wear and tear over the course of time. It's become much more loose.
It was a trail. I mean, it was 16. Granted, it was 16 years ago, but it was definitely a trail in 2009. Now I went up it, but it had like switchbacks, and it's gotten a lot worse since this whole region has exploded and people come out here all the time, and no doubt. Here we have a drone shot of a runner crossing the road without a pacer. Might not be a person in the event. They're stopping and going under the bridge. Nope, not a runner. Well, a runner, but. Again, first time in our 3 years of covering Hardrock that we have some drone footage. Not a ton. I know many of you are used to massive, extensive drone footage like we have at Western States and Cocodona and Javelina and so on and so forth. This is a modified version of that, but nonetheless, you're getting a taste of it right now. And from the land bridge for the front runners, it's going to be 18 to 20 minutes to the aid station itself. And I'm not sure if we'll get a shot of the, you know what I mean by land bridge, but it's basically a rock bridge across that highway.
Yeah, it's a cool little overpass there.
Yeah. Here we go. This looks like Ludo and Jim.
Ludo and Jim hitting Uray.
So they're past the land bridge. Doing a little pole adjusting there. This is so great. First time for Mountain Outpost drone coverage of our race leader, Ludo Pomeray, rolling on into Uray. Going by one of our ground cameras. Going to follow a bit here. This is great.
Again, the challenge of having to keep up with Ludo Pomeray and Jim Walmsley. I am in awe of the follow cam that chose to undertake this task.
Just hope
raise your glass.
Hope they don't bang their head on the tunnel. Still having some trouble with his poles jostling around there.
Yeah, I assume if they can't get it all figured out, they'll definitely do a full.
Here we are back up the course.
That would have been Matthew Blanchard,
Mm-hmm.
M2.
Wow, that's
looks like kind of close some of the gap
close-ish, there. But we're not exactly sure how far up that cam is from the land bridge. There's a couple of little kind of scrubby forested sections. It's kind of janky, actually, not that fun. This is the location where about 12 years ago or so, Timothy Olson took a nap on an old decrepit mattress that was just sitting on the side of the trail. That was fun. I Run Far got a picture of it.
Ludo moving pretty smooth. No worries about dropping his pacer in this instance.
That's great. Yeah, and I guess Ludo has Vincent Billard for his second pacing duty, probably from Telluride in.
Looked like our drone froze for a moment there.
There it is.
We got a different angle here.
So this is where we've had that practice with a couple of hobby joggers coming through. Now we have our leader crossing the road and getting into the town trails.
And Jim has paced Hardrock multiple times
I think so.
before. So
Yeah,
I know
I
he
think so.
paced Francois last year into Animus.
And he's done a lot on the course. He for several years he came right after Western States, came up and camped out here, and spent a couple of weeks training on the course
I know he attempted a soft rock a few years ago.
during COVID. Well, he attempted an FKT, and then found himself in the bathroom at Sherman. By the way, the bathroom at Sherman. If you're at Sherman, if you're a crew, you're still there, check it out. You have not seen a Forest Service bathroom quite like that one.
That sounds like the most intriguing / terrifying notification ever.
It is phenomenal. Candles, aromatic candles, motivational quotes on the. Oh man, it's first rate.
That's amazing.
And if you go there, you can only go there 364 days out of the year. It's just a regular old Forest Service vault bathroom. But you go there on Hardrock, oh, wow. It's hard to get out of there.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be why there's so many people staying in Sherman, and not getting out the aid station. They've discovered the bathroom.
Yeah, to reiterate, people asking in the chat if Jim has run Hardrock, the answer is no, he's never run the race, but he's probably done more on the course than you have.
Yeah.
He's
not run Hardrock. I think because of all the years he's done Western States, it's just too close. Lots of people do the double, but it's too close for him. They've got this road section, jumps back on trail. So great. First ever drone coverage here at the Hardrock 100. This is our third edition of the live stream. Got permitted for a few locations, including the towns. So here at Uray, again at Telluride, we think.
We'll see if we can.
We know we had one up at Governor Basin.
Yeah.
Now, again, keeping an eye on the clock, Francois was around 5:18 into Uray.
Oh, here we go. They're entering the Box Canyon Falls area.
Mm-hmm. Ludo's really striding it out. This is the bicycle we saw in front.
Looks like our bike cam froze up a little bit, but we've still got eyes via the drone.
This is great.
Of course, they're descending to the low point of the course, only 7,600 feet.
But to them, it feels so much lower. It just feels like you can breathe, you can eat. It's probably hot. Might be upwards to 80 degrees. Just see all downhill. Just let gravity be your friend. Ludo is just striding this out, looking very relaxed. Getting into some of the residential areas. A big section of residential area, too, leaving Uray before getting onto Camp Bird Road proper. But he's just a couple minutes from the aid station now. So he'll be a good 7-8 minutes ahead of where Francois was back in 2021.
It's not an out and back, but it almost kind of plays like
It almost
one.
plays like an out and back.
Okay, so they're really close to the aid station now. Just a few blocks away. This is one of the streets parallel to the main drag in Uray.
Great, moving really well into the aid station. Ludo Pomeray, the leader, in 11:07 elapsed.
My assumption would be that Jim is going to take him to Telluride.
Yeah,
I think.
that's what I'd think.
Yeah.
And then Visant from Telluride in.
So they've got a nice little stretch of dirt road where they will actually enter the park. If I remember correctly, I don't think they have any more turns. I think it's pretty much straight ahead from him for this point.
And then, so Jim will bring them up and over Virginia's / Kroger's. Nice. Nice.
Very comfortable stride. If you had to guess which one was running the race and which one was the fresh pacer,
yeah, it's really
you might be taken to task a little bit because they both look excellent. That is their destination. That is the Uray aid station, the park at the north end of town.
Again, it's a little longer. It's 58 miles to Uray going this direction, about 43 going the other.
And let's, for comparison, Francois hit Uray on his course record run at 5:12 p.m. So we
it's
are
going to be right just about on it.
Going to be real close.
Yeah.
Way ahead of Relian's 2023 counterclockwise time, where he hit it at 5:31. Yeah, I think that it's going to be just a moment or two. And Francois actually spent 5 minutes at Uray.
Did he?
Yeah, so it's one of the things that I've noticed about watching Francois at Hardrock is that he's going to do things his way, and he likes to be able to dictate the pace of a race. As I mentioned, watching him run in, I believe it was 2022 against Dakota and Killian, where he did finish second, which is amazing, but it didn't seem like he was the one that was dictating the way the race was going, whereas Dakota and Killian kind of traded haymakers at different times.
Well, I think the second half of this race is going to be really interesting on the men's side. I know Ludo won it by 3 hours last year. I think the chasers are a little bit more spicy this year.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think that the gap of victory, if Ludo is to hold on for the remainder of the way, will be anything remotely close to what we've seen this year or what we saw last year. Yeah, Speedy Passos was the runner-up last year and came in 3 hours and 6 minutes behind Ludo.
All right, yeah. Now they're basically in the park, so give it a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be basically just about right on the course record splits, or give or take 1 minute the other direction. And here they are.
Yeah. All right. Now we have follow cam. We also have aid station cams here, so we will see how.
So he gets in at 11:10 and 56 seconds. So, yeah, basically about a minute ahead of course record pace. We'll see how long Ludo takes here in Uray.
I would say just about everybody takes a little extra time in Uray. We're seeing lots of ice. Yeah. Let's just take this in.
Yeah.
Good shot here. He's got 7 uphill miles to Governor, so want to make sure he's fueled up. calm. Looks calm. Chris looks doing his thing. I mean, he's just had a 5,000 foot downhill.
Yeah.
I mean, to put 5,000 feet going downhill.
Icing and rubbing those quads
Anybody's
down.
quads are going to be a little spicy.
He's coming up on 3 minutes here in the aid station. As we mentioned, during Francois' course record run, he spent 5. But conversely, Dylan Bowman, who finished second, was in and out of Uray. I remember that very vividly. He was definitely on a mission to try and run Francois down. So he spent next to no time in the aid station. That I do remember because his setup was all over a huge table.
Well, and you know, the first of my pinch points is coming up, which is a run up Camp Bird, 5 to 8% grade, all road, 7 miles. Some of it's going to still be in the sun at this time. Not like they've had, but a little bit of sun. Looks like he's getting up.
So Ludo's official in time was 5:10 p.m. We'll see if he is heading out or heading out. We're going to see if we can tag along as long as humanly possible. Shout out to our follow cam. You've been tasked with following Ludo Pomerat and Jim Walmsley.
Yes, indeed. See how you guys can do on.
Oh, is it Skylar? All right, have fun with the Skylar.
That's great. I'm glad he made it over there. Looks like Skylar Hall's going to be following him out. That was a quick aid station.
So running through back through this driveway or alleyway, basically, they're going to hit rejoin the trail. They're going to hit the Uray perimeter, and then head up back to Box Canyon Falls through a different trail, and then they're going to head up to Camp Bird Road.
Right. You got to. It's not straight up to Camp Bird Road. That's an interesting little twist here.
Yeah, and it's funny because the Box Canyon Falls is a tourist attraction.
Yeah,
and it is entirely conceivable that as you're going through this little rock tunnel that you might be, you might have to navigate through tourists that are just there with their families and everything like that. It really is. It's a very narrow tunnel, maybe about 4 feet wide or so, give or take.
Hey, any shoe geeks in the chat? It does look like Ludo has a pair of Hoka Tecton X3s, but maybe not. Maybe some sort of prototype. Anybody know that? And what's Jim got on?
Well, we have
we have Brett Horning
here,
we have the
but
prominent
he hasn't said shoe anything. Geek.
What do we got for shoes here? The Tecton 2.5, the Ludo, yeah. That one that was the special, they made 100 pairs. Yeah, we're thinking maybe that was it. He probably got 100 pairs himself.
Yeah, folks, thanks for sticking with us because as you mentioned in the chat, these are the shots we've been waiting for. This is the coverage that we knew that once they got into areas with better reception. You're watching two of the greats of the game right now, side by side, stride by stride.
And there's not a lot of reception on this course, so. So this is as they were coming. So we got some votes for Tecton X3 prototype, Hoka Moonshines. We got a vote for Tecton X 2.5, another X 2.5. So again, coming in on Brett Horning. If my crew at Soul Sports is still watching, you guys got to vote on what Jim and Ludo are rocking here. We know they're Hokas.
So Ludo actually was out in 3 minutes, so 5:13 p.m. The previous course record, Francois Dehaene, was 5:17 p.m. So Ludo a hair ahead of course record pace. As
All right, so this is still a town road. They're going to get into that Box Canyon Park area.
it's kind of funny to watch them in
month.
tandem motion break the poles
Yeah,
out at the
yeah.
exact same time, almost in the same motion.
Matthew Blanchard.
That is correct. Yeah.
No rest for the weary for our follow cams.
And Matthew, as people following the race probably realize, he had been running very closely with Grenier and Miller, but seems to have taken on. Oh, this is beautiful right here.
Oh, yeah.
You've got our M1
Nice.
and Pacer
Nice
on the
work,
left
producers.
and our M2 on the right. Of course, this is the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel presented by Altra and The Feed.
If you're just tuning in, this is Ludo Pomeray with his pacer Jim Walmsley leaving the aid station in Uray, and Matthew Blanchard solo entering Uray. He's still about a mile away from the aid station, going through this sort of lush area. It's a little bit lower, a little bit warmer. Stuff actually grows there. Great split screen here.
As you can see, Jim and Ludo just leaving Uray. Matthew Blanchard on the right, making his way towards the Uray aid station.
Oh, this is great. This is great.
Looks like we have multiple follow cams. Maybe they're going to switch off on Matthew Blanchard here. I thought I saw Corinne Chalvoy in the background.
Mm-hmm.
We know
She's going to get in some miles this afternoon, evening.
And she's been running these trails longer than anybody in this race.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Of course, she was born and raised in Uray.
Blanchard looking good. He's looking real smooth. Said it was about a 3-minute aid stop for Ludo.
Yeah.
That's quick.
Yep.
Here's a good shot of Matthew now back on the drone cam.
Yeah, as you mentioned, with Uray being positioned where it's at, people going in the counterclockwise way tend to spend a few minutes there. Looking at the last instance where the race was in this direction, you're looking at Aurelien spent 5 minutes, Benat spent 4, Javier only spent 3, Arlen Glick spent 4, Jeff spent 4, but
yeah, I mean, it's a great regrouping spot. It's low. You're going to be able to get food and calories down.
Yeah.
You're seeing your crew for the first time. If they went to Sherman since Sherman, if they didn't go to Sherman, you're seeing your crew for the first time since Cunningham.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of reasons to have a couple extra minutes.
Oh, man. Skylar, my heart bleeds for you,
Yeah.
buddy.
Skylar Hall, our friend, he's going to be back on on the call for the overnight.
That is, the Skylar Cam staying ahead of Jim Walmsley and Ludo Pomeray. As they leave the confines of the Uray area.
Yep, his official split for his you're right, is 3 minutes. Wow, that is fantastic. Still waiting for more updates from Engineer, too, on Katie Scheid. I'm guessing that lag is there because I would think she would be through there by now. If anybody has info on that, want to keep an eye on how Katie's doing. Question about Arlen Glick, because you mentioned him. Yes, Arlen had a surgery. He was out in Arizona for a couple of weeks for the opening of the Chase film, and he's in recovery, and he plans to come back in full strength.
I know he wants to come back and become a true hard rocker and run the other direction as well.
He does. He'd kind of been working on a nagging knee issue for about a year. Kind of had that sort of funny gait, and he just said finally realized if he wanted to continue to perform at the level that he wants to perform, that it was better to get the surgery sooner rather than later.
Kudos to Skylar for keeping up with
keeping up with
Ludo as long as he did. We appreciate that so much. And now we are seeing our M2, Matthew Blanchard, heading into Ouray. Probably a handful of minutes out from the aid station.
He was 3 minutes ahead of Herman at the last aid, and 7 ahead of Zach Miller at the last aid. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Somebody's asking a question, and I think that it's a good one to ask or a good one to answer. Somebody asking how Ludo is compared to his own Ghost from last year. The answer is it really is impossible to compare because the course runs entirely different depending on whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. Clockwise, as we have talked about, was up the walls, down the ramps, the longer sustained downhills in the clockwise direction, whereas they are running up the ramps and down the walls this year. And it does make a significant difference.
Looks like we got our bike cam coming back on his bike. There he is. They've got this down to a science. We get the bike cam going, then send the drone back up to find Herman and Zach.
Thank you to everybody here joining us here at the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour. I'm Chris Warden.
And I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're thrilled to have you here at our third broadcast of the Hardrock 100 at Mountain Outpost, and our first with drone footage, as you're seeing right here. This is our second place male, Matthew Blanchard, on the outskirts of Uray.
And AJW and I will be taking you up to the top of the hour, at which point we will have another team joining you here on the Hard Rock broadcast. Time flies. It will be Brett Hornig and Claire Farrow. I have seen both of them milling about and around. Brett's having fun over the producer's desk, and I've seen Claire hanging out nearby as well.
Yeah, I just saw Brett, and he's like, what does this button do? And next thing you know, you see this really cool thing up here.
Looks like, yeah, Germain.
Okay, this is fantastic. So we've got Ludo out. We've got Germain on the right. We've got Matthew on the left.
And, of course, both of them opting to go pacerless, at least into Uray. Don't know if they're going to opt to...
Thanks for the pronunciation help. You do pronounce the G, German. Okay, I'm going to do that.
I have seen no less than 8 different suggestions on how to pronounce his name.
I'm going to go with you because you're the latest to tell me how to do it. German.
See, I said it that way, and somebody told me I was wrong.
Blanchard. You don't pronounce the D. So you don't say it like an American. Blanchard. Like Swiss chard, only blanched.
No, I do try my best to grab a pronunciation guide because, as the sport grows and as our coverage grows, it's going to be something that we're going to be, at Mountain Outpost wanting to do is do right by the runners and make sure that we have their names down pat.
Yeah. So Germain is now third place, rolling into Uray. He's got these couple little switchbacks, and then he hits the road.
I'm kind of torn here because I do like the fact that we're catching these runners on an area that's runnable for these follow cams, but also the notion that if they were to actually catch the slate fields, it would be very eye-opening. Mm-hmm. But I also don't want these follow cams to hurt themselves on those switchbacks because it really is dicey surface. Germain moving very well into the descent leading to the Uray aid. And our follow cams are repositioning to follow in the next runners making their way into Ouray. And that is their destination for this segment of the race. That is the Ouray aid.
So yeah, this is as kind of expected, this chase pack of three. We haven't yet seen Zach Miller, but I suspect he's rolling through.
Shout out to those that are hanging out in the park.
Jason Coop and Sarah Scazzera, two of my CTS coaching colleagues.
I think I just saw a Debo sighting on the side of...
I think he's pacing Germain for at least some of it.
And yeah, so there is ample space for crews to set up to take care of their runners at the Ouray park, and it's really a great place to witness this race, to be able to see things, with total vision.
Chris Twiggs, who was on our coverage earlier this morning,
and also look at the backdrop; it's gorgeous.
Yeah,
it's a great place to take in Hardrock and really see what the race is all about. So, if you are ever coming out here to spectate the race. Outside of Silverton itself, the Ouray aid is definitely a perfect place to do it. Looks like we're back on course.
This is back on the Fireball cam.
Yeah, so this is up off of American Basin. We'll see what we can find out as our cameras reposition themselves. In the meantime, I want to do a quick back of the pack check. It looks like we have had quite a bit of movement, as we only have a handful of runners that have yet to make it into Sherman, which is good because these runners only have 2 hours and 45 minutes at this point. Those runners that are chasing that cutoff at Sherman tonight are Simone Valentine Augustine out of Florida, Terry Miller out of Lakewood, Colorado, Tina Uray out of Mount Shasta, California, Marcy Beard, Livingston, Texas, Denise Klatt, Brookline, Massachusetts, Y. Law, Bethpage, New York, Cal Mitchell, Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, and Makoto Kitamura out of New York, New York.
So let's keep those folks in our thoughts as they roll through. I also want to mention Chris, because
here we got Zach Miller.
All right, here we have Zach, our fourth place male, on his way into the outskirts of Ouray. I want to just a story we're going to have to follow once we hand the microphone over to our colleagues. Is you asked, what do you think someone needs to be in Sherman to have a shot, or in Pole Creek to have a shot of making it to Sherman? I said, about 4:30. Makoto left there at 4:24.
Oh my!
So we shall see. I hope Makoto proves me right.
I would love to see him continue.
But it's 9 miles. Pole Creek to Sherman, 9 honest miles. The last 2, here's Matthew Blanchard. Sorry. I didn't say that, D. It's going to be about a 20-minute gap. And looks like a follow cam on Zach.
Currently M2 on your left, M4 on your right.
Germain in between the two. Brett's going to try and push another button and get a triple screen. Come on in the chat. Don't you love the sort of wood look? And it just.
And
what
we've
an
got
outstanding team. So
Matthew Blanchard hitting Uray 8 at about 11:33 elapsed.
All right, he's in.
So going to be about 23 minutes back on the arrival.
This is cool. More good footage here from our team. Cooling, definitely cooling.
If I can pull an official open split. So, yeah, it is 5:33. I was right on the nose there. So 23 minutes separate Ludo and Matthew as of their entryway into Ouray. Now, we'll see how long it takes Matthew to get himself ready for the next section of this race.
Looks like our drone might be picking up Zach. Zach's got orange shorts. Now I'm going to remember that.
Heading down that Bear Creek descent.
Only been here 5.5 hours. Solid food. There we go. Atta-way, Matthew. Put that sandwich away. I love this.
Zach has given up some time. That's no secret there, but still moving quickly down that descent because it is a technical descent.
He's moving well.
Yeah. Oh no, he's closer than I thought. Matthew is up out of his chair.
And looks like he is starting with a pacer. He did not have a pacer from Animus. So Ludo did.
We'll confirm how far back.
Again, this is Zach. Zach's running in 4th. We'll try to get eyes on Germain in a second.
Yeah, Germain should be hitting Uray 8
Yep.
here very quickly. And Zach is just a few minutes back at this point.
Ilan, thank you for the intel. Matthew's pacer for this section is Will Walker, the co-founder of Knock, who's also Matthew's nutrition sponsor and a good buddy from Montreal. That's cool. I got to use Knock for 4 days straight at Cocodona.
You got it done.
Yep, I like that stuff, especially the the sort of purees they have. They have some really nice, and again, this is not a sponsor plug or anything. They just have really nice purees that are savory. They have like a sweet potato one and a squash one. It's really quite good. So
However, you can get knock supplies at the feed, which is a straight up sponsor.
you can
plug.
get knock supplies. Now, what's Zach doing? He's wandering around in the street. Maybe he was just getting something out of his pack.
Yeah, that was a strange little pause there.
Yeah. So was Matthew's 8 a little bit longer? It felt a little bit longer.
Let's see if I've got,
I got
that confirmation. It did feel
It
longer.
just felt, I don't know if it was, but it felt
3 minutes. So
okay. All right.
stayed at the 23-minute deficit.
So this
that he had
pinch
upon
point,
entering.
this Campbird Road, 7 miles, uphill but runnable, 5 to 8% grade, all road. It'll be interesting. It's kind of a runner's section. Before then, the grindy climb up to Virginius and the super techie wall that you got to go down, all the way to Telluride.
Well, of the three French runners at the front, who is the best, quote, runner? I mean, that's kind of hard to say.
I don't really know. I have to admit.
I mean, Ludo has had success at Western States. Blanchard, definitely moves very well too.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have Zach Miller on the steady descent into Uray. We have 2 runners out of Uray, leader Ludo Pomeray and second place runner Matthew Blanchard. And Germain Grangier is ahead of Zach. Don't have eyes on him right now, but he's closing in on the aid station. There he is. We got our split screen back. Looks very good. Fluid. John, thanks for asking about recovered from Cocodona. Physically, yes. Mentally, probably still, lacking a little motivation and all that kind of stuff. I've heard that happens after 200s, but physically I'm fine. I had a great morning run up Little Giant this morning, and I'm trying to figure out what to put on the calendar next. But thanks for asking. Here comes Germain. This is this last turn. Should see his crew. $11.40.
Great vantage point of Germain there.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark, for your donation. $20. Appreciate it. He looks good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He looks smooth and controlled and
And he's hit the park.
I think we'll see a Coop crew here. Yeah, Coop and Sarah. Good point, good guy. You mentioned is that Germain's style reminds him a little of Caleb Olson. I can kind of see the similarity. Kind of a gliding. gliding style. Okay. Looks like Debo's going to be picking him up for the first section, maybe the whole thing.
So Germain registers as 31 minutes back of Ludo upon entry into Uray aid, about 8 minutes back of Matthew Blanchard.
Shoe change. First shoe change. By the way, aside from Tanya Olson, I think Coop is one of the best foot doctors I've seen. Doesn't look like Germain needs any foot stuff. Just doing a change out.
I think that the freshening up is
Oh, yeah.
absolutely, a solid choice to do in a race like this. I mean, you had to do a water crossing right off the bat, 3 miles in
Yep.
at Arostra Creek, which is actually after the other direction where you do it in 2 miles at
Yeah.
Mineral Creek.
And much deeper in the other direction.
Yeah. Are there any water crossings between here and Telluride to your
No.
memory? Okay. I
Nope,
didn't
it's
think
dry.
so.
It's dry. I mean, when there's snow after Telluride, but there won't be this year. Thanks, Monique Cordes Hall, partner to Abby Hall, will be taking the second section from what we understand. So Dylan Bowman, because Germain has run without a pacer here from Animas, but Dylan Bowman starting here, and then Cordes Hall from Telluride, sounds like.
Of course, these lead runners hitting Uray, they're going to head up Camper Road to Governor Aid, and then things get wild.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they're going to make that climb up to Kroger's Canteen.
Yeah, Jean Ives, you mentioned the Lake Biwa 100, the only qualifier in Japan. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. There was quite a bit of news over the last day or so about a little shakeup in the Hardrock qualifiers. I know that Lake Biwa has been a qualifier, and now Mount Fuji is no longer a qualifier. And here comes Zach Miller making his final 2 turns into the aid station. It looks like he'll be in the aid at the same time as Germain.
So, buddy, your Scott Jaime in the chat actually said there's one crossing at the top of Camp Bird after the aid station.
Oh, thank you, Scott. Scott knows this course better than just about anybody. I think I'd put him, I'd say he might even know it better than Blake and Kirk. But yeah, Scott Jaime, 10-time finisher, knows this course better than anybody. Thanks, Scott, for the correction. So a little bit of water on that initial ascent up Camp Bird.
And Zach is just moments away from the aid station.
And
has given up some
Herman
time.
is just heading out.
And they actually won't see each other directly as
Right.
Herman actually crosses over to the other side of the bridge, whereas Zach comes in, and he's going to actually kind of do a little bit of a U-turn from where he's at. Zach has been doing his best to travel light. I know that was one of his goals entering this race. He felt that having a much lighter pack weight would serve him well. He talked about actually carrying filter bottles so he could actually use the creeks rather than having to stop at the aid stations.
Cooling. I'm thinking he's not sitting down here, Chris.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I think he's treating this like every other aid station. I might stand corrected. They've got a chair for him, but he does look.
So Germain had 4 minutes elapsed, 5:41 to 5:45. Zach registers in at 5:45, and the clock is ticking on him as he works through what he needs to prepare.
Looks like he is changing. Okay, he's going to change a shoe.
Of course, Zach was set to toe the starting lineup this race last year, but unfortunately, due to an emergency appendectomy, had to withdraw. And The crazy part about it is that those of us that were here in town for that week leading up to the race, we heard whisperings that he was still going to try and run less than a week after an appendectomy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, just on the chat, Brian, yes, Bighorn is now out as a Hardrock qualifier starting in 26. Scout Mountain, Luke Nelson's race, and Dark Divide in Washington is in. Also, Hellbender is in the East Coast as Grindstone slides out. Cruel Jewel will stay in the mix in Georgia.
And after we we're going to have coverage of these two as they are in and out of Uray Aid. Germain on the left being paced by Dylan Bowman on their way out, and Zach Miller working through getting his shoes set for the next stretch in the aid station. After that, I do want to give an update on those runners chasing the cutoffs at the back of the pack. Those are the stories that are going to be keeping us going until 6 a.m. Sunday morning.
That's right. Brett, what's the Zach shoe? Is that the Vectif? Okay. Okay. Endurus 4? Endurus 4? Yeah. Because why would you want to have it be a real word? There he is. Zach's out. Just a couple minutes after Germain. Again, no pacer. We think Zach's doing this whole deal solo.
Somebody's asking in the chat, why not let any 100 be a qualifier? Because, frankly, you need to be ready for this race.
Yeah.
And there are very few races, established races, that have shown that they have the infrastructure and capabilities in place to prove to be Hardrock qualifiers.
Yeah, just I had coffee with Chris Kern, the guy who runs the qualifier deal for Hardrock, and I hear the concern about Bighorn. You know, it's been a qualifier forever, and one of the things Chris mentioned is they like to sort of move the qualifiers around a little bit, give different races a different chance to be qualifiers, and Bighorn's going to be a classic race, and it's going to be around for a long, long time. It doesn't need to be a Hardrock qualifier, and I know Luke Nelson is an incredible guy, an incredible runner, an incredible person, incredible race director. You know, the Scout Mountain 100 miler started basically as the Pocatello 50 back, almost 20 years ago. Luke and Jared Campbell started it together, and it's morphed now into the Scout Mountain 100, and I think it's a worthy qualifier. I wouldn't be surprised if a decade or so from now, Bighorn is back on the rotation. So on the left, Germain Granger, and on the right, just off in the distance, Zach Miller. And that is the top four. Again, these guys probably leaving with their nighttime setup. They'll have a beautiful sunset probably on the climb up to Kroger's. In the chat, what are we thinking of the over-under for the mezcal shots that'll be served to these runners as they get up to Kroger's? That's a tradition. They have a nice traditional metal cup and a very small little taste of mezcal that they encourage you, or they serve to you. It's not like they force you to drink it, but it is part of the tradition of going through Kroger's. Germain. And we're back to Jeff Browning.
Bronco, what do you got for us?
In case, she is just should be coming here in about 30 seconds. So I just see her.
Well, we'll keep it here so we can catch our F4, Stephanie Case, coming down off of American Basin. There she is. You can see her.
By the way, of all the runners I saw coming up the Little Giant this morning, she was by far the happiest, running with great joy.
All right, here she
just
is.
To be out here. Stephanie Case, Hardrock board member.
Good job. 4th place. Good job.
Well, Chris, in terms of official aid times, first 2 guys had 3 minutes, second 2 guys had 4 minutes. I'd call it kind of a wash. In your research, you kind of said a lot of those front runners are between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Were there, and interestingly enough, Germain and Zach, who were the 4 minutes, did shoe changes, for what it's worth.
Can see Zach coming out of Uray aid.
She's not that far back. She was a half a mile back.
Yeah, I'm guessing it might be one of those two.
Yeah, she's my athlete.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I coach her. She just did Western States.
Hell yeah.
Freaking 12 days ago. So if you guys can hear me in this studio, we do have Amber coming in F5. She's probably about 90 seconds out.
Perfect. F5 Amber Weibel, the double runner.
Doing the double. She's a giddy up ultra athlete.
How's she looking?
We'll see here in a second. We have a little bit of a lip where we're standing in a little bit of a depression, so we can't really see until they're about 50 meters out from us.
Oh, got it.
All right. Looks like we have 5th place runner
David Ayala.
David
on the
Ayala
right.
descending into Uray on the right.
Thanks to those of you who've been hanging out with us all day long. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are going to be tagging out at the top of the hour to the next team of commentators. We're going to have Claire Farrow and Brett Hornig hanging out with you here till the top of the day, until midnight. And they will be, no doubt, bringing in our lead women into Uray. And potentially our lead men heading even further out, perhaps to
probably see him up and over
Kroger,
Kroger's and into Telluride. That's always fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
See the run through Telluride, and then our overnight crew will, in all likelihood, call the men's finish.
Yeah,
and possibly even the women's finish. We don't know.
Absolutely, of course. The course record this direction is 21:45.50, which would be at 3:45 in the morning. So Stick around. Of course, AJW and I will be back tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And again on Sunday.
I think we're back at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, we have morning shift tomorrow, yeah.
Well, I was going to take the kid up to Uray for dinner, but that just scratched those plans. I think we're going to stay in town.
Yeah, I'm staying in town. Yeah, we have the 24 to 30 hour mark.
That's
always
right.
a fun. That's always a fun one.
That thing's sweet. I love it.
All right, we've got the Bronco Billy cam in the lower right. We've got
There we go. We've got the triple screen.
Do they come with the hangers built onto the trailers?
Zach heading up out of Uray.
Oh yeah, they do. Sorry.
Okay. I saw another one. I was
Is
like,
that her?
no way, two people.
Yeah, that's her.
No.
She's doing the double. She did Western States 12 days ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they do it for when they lift it. That makes sense. Because there's one at the front, or they can just click on.
Hey, you guys in the studio, we've got a visual on
indeed,
Amber, but she's still probably 2 minutes
Get dark
out.
overnight. They'll probably get dark as they get up closer to Kroger's. Actually.
I just wish I spent more time. Yeah. No, that's the dream. Is to get one of those.
Okay.
Yeah, it was my very big, very big splurge. Did you get it in there?
See David Ayala now approaching the streets of Uray.
I got a little discount on it. That makes sense.
What a
But it's like
solid
a
race
heater,
so
it's like
far
a-
for
yeah.
David.
Different
Wow.
Windows on each side. Like I even like the quilted liner for like, it's a little warmer.
Looked like the
And a
Skylar
heater.
cam was heading back to reposition
Electricity
itself.
on the
Hopefully
what?
get himself a few minutes of a breather.
The heater had this little propane leak forever. Like
Here's Katie.
occasionally would, like, the tiny-
Awesome.
never
We've got Katie
Wow.
Scheid
Set
approaching
Set off
Uray.
falling asleep, and I went and got it fixed this year.
Wow, she looks
And, like,
strong.
I could totally sleep at-
Yeah, this is a spot we've seen a couple runners already. This double track gives way to single track and zigzags down and crosses the road.
So I want to verify here because Courtney's split at Uray in 2023 was 13:24. So that would have been 7:24 p.m.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But I also want to also want to reference that against her 2021 split because she was moving very well before she opted to call it a day there as well. I'd be curious to see which.
Shaped like a dumbbell.
So she hit Uray at 12:56 in 2021. So she was faster.
Well, Katie's going to be there at like 12, 20,
Wait.
20, 25-ish.
Did I just say that correctly? So when Courtney set the course record in 2023, she got to Uray in 13:24.
Okay, 13:24.
In
I'll remember that.
in 2021, she got there in 12:56.
Right,
So
which was the year she ended up dropping.
yeah, but she was 30 minutes faster when she
When-
dropped.
Yeah.
So Courtney holds the course record, obviously, but her split there was not as fast as the year she withdrew from Uray that year when she had some issues.
So right about 12 hours now. It's incredible. What a run for Katie so
I
far.
don't see a bib.
No, this is I saw her at Grouse. She's a.
Here comes Bronco. I got it.
Yip, 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 yip.
All right.
Hey, you guys, we got Amber coming in, doing the Western States Hardrock double, 12 days apart.
All right, now we've got eyes on David Ayala, Katie Scheid, and Bronco Billy. Jeff, what do you have for us?
Amber's coming in, F5. Here's our top 5 women right here. She's doing great. Doing the double, Western Hardrock. Good job. She looks good. She's smiling.
Awesome. Is she right where
do
she
know
should
she had
be
some,
with what you expected as her coach?
What's that?
Is she right where you would have expected her to be as she is
Yeah, we
somebody
didn't
you're
put a lot
associated
of
with?
goals on Hardrock. We just said show up and run. Spread the peanut butter. So she wanted to really focus on Western Station. She had some blister issues. She wanted to run faster. She had a little bit of feet issues. She had macerations. So she had her bottom of her feet the last 2 weeks have peeled. So, but she thinks it's going to be okay. And it seems like she's moving well. She's running uphill right now. So
That's
she's moving well.
fantastic. Yeah, I'm super impressed with
And
the
that,
fact
that
this
rounds out our top
turnaround.
5, and I think that's probably going to round out our coverage from grouse.
All right. Well, Jeff, thank you very much. I know you'll be in the studio here and be able to share more of your knowledge and your expertise from this course. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Giddy up.
Jeff Browning, folks, as we see Katie Scheid making the descent into Uray. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a quiet swap here. AGW, it's been a pleasure.
Been fun, Chris. We'll see you all in the morning, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we're going to hand it off to our nighttime crew, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Claire Farrow and Brett Hornig on the way here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and The Feed.
All right, we've got a bit of a commentary change. I'm Brett Hornig.
I'm Claire Farrow.
What do we got going on right now? It's probably going to take a couple minutes to get our bearings here in the studio.
Katie's still absolutely flying down the road right now.
Yeah, so Katie Scheid, F1, making her way into the Uray aid station. Probably still a handful of minutes out. In the bottom right, we have M5, David Ayala, who is taking on quite a bit of cooling. The temps are still warm over here. This is the low point of our course.
I have it on good authority, though. He's a math guy, and I've been told that they don't make mistakes, so I think he's going to be doing pretty well.
I believe it. He knows the temperature, the over-under number for water and ice.
I think someone's asking which pack he has. I think to me that looks like the Ultimate Direction.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that.
I forget which one that's called, but...
You zip into it on the side.
Yeah.
Like a tactical vest.
It reminds me of kind of like the naked vest, too, the way it kind of looks like a sports bra.
Yeah, I remember Jason Schlarb was wearing it last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he loves that vest.
Okay, so... Oh, speaking of Schlarb, I just saw him
Schlarb
in the corner
sighting.
of the screen. Schlarb sighting. Let's see, we're going to try and get eyes on someone. So David Ayala just left the aid station in 5th behind Zach Miller. While we get some eyes going, let's check some of those gaps. So out of Uray, Ludo Pomeray was leading. He left at 5:13 p.m. Matthew Blanchard was 23 minutes back from Ludo. And then Germain Granger was 9 minutes back. And then Zach Miller was just 4 minutes back from Germain.
He was in and out, too. That was so fast.
Yeah, definitely got a bit of battle for the podium. Was it M3 and M4? They both did shoe changes in Uray. Didn't look like David did. He had a pretty quick 2 minutes in the aid station in Uray. So he was actually the quickest one through that aid as they head up the long climb out of Camp Bird Road. And we're just awaiting Katie Scheid. Should be the next runner incoming into Uray. But for now, enjoy the scenic mountain views from our Skycam, sponsored by The Feed.
Love those drones. It's so cool that they can do those shots now.
Yep, and that's a new addition to the Hardrock live stream for this year is a little bit of drone coverage in select parts of the course, which they said it was never going to happen.
Yeah. Mountain Outpost can move mountains.
Apparently.
Or at least move a drone over them. I think someone asked how far back Zach was from Ludo. I think he was like
23 minutes.
Yeah.
And for those who are just tuning in this evening, I'm Brett Hornig, and I'm joined by Claire Farrow, and we are awaiting the women's leader of the race, Katie Scheid, into the Uray aid station, which is at mile 58.6.
I'm just checking what Chris and AJW were talking about with Courtney's splits coming into Uray, because, yeah, in 2021 she came in at just under 13 hours, and that was where she dropped. And then in 2023, she came in at about 13 and a half. So Katie's probably going to smash that
well
as she's coming in right now about, what?
Couple minutes.
45 minutes ahead of when Courtney came in and then ended up dropping there. So
yeah. And the interesting thing with Courtney's splits is they were pretty solid through about Uray, and then in the second half of the course, she did bleed a pretty good amount of time, at least just in terms of like where she was. I mean, she was still winning the whole thing, but for her average pace, it was slowing down. So it'll be really interesting to see how Katie's splits through these next few checkpoints then react to Courtney's course record splits.
Yeah.
Because with the way Katie's been looking, I feel like there's the potential for her to go like even further under course record.
Yeah, I mean, she looks incredible. I was telling someone right before we got on, I was like, I wish I could run like this normally, like 1 mile in.
Yeah, it'd be
not
fantastic.
Almost 60, especially on a course like this.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, we're watching people at the very end of a 5,000-foot descent, which they've done a handful of other descents of almost that size already. So to just have like
quads
even
of
halfway
steel.
decent legs at this point is really, really impressive.
Someone asked what shoe Katie's wearing. I was assuming the new On Ultra, like super shoe.
Yeah, the Cloud Ultra Pro. Just the stock, the regular one that you and I can buy. Looks like Katie's jogging in with Western States champion Abby Hall. Do we know if Abby was going to pace Katie at all, or just crew?
I don't know. That would be pretty incredible if she paced her, 2 weeks after winning states.
Yeah, that would be a good turnaround. I guess we'll see.
Oof. I love seeing how efficient people are at aid stations. As someone who's not efficient at them at all, it's really aspirational.
Yeah, like even as tired as someone might be, it's so automatic. One thing I was going to say is it's actually really impressive how good everyone has looked through this aid station. This has been one in past years where some people start to look pretty bad. I mean, a couple years ago we saw Courtney like puking all over the grass, and even 2 years ago when she, or I guess last year as well, when she was running pretty well, she was still a little iffy here.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Katie's just drinking a little bit of water. Stroopwafel, maybe?
Nice. Yeah. Someone said Abby's just crewing, but Cody Lind is pacing at some point.
That's right. Let's see, so Katie's going for a hat swap.
Mm-hmm. I
wonder what's in that cup.
I know these are the questions I always have. I want to know what people are eating, what they're drinking.
Katie has been a pretty big proponent of like not shying away from real food at any point during the race. Like she's always talked about, even at Western States, UTMB, like give me a cheese sandwich.
I love that.
Yeah, she was saying that it's not even in the like emergency fueling plan. Like that's just in the fueling plan. And she might be chowing down on a sandwich right now. So again, for those who are tuning in right now, we're watching Katie Scheid F1 at the Uray aid station at mile 58. Seems like from body language standpoint right now, seems like she's maybe just okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like stretching things out, doing some deep breathing, like not really moving in a like super fast kind of way. Which I mean, she has that luxury.
She looked good coming in, but now maybe just settling a little bit.
Yeah. And sometimes you get that too, where it's like you spend so much effort just making sure you get to the aid station that things can kind of temporarily shut off a little bit when you get there. And
yeah, I thought when I stop moving sometimes, then it's just when everything kind of hits you and you're like, oh shoot.
Yeah, you start like feeling the feels, and then you're like, and it's like, do I stay longer and try and work through this, or do I just get out and like hope that I can return back to the flow
fix
state
itself.
that I was
You just
in?
gotta get things moving again.
So,
someone did ask what vests or pack that crew pacer. I believe it's a Terex pack.
for Katie?
Yeah, what her crew person is wearing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of the like Terex like fast packs, like 15 or 20 liter, and I believe Katie is wearing just a black version of On's Ultra vest. I don't know what the actual.
I would assume everything she's wearing is probably on.
Yeah, which I did wear it on my long run this morning. It's actually a pretty sweet vest. Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks in the chat. Meredith Terranova is who has been working with Katie on her nutrition.
Oh, she's great.
That's like home field advantage.
Yeah.
Nutritionist right there. As the Terranovas have such a long history with this race.
And she knows what she's talking about.
And even at this point in the race, so much of it is just active problem solving. And sometimes it's really nice to have just another person to bounce ideas off and be like, this is what I'm feeling. And they're like, cool, this is what you should do. And it's like, thank you for letting me not have to think about that.
Yeah. It's what Coop's whole thing of the whole team of having all the experts around you.
Yep.
Kind of outsource all the thinking.
Yep. Try and just turn the runner to merely just a vessel.
All you have to do is move your legs.
Carry the
Everyone
bib.
else can figure everything else out.
Looks like she's getting ready.
Movement.
I wonder if she's dealing with some back or chest sort of
Yeah, the way
things.
she's kind of moving around.
Yeah.
Stretching something out, maybe. I mean, she's also, again, so far ahead of Courtney's split, everything. She's so far ahead of everything. Like, she has time to kind of figure things out if something's going wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious as to the conversations that they're having.
Did you see Coop's comment? I mean, training is important, sure. That's the rumor.
All right, Katie's up out of the chair.
I'm also always curious as to what everyone has in their packs. Again, really nosy. We want to know exactly what people are eating, drinking, what they're putting in their pack.
Well, and Hardrock's kind of a mystery race in that regard because there is no mandatory gear list, so it's really up to the runner to make sure that they have everything needed. You know, like UTMB, there's no surprises as to what's in the pack. You know, we got like 12 headlamps, 7 sets of batteries, 48 rain jackets, but like all the runners here, we don't really know what's going to be in there.
Yeah. Ooh, someone recommended a shot of tequila, which is a bold strategy, I would say.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a Hail Mary.
I worked in aid station at like mile 70 of the Chattanooga 100 one year, and I was giving everyone shots of whiskey. And I did have a couple people after the race say it saved their race. So,
Sometimes
but that
it
was
can
mile
help.
70, not 58. So.
Sometimes it can help relax things. I'm not trying to be like running on trails on the side of a mountain.
No, I don't need my judgment
with no
compromised in
oxygen.
something like this.
Yeah.
I can compromise my judgment all on my own. Oh, there we go. Looks like she has a pacer.
Yeah, this is one of those sneaky spots of the course. You'd think, like, I'm descending to the lowest part of the course. I'll get the most oxygen. You know, I'll kind of come back to life. But it's also one of the warmer parts of the course, and you kind of start to bake. I mean, we saw with the amazing drone footage how exposed and open those sections of the course are. And, you know, you do still get warm running downhill. So I'm curious if that is one of the factors that can turn some stomachs here. I mean, we don't know for sure if Katie's having, you know, stomach issues or anything like that, but you could tell just with the way that she was in the aid station that she was definitely working through something. But great to see her get up out of the chair, make her way out.
I mean, all things considered, she didn't really spend that much time there.
No. Yeah, I mean,
She's still, again, about 30 minutes ahead of Courtney's fastest split from 2021 and way ahead of her split from 2023.
Yeah, like 45 minutes up on her split from Courtney's split from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some mind games going on as well because, I mean, I know Katie's studied this course. She's probably run this section, and it's tough to know that, you know, as long as that descent was, this next climb is a little bit longer, you know, and it's going to be 10 miles uphill on the first bit, something that you should be running a good amount on, and it's just hard to stay out of your own way in some situations like this. But great to see Katie running.
Yeah. Still moving good, waving to spectators, so.
So going back to the previous aid station split at Engineer at mile 48.7, we have a split update between F1 Katie Scheid and F2 Manon Bohard. And Katie was just over an hour and 10 minutes up on second place at mile 48.7. That's the most recent time gap that we're able to get.
Yeah, Leah just confirmed that Katie was 59 minutes ahead of Courtney's 2023 CR split from Uray, so she's still far ahead of that CR right now.
Right on. Leah Yingling in the chat. Thanks for the stats.
Yeah, I trust those stats.
Leah's good at numbers. So just like everyone else at home, I also have the iRunFar Twitter open.
You can't not.
Handful of minutes ago, they said Manon Bohard was second in the women's race at Engineer at mile 50.5 and was 73 minutes back of the lead.
So we've got a little time.
Didn't stop for aid.
Oh, someone asked Katie's place overall. She is, I believe, sixth
overall.
Yeah.
Yes. Looks like we have eyes on Kyle Curtin on the right side of the screen, making his way into Uray.
So that's our.
So that is Eric Sorensen, who is pacing Katie Scheid. And I believe he is a Uray local. They met when Katie and Germain were out here scouting the course.
Nice.
And Eric's a very accomplished runner himself. And
to have
a
get
local
some of that
person.
local knowledge, yeah. Especially if you can't get out here to train on the course a ton. I feel like that's probably pretty helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. He probably knows all the neighbors.
Yeah, he's just saying hi to his friends, just out for a run.
So just a little rundown on the women's race. We've got Katie Scheid leading, and then Manon Bohard in second, Katarina Hartmuth in third, Amber Wiebel in fourth, and Stephanie Case in fifth. And it looks like Stephanie Case, according to the tracker, might be in Animus Forks right now. So I have an in time, but we don't have an out. But I know that one's also been a little bit slow to update today. So Katie spent 10 minutes at Uray.
Yeah, which is like
Really not that
nothing.
long.
I've definitely spent longer in aid stations not having a bad day.
It is amazing how long 10 minutes in an aid station feels.
Yes.
Like Katie probably thinks that was an hour.
I mean, it felt like a really long time even just watching it because we're just all staring at her as she's doing all this.
So if we're waiting Kyle Curtin into Uray, that means he would have overtaken Gabe Joyce and Brian Colmo on the way down into
Yeah, because
Uray,
he was
which-
in 9th.
Yeah, and if he's the next one in, then he would have jumped up to 7th.
Got some more good drone shots thanks to the feed. It looks like we got a runner on the drone.
So would this be Kyle Curtin coming down in, or is this someone else?
This might be someone else.
All right, we'll
They're
try
moving.
and they're running well down there. We'll see if we can
About
get
to
an idea on
overtake
them.
some hikers.
on your left.
Excuse me, real quick.
Or maybe they're not running in the race. I mean, that
happened to me this morning. I ran by Cunningham Gulch, and people started cheering for me, and I was like, no, I'm not in the race. Please, no.
Yeah, man, I mean, they look pretty loaded up. Oh yeah, they've got a bib number on.
Need people to start wearing their names in really big letters in the back of their pack or something.
See, we might maybe have a bike or a runner cam running up to meet them at some point. We shall see.
Someone in the chat said he was scared of the dog. Maybe he wanted to pet the dog. What about that?
Yeah, I don't blame them for either being scared
Yeah.
or wanting to pet the dog. Both are valid.
We've got one guess that it's Gabe. So.
Yeah, I do think Gabe had like a blue pack on, and I thought I saw some hints of blue there.
It's good that they have the giant arrows. That's helpful.
Mm-hmm. I know the parts of races that I always get nervous about is when you're going through like residential areas.
I've managed to get lost almost everywhere, but that is definitely one of the easier places, I would say.
Yeah, that was a very nice bridge. So we're thinking this might be Gabe Joy's. Okay, so looking at the tracker and kind of putting some pieces together, there should be at least one or two runners in front of Kyle Curtin. According to the satellite tracker, it should be Gabe Joyce next into Uray, followed by Brian Colmo, and then F2 Manon Bohard, then Kyle Curtin.
Which, you know, tracker's famously extremely reliable, so who knows?
Gabe is a great coach for Trails and Tarmac. If you happen to be running Hardrock and want to be coached by someone who is experienced at this race, reach out to Gabe.
I just like to see people from Wyoming. I lived in Cheyenne for like a year and a half, so represent.
All right. Yeah, Gabe runs year-round over in Lander.
Man, running in Cheyenne in the winter was terrible. So cold.
I hope Gabe was able to do a little bit of heat training for this one.
Yeah.
Okay, confirmed. That's definitely Gabe. That's his Scarpa pack.
Okay. With someone in the chat saying Lander's better than Cheyenne. I'm not going to argue with you there. Cheyenne was a place.
I haven't been to either, so I don't have an opinion on the matter.
You're not missing much. It's fine.
Someone in the chat was asking how Hillary Yang was doing. It looks like she's sitting in
She's
12th.
still- okay.
Right now, her last checkpoint was Burroughs Aid Station an hour and a half ago.
Well, it looks like she's near Junko, who's also really, really lovely runner. So.
So for anyone in the chat that is also following the race via the live satellite tracking, one thing to keep in mind is that the gaps might not be as small or as big as they seem. So like, for example, David Ayala looks like he's right behind Zach Miller, but Zach's tracker hasn't pinged in 25 minutes, whereas David's pinged 5 minutes ago. So that gap is likely larger than it is.
Take those trackers with a grain of salt, always.
Yeah. And it shows Ludo behind Matthew, but Ludo's hasn't pinged in a half an hour. To answer Kim in the chat, yes, Gabe is the one who impaled himself with a pole a few years ago. He took a fall and stabbed his thigh and almost bled out on the trail, but he got really, really lucky. Amazing comeback story there.
Okay, new nightmare unlocked for me.
No more poles while running downhill.
Yeah.
That was the lesson learned there.
Yeah, I do know people who do that, who use poles downhill. I've never understood the use case, really.
Just a few times when I need like one additional point of contact.
Yeah, I can see it for like really steep stuff, but
for the most part, yeah, I'm stowing those things away.
yeah.
One of the very unique things about this Hardrock, the whole run in itself, is how spread out the race gets. Like for everybody. I mean, it is not uncommon at all for you to spend most of your time out there by yourself, and that's definitely something that you would need to train for.
Yeah, I mean, I did just see one of the I Run Far updates that like the women's 10th place just hit mile 36, and first place has already left 58. Like that's
that's
a pretty
big
wide gap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to create those narratives in your head, figure out those metaphorical
get really
carrots
comfortable
to
in your
chase.
own head by yourself.
Yeah, because there might not always be someone to try and catch that you can immediately see. You just have to pretend that whoever's in front of you might be throwing up around the next corner.
Got to work on that intrinsic motivation.
Absolutely. Someone in the chat asked what the course markings are like, and most of the course markings are these like little metal stakes that go into the ground. There's a pretty big, thick, like orange ribbon that says Hardrock 100. Please don't remove. And
It's
they've
got the
a big
logo and everything.
logo, big reflective piece on it, so that way they show up at night. With that being said, you can only put so many flags on a course like this, and there are a lot of junctions out there on the trails, so you do really have to pay attention, and it's not uncommon at all to, briefly miss a turn and have to backtrack, hopefully not missing a turn and going a long ways in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely have to pay attention to the course markings. It's really nice to have the GPX file on your phone or your watch. Just to have that extra safety blanket of knowing exactly where you are.
I finally learned, like this weekend, how to send a GPX file to my watch from Koros.
It's a game changer.
It's so helpful.
It was
I don't know how I haven't been doing this
10 years ago.
Yeah. I don't know how I was doing it with just kind of going, I'll figure out the turns as I go.
Were you there stuffing paper maps into your pack?
I've on my phone, I just have okay, you turn at this junction, you take a left. No wonder I got lost all the time.
Okay, so we've got the Governor aid station. Is that Ludo in aid at Governor right now?
So that's what,
Yes,
66 about?
Yep. So try and pull up this course profile.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much almost entirely a 3,000-foot climb into Governor.
Oh, so he's, 2/3 of the way up the climb out of Uray? Oh, man, that's brutal. Back in my day, we would enter and leave aid stations going uphill both ways. That's Governor.
It's a good excuse to take a break, though.
And also, I wouldn't be too concerned. Ludo looks a little tired right now, but he's also been climbing for the last hour and a bit.
Yeah. If you're not tired, Oof, you're built different.
Yeah, even Ludo's probably feeling a little bit tired right now.
I think his tired looks a little different than everyone else's.
So he's this aid station is at like 10,700 feet, and then the next aid station is right at 13 at Kroger's.
I think we also have.
Gabe has made his way into the Uray aid station.
Also taking a seat.
And I'll fact check myself on this, but I believe
is Ludo
this
leaving?
is.
Yeah.
Yep, Ludo's
Nice.
out.
In and out.
I'll fact check myself, but I do believe this is Gabe's second Hardrock. Yeah, Gabe got 4th at the 2017 Hardrock in just under 27 hours.
So he knows what he's doing.
Knows what he's doing, but it's been a minute. I'm totally just eyeballing that right now, but it feels like he's probably quite a bit faster than 27-hour splits at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not a math person, so I can't do any of the math there, but my vibe says yes.
Yeah, we'll use this Governor aid station to get some gaps between Ludo, Matthew, Jermon, Zach Miller.
I think I've been telling everyone that Zach Miller is my mom's favorite athlete in this race because he's also from Pennsylvania, and she only really knows about runners who are from Pennsylvania. So,
I mean, that's a good athlete to be a favorite of.
Yeah.
So I have an excessive amount of tabs open, but I will just read Iron Far's most recent Twitter update with Gabe. 6th place, 97 minutes back from Ludo. He said, oof.
I feel that. Oh, you think he's doing at least a sock change, perhaps a shoe change? Those socks look very fresh.
I mean, I think oof, that's totally valid at this point.
Yeah.
It was a long descent.
It's hot.
It's warm. Looks like they're not in the sun anymore, which is nice. So we've got, in the top screen, we've got Gabe Joyce and his family there. Bottom left, we've got a drone shot of Ludo and pacer Jim Walmsley. And on the bottom right, we're looking. That's a drone out of Telluride. Just scoping out the vibes. Again, this is the first time we've ever had drones at Hardrock. Always Mountain Outposts continuing to elevate the live stream game.
Mm-hmm. They said it couldn't be done. They did it anyway.
This is only year 3 of the Hardrock live stream.
I think we should get some of those like Boston Dynamics robot dogs and put some cams on those to follow runners. That's for next year. That's what I'm proposing. I'm going to tell Zach.
Well, that's really pushing the
He's gonna love
boundaries
that.
of the tech blending with this race. I don't know how I feel about that. Runner cams deserve to be humans.
Yeah, which, speaking of, if anyone ever wants to be a runner cam, it's really fun.
I love getting dropped by people.
I got to do the runner cams at Forest Hill for a bit. That was really fun. I learned I can keep up with Killian as long as he's 60 miles in and I only have to run half a mile. Easy.
Yep.
That's all it takes.
Yep. I had the pleasure of trying to follow Caleb Olson out of Forest Hill down to Cal 1, and
You're very brave.
I burnt all my matches. But it's nice to be sitting here in the lovely this Silverton gym where we've got this awesome studio. Shouts to producer Connor, co-producer Zach. I don't know what his title is, but he's doing everything. Sorry, you don't have a third pair of hands there to press buttons.
Yeah, it looks like he did do a shoe change, I'm guessing. Those look quite fresh.
Shoe changes are interesting. It's like sometimes you might plan it, but then you get there and you're like, well, I don't actually want to. Or you might plan to use one shoe the whole time, and then you're like, oh, damn, these are actually not working very good. For me personally, I've come to learn that it's like I'll have the extra shoes ready, but it's going to be like purely a vibes decision.
Yeah.
And not going to be on the spreadsheet. Because sometimes you just tie them right at the beginning of the race, and you just don't want to touch it anymore.
Yeah, I think I've only changed shoes maybe once in my first Ultra, and I regretted it and changed them back like 2 miles later. So since then, haven't bothered.
I've done too many planned shoe changes and then immediately regretted it and being like, why did I do that? I only did that because it was because I wrote it down.
You can't get married to the spreadsheet. That's a problem.
I wonder what's in that baggie. Are those Cheetos or
Hell yeah.
probably goldfish maybe? There's a lot of
it could be.
There's a lot of orange.
It's probably not carrots.
Probably not carrots. That doesn't make
Too
any
much
sense.
fiber.
Yeah, it's just empty.
Oh, what's that?
A popsicle?
Oh.
Maybe one of those like little like Jello sticks
Ooh.
that you like choke on. Yeah, you know, they're like. Gabe's going for the red one first. I think he's just dual wielding Otter Pops.
Why not?
Got a red and a green. So that makes for purple throw up.
Well, they're complementary, so I think together they make brown.
Brown throw up.
Yeah.
Sick.
They're opposite on the color wheel. I took an Otter Pop in the middle of the Boston Marathon, and it was the best decision I ever made. So good.
Wow. So someone in the chat said Zach Miller and Germain pinged together.
Aw, cute.
Oh yeah, they are pretty close together. Historically, Zach Miller has always been a very strong climber, and descending has been one of his weaker spots. I mean, in many of his UTMB, like first 2 or 3 UTMB attempts, he would put massive gaps on the Europeans on the climbs and then get caught on the downhills, and it didn't work. But I mean, and I think that just goes to show like you do have to be pretty well rounded. I always go back and forth with Hardrock. The additional element being at altitude, like, is this a climber's course or a descender's course?
Both.
It's turning into more both. Like in the past, like back in the day, I'd always heard that it was more of a descender's course because the altitude kind of neutralized a lot of the climbing. And if you were so strong that you could put big gaps on people climbing, then you probably could just do that descent. You're just better.
Yeah.
Like Killian historically has opened up the race on some of the late descents because that was when he's decided that he was going to win. You know, the only year that he didn't do that was the dislocated shoulder year where he couldn't descend fast.
So iconic.
So then he had to become a climb. Like he had to win it on the climbs.
I broke my wrist on a run like right after that year. And I had to like tuck my arm into my vest, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm like Killian." Wow. So stupid.
You're really trying to be like your heroes.
I was just like, "Well, what is this? How do I deal with this situation?" I saw someone do it.
So we've got Gabe leaving the Uray aid station, making his way to Governor.
Looks like
That'll
he
be the
picked
next
up
one.
his pacer.
So then Brian Colmo should be the next runner coming into Uray. We're going to roll into a quick ad break right now.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at The Feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration, and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at thefeed.com.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
All right, we're back with another drone shot from the feed. Just waiting on more runners to come into an aid station.
Please feed the animals.
Did you see the new bottles they made for all the different animals?
Yeah, they're pretty
They're
sweet.
really cute.
Collect them
The
all.
last thing I need is I need more bottles. Like I need a hole in my head, but like they are pretty cute.
So through the engineer aid station at mile 48, Katarina Hartmuth came through in third. So we have Katie Scheid, Manon Bohard, and Katarina Hartmuth is our women's podium.
Aaron Farr said that Katarina said she's doing a lot better and ate a lot.
Okay,
She's
so
ready for the night, so.
had a little bit of a rough stretch. One of the cool things, though, about this race is that it's long enough where you could have a rough stretch somewhat early on, bounce back from it, and move up a lot. I mean, one of the historic stories of that is, I forget which Hardrock it was for Jamil Curry, where it was one of the years Killian won it, where Jamil, he took a 3-hour nap somewhere in the middle, but then the second half of the race, the only person that was faster than him was Killian.
Sometimes you get that reset, and you can just kind of really make up all that time you spent napping.
Yeah.
I can't, but some other people can.
Yeah, Ouray did it on purpose just so he could have some insane splits at the end. But yeah, one of the cool parts about this race that just makes it very dynamic. It's something like we're seeing that less and less at Western States, where it's like if you make one mistake, there goes the podium, there goes the top 10.
I mean, that race is just so fast, you just can't make a single mistake.
Yeah, in these 20+ hour races. You have a little bit more wiggle room to actively problem solve things that go out there, because it still seems like even for the winners here, I mean, Ludo last year I guess would be one example, but not too many have relatively perfect days.
Yeah. I just hope Jamil this year sticks to his threat of hiking the whole race. I did see a very short video of him looking like he was running, which is a little disappointing, but...
Yeah, I'm curious if we'll see, because Jamil is one of a handful of athletes in this race that are doing the Western States Hardrock double, and I'm curious to see if Jamil will be a double golden hour finisher, because he did sneak in at the very beginning of the Western States golden hour. I think it was 29:0 something.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think he should. I think he should wait even if he gets here early enough, he needs to like wait on a street corner until it's golden hour, and then he can
that's
finish.
cheating. He has to do it the right way.
I'm gonna go out there and
do it
just
organically.
not let him finish.
Yes,
He has to go do an extra lap or two.
Golden hour here, 47 hours. And yeah, it's a pretty special time that last few hours of this race. We usually will have a handful of runner cams running the final finishers in. So it's been 15 minutes since Ludo left the Governor Aid Station when we have not seen an update to M2.
Yeah, which, I mean, they were...
Do we have eyes on Brian Colmo coming into the Uray? Almost. He's imminent to the aid station. Yeah, he's already in town. According to Iron Far Twitter, still so valuable. I am absolutely a fan of following the race through the live stream and Iron Far's
and the Iron Far Twitter is just the classic. Like that's the live streams are all still so new. I mean, even for me, Western States live stream still feels so new. I'm so used to only having the Iron Far Twitter. I used to have my notifications on for all of their updates. I would be glued to my phone.
I like looking at the pictures.
And you get the little, like, updates.
Yeah.
What they say, if they see Megan and Ryan. It's great. Someone asked for an estimated finish time. I don't do math.
So, Ludo was still right on or just under Francois Dane's course record split. So if we just take that all the way out to estimated finish, then that would be 21 hours and 45 minutes.
We got someone in the chat saying that his time last year in the opposite direction was 21:33, so similar.
Yeah, it's amazing how similar the course records are in both directions, even though on paper it seems like one direction should be faster than the other, but it's just not.
I mean, it's the loop. It's the same amount of elevation and gain either way,
I guess,
right?
Yeah, but one of them's got such steeper sides and the other's got more runnable, and usually want to go up the steeper sides and run down the ramps.
I'd much rather like just have a brutal hike straight uphill and then get some nice gradual runnable downhills.
Yeah, both directions are destroying me, so I don't think it matters for anyone but like the top two.
Speedgoat used to have that race that was just downhill. That's like my dream race.
That sounds so dangerous.
I'm gonna get some nice drone shots of town while we're waiting for more runners to hit Uray.
Yeah, I think there's like a sweet like little water park in Uray, like a hot spring with some stuff.
We got Kyle Curtin coming in. Man, no pack.
Huh.
Looks like he has a belt on though.
He lives in Durango, so pretty familiar with the area.
No stranger to long distances after the Colorado Trail, I would say.
Yeah, this is. I wonder if like something like Hardrock feels like a long race for Kyle, just with how much longer he's gone.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it puts it into perspective. Sometimes it's just too different. It's like, no, this still feels far.
Yeah, I mean, they might at some point it's kind of an entirely different sport.
crew partner, maybe pacer. Looks like Sarah Osazuski.
Mm-hmm. She looks kitted up to pace, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So. Someone else also very accustomed to very long distances, I would say.
100%. Former Cocodona champion.
Yeah.
And Kyle was just taking a little nature break. It happens.
Yeah. I mean, I've said before that one of my favorite parts about ultra running is just getting to pee in really beautiful places. You don't get that with road
Unfortunately,
running.
Kyle had to use a bathroom here.
Yeah.
But
no
also
public indecency
luxury.
charges in
was
town.
this the one that AJW was saying is like one of the most beautiful public bathrooms on the
I would
face of
believe that.
the earth?
Yeah.
Like, what was he saying? Some of the specs of this bathroom. He was like 3 different types of scented candles,
That
like
seems excessive.
quintuple ply toilet paper.
I don't
Just
even.
a bidet that sprays sawdust on you. Because it's a composting toilet.
One of my friends told me recently about a $10,000 toilet. I didn't know toilets could be $10,000.
I got pushed an Instagram ad for one. I think it was like one of the major player brands, like a Kohler or something, but it was $10,000. And the kicker for
wild.
me was that it was square and it had pointy edges. And I'm
No,
like, that's
can't be
not what
having
I'm
that. Wow,
about.
I think he's already heading out. It looks like he did pick up Sarah as his pacer.
That was a quick aid station stop
Yeah.
for Kyle.
In and out, just got to take a quick potty break and then hit the road.
Yeah. I was joking about the sawdust bidet. I don't think that's a real thing.
That just doesn't
It
seem
shouldn't
practical.
ever be. Or that's like one of those like failed Shark Tank pitches.
Yeah, $10,000 toilet with sharp edges, not the move.
As we start approaching the evening hours, the commentating, the live chat, it all just starts to get slightly more unhinged. And
Yeah.
Hey,
If
that's
anyone
ultra-running.
was
That's ultra-running.
in the chat at Cocodona when me and Hillary were on from midnight to 6 a.m., you'll be really familiar with how I get at nighttime. We had a good time. It was great.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of interaction with the chat.
We're here till midnight. Skylar Hall and Corinne Chalvoy
They'll be taking over.
are next. Who do we got eyes on right here coming out of Uray? Oh, they froze. Oh, it's the Sherman outhouse. The chat is correcting me. The Sherman outhouse is
Gotta
the
get
most
those toilets
primo
right.
outhouse.
I'm going to have to go find that later. Yeah, Aaron Farr reported that Kyle seemed pretty okay
Okay.
at Uray.
I thought he looked better than pretty okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, we've got tunnel camera. Oh.
Oh, there he is.
Cool. We've got so Kyle Curtin and pacer Sarah Osazuski leaving the Uray aid station. Kyle appears to be an eighth male, 9th overall. Still waiting on M2 to governor.
Did we miss Brian?
Yeah, we must have missed Brian
Because
Colmo.
it says he was in and out in 2 minutes, so that might be why.
Yep, so we had Gabe Joyce, and then we missed Brian Colmo through the Uray aid station. We did get to see Kyle Curtin. Yep, and then the next aid station for Ludo will be the iconic Kroger's Canteen, which has their
Kroger's is
famous
so cool.
famous pierogies.
Yes, chat calling Kyle and Sarah power couple. They 100% are, for sure.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, we got Gabe Joyce on the left side. Got some cool runner cam action. So next runner into Uray should be F2, Manon Bohard. Looks like, according to the tracker, 20 minutes ago, she might be pretty close to getting off the trail. Well, at least the windy switchbacks before getting onto the slightly more mellow section that runs along the river before hopping onto the road. So Gabe's on a little like transition trail right now that will pop him out onto Camp Bird Road.
I got someone asking if anyone's ever run all of Camp Bird Road in this direction, obviously. That I don't know, but
We'd have to go to the Strava cadence data for that one. Although I've noticed that running with poles jacks up the cadence data because sometimes your arms go slower.
I wonder if you're wearing a foot pod, though. That probably wouldn't.
I'm not trying
foot pods
to,
for everyone.
I'm not trying to wear a foot pod at Hardrock.
I don't think that's gonna get that extra time.
They'd
a
have to
little bit of
pay
weight.
me.
Yeah.
He's like, what's that data gonna show? Like,
You never know.
oh yeah, looks like at some point you got tired.
Looks like you walked a lot. Weird.
Yeah.
Someone asked if Katie's still at Uray. No, she left a bit ago. The trackers, notoriously slightly unreliable, so just kind of always take those with a grain of salt.
Yeah, Katie's tracker hasn't pinged in 30 minutes.
There's also the open split time tracking, which has the in and out times for all the aid stations. So
Yeah, that one's the
you want to
mat.
see when she got in and out.
Okay, so Gabe just turned on to Camp Bird Road. And this one's like pretty steady grind for a minute.
I would 1,000% be walking that entire road uphill.
Curious to see who we have eyes on. Is this the governor drone? So this could potentially be Matthew Blanchard.
It's definitely not Zach. It's not the right color shorts.
Yeah, Zach was in the orange. So this is probably Matthew Blanchard.
Yeah.
If that's the case and he's just coming into governor now, then Ludo opened up more time.
Yeah, because he came in, 30
Oh.
minutes ago?
Matthew's got a governor out time already. He left. So we're looking at Matthew leaving the governor aid station. He left at 7:16 p.m. Mountain
In
time,
and out.
which is
1 minute.
27-minute gap between Ludo and Matthew Blanchard.
What was it? 23 minutes at Uray. So
Yeah, so he opened up a few more minutes. But with that being said, Matthew was only in governor for 1 minute.
Yeah.
We've
He's
got
coming.
F2 coming down into Uray,
Uray.
coming off the trail. This is Manon Bohard. She finally gets to stretch the legs out a little bit, coming off of the miles and miles of single track descending. A little bit more trail, crossing that bridge, and then the dirt road coming into Uray.
that dirt road looks so fun to run down.
Whoa, she just started going really fast.
You know,
We have
again,
maybe a runner cam.
if you ever want to get dropped by some elite runners, feel free to
Oh,
come
wow.
volunteer as a runner cam.
This is awesome to watch. Thank you so much to this drone footage. Okay, cool. We've got runner cam
there
now.
we go.
Wow, she's just like one step in those giant stairs.
And again, after so much descending, she's still just absolutely crushing this downhill.
Whoa, this is sick. So Manon's no stranger to big performances. I mean, in 2024, she won Diagonal de Fou. Has had a couple rough goes at UTMB, but a lot of pretty big wins though. Most recently, the 80K by 80K in Andorra by UTMB.
I really love how international Hardrock is on the elite side.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's always feels a lot more European than a lot of the other big races in the States.
Yeah, it is fun. I don't know how Manon got entry to this race. I don't know if she was through the lottery or Dale's pick, but a lot of Dale's picks have been pretty international recently, which has been cool to see.
Oh, hot take in the chat that Hardrock is cooler than Western States.
Well,
I don't know if that's.
I mean, from a
don't
temperature
disagree.
standpoint,
well, yeah, not.
That's fact.
A lot of races are cooler than States.
But
it's
I mean, in terms
different.
of in terms of aesthetics, though, I would agree. Like, I think this course is
so
prettier.
much more beautiful. I love Western States. It's one of my favorite races. That
Western
I've ever
States.
done, but like
it's a culmination of things. Like, it's not
so
big giant
though.
mountains, but like it's got the history, it's got the people and stuff. But they're their own two separate entities.
Yes.
They have their own styles. Sometimes we have runners overlapping and have success on both, but yeah, I do like how it does cater to two pretty different runners.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then once Manon makes her way out of the Uray aid station, we'll be able to get an official time gap between her and Katie Scheid. And then things will start to get very interesting, because right now we're kind of in the dark on how Katie is feeling on this climb up towards Governor.
Loving the picture-in-picture of the drone shot with the runner cam right now.
Got multiple camera angles.
Yeah, gives you the full context of where she's running.
And I don't know if anyone in the chat asked what shoes is Manon wearing, and is the
I'll ask, what shoes is she wearing?
The Hoka Mafate Speed 4.
I stopped keeping up with Hoka's shoes after the Speed Goat 2. That was just my ideal Speed Goat.
They did just re-release it.
I did see that actually, yeah.
I ran and I did my long run on them this morning.
Yeah.
They're still pretty sweet.
I still have a pair.
Well, now you can buy more.
I need more shoes like I need a hole in my head, just like those bottles. Someone asking, how do people get into States and Hardrock in the same year and it takes others 10 years? Some people are really lucky.
Yeah.
It's kind of all I got for you.
Yeah, because the lotteries are on the same day.
Yeah.
And I had both.
Oh, yeah, I was watching them at the same time.
And every once in a while you see a double name pop up.
I mean, a lot of people get in with one ticket to States every year. And, if they're someone who's in...
Sometimes it takes a bit of luck. One thing we see is, people who finished Hardrock multiple times, they go into the veteran lottery, and then you're more likely to get picked. So, someone like Jamil, he was more likely to get picked into the Hardrock lottery, but he had been accumulating quite a few tickets in the Western States lottery. So then it was not a given that he was going to get picked
But the
for
odds
Hardrock.
are pretty good.
Odds were better, and then it was more the luck side of things that.
Yeah. I feel like once you're not in the Never lottery for Hardrock, it's really more of if you can get in through the States lottery.
Which there had always been a lot of like kind of debate back and forth about like, are we gatekeeping the entries and stuff? But after being out here now and seeing how like wild and tough and rugged the course is, it really is nice to have a whole bunch of like really experienced ambassadors
Proof
of the
that you
race.
can handle it, I think.
Well, and they're kind of there in a pinch, in an emergency, like they can help keep a rookie alive out there, and it's nice to have like a pretty equal blend of experience. So that was something I just didn't really understand until I came out here and got to experience a little bit of the course firsthand.
It's
where it was
gnarly.
like, oh yeah, if we had 80% rookies out here, there would be some big disasters.
Yeah. I think someone did also ask what shoes you're wearing. So,
at the current moment, I'm wearing the Norda 003, the laceless slip-ons. Those are my go-to travel shoe, especially for a place like Silverton. I mean, I have to navigate dirt roads on my walk here, so
oh God,
I got to make sure to have that Vibram outsole.
Yeah, I almost broke my ankle walking on the street out there. It was so stupid.
Yeah, it's tricky.
I need to actually look where I'm walking.
There's some ghost holes that just come up and
Yeah,
grab you.
I stepped off the sidewalk onto the dirt. And that
Oh.
was just a huge mistake.
That's
apparently.
inexcusable.
Yeah.
So we're watching F2 Manon Bohard right now make her way into the Uray aid station. Then we'll be able to get an official time gap between her and F1. Katie Scheiden. Going to see what Manon's overall place is. She's 10th overall.
So we've got, 2 women in the top 10 overall?
2 women in the top 10 right now.
Love that. Especially, I mean, there's only, 30-something, 31 women in the race. So, not bad.
Could be.
Oh, yeah. We've got someone coming into
governor. It's probably Germain.
Yeah. If we can again. It's not bright orange shorts, so it's not Zach.
It's Germain. I don't. Where's Debo?
Did he drop his pacer?
Oh no.
I mean, that's not bad for him. He managed to drop his pacer.
But Debo's supposed to go like.
Yeah.
No, maybe that's Debo there. No, Debo's still there.
Okay.
False alarm.
Crisis averted.
Debo made it at least one aid station.
Okay. Someone asked how many minutes apart Ludovic and Matthew were. I think we said it was 27?
20, yeah. 28.
Something like that. A little bit less than 30 minutes.
Which that gap did open up a few minutes from Uray to Governor. So it'll be really interesting to see what the Germain to Zach Miller gap is, because that was only 4 minutes at Uray.
Come on, Zach.
And Germain is going to be in and out in what looks like under 60 seconds.
I'm especially interested because, as we said before, like Zach is such good of a climber, and this is basically just in a climb. So if he hasn't made up time or if he's fallen back a little, that could say a lot.
Yep, absolutely. Maybe someone in the chat will be able to fill me in, but I was out running and I saw that early on in the race, Germain lost a pretty good amount of time. I don't know if he was just battling like a rough patch or if that was a tactical decision. But
maybe he took a nap like Jamil.
Yeah,
just
I'm not
early
sure.
on.
But he had, at least according to the tracker, lost a decent amount of time and was wondering if it was just going to not be his day. But since about mile 40, 45, he has looked fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at F2, Manon Bohard, making her way into the Uray aid station right now. 13 hours and 28 minutes elapsed.
good sign for her moving very well if they have to have a bike to get footage of her.
Nice. Props to the e-bike. Thank you for being out there. So Katie Scheid entered Uray at 6:16. It's 7:29. So that's like an hour and 13 minutes. Katie did spend 10 minutes at this aid station, so this could be a potential opportunity for Manon to just bank a couple free minutes if she leaves anywhere under 10. I believe this is the shad cam with the telephoto.
Give us some better shot. I want to see what she's doing. Is she changing her shoes? Again, really interested in the shoes and the food. What's in that mug?
I know. Unfortunately, we can't get any closer at this aid station. There's kind of like a no media zone, and our cameraman is right on the other side. I mean, we're doing
this. I mean, this is very zoomed in.
We're zoomed in on stuff.
It
looks like we're going for a shoe change, though.
Yeah. It's just me being nosy.
Well, it's interesting. Everyone goes through their aid station routine a little bit differently. Kind of everyone has their own style.
My aid station routine is not a routine at all.
Just
it should be.
Panic,
not.
run around like a chicken.
I get in there and everyone's like, "What do you need?" And I'm like, "I don't know." That's a great question.
Yeah, it definitely took me a handful of years of running ultras to go through my routine, like rehearse it in my head before I get into the aid station, and then actually be able to execute. Because most of the time it would be like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and then you get there and you're like
totally free. That's the problem is I
like,
come up with everything while I'm out there, and the moment I step foot in the aid station, every brain cell I have leaks out of my ears, and I'm like, I don't need anything. I'm fine. I would get a mile out, and I was like, oh, I was going to pee, I was going to pick this up, I was going to do that.
And that's one of the things that makes these aid stations so important, especially the ones with your crew, because you might not see your crew for a while.
We got someone asking on the time gap between F1 and F2.
Roughly 75 minutes. And we might be changing shoes. We got Zach Miller on the right side of our screen.
Shorts. Yeah, and as someone pointed out, he's the only one so far, I believe, who doesn't have a pacer.
Yeah, Zach's just
doing his
soloing
thing.
this. I mean, maybe he'll pick up a pacer later, but as of right now, he's going for it. So I'm going to change shoes.
Professional opinion. What shoes?
I want to say Mafate X, just because it looks like there's some lettering on the midsole, but not totally sure at the moment. Looks like she's getting her headlamp ready.
Yeah. Night is coming. I guess it is 7:30.
And then on the right side of the screen, we've got Zach Miller, who's fourth.
Heading into Governor.
Couple minutes behind Germain Granger.
Someone said, Zach said he's going no pacers the whole time.
Cool.
Which, brave.
Yeah, that is brave.
That's what I did for my first 100. I didn't have a pacer, which I liked, but...
Also brave.
It was javelina. I don't really need one.
I had two.
Okay, well. There's a million people out there. You're basically running on people the whole time. Who needs a pacer?
Yeah, it's true. Like from a safety standpoint, you don't really need a pacer at javelina. Yeah, I was just doing it for the vibes.
Pick someone else who's running, and you go, "Hey, you're my pacer. We're running together. You're my pacer now."
Absolutely, but something like Hardrock, I would absolutely be utilizing every single pacer opportunity because I just don't quite trust myself out there on the mountains. But Zach is so experienced in the mountains. I mean, he's been living out here for a while, bopping around between Pennsylvania, Manitou Springs, here in Silverton, and I mean, he trained for this race last year.
Yeah,
Like,
God,
you
that
got-
was
you-
so
like, this
nuts.
was- like, we're seeing the double training block. So, I mean, I'm sure Zach is very familiar with every
Oh,
turn
yeah.
of this course.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
So it looks like Manone's just getting her pack on, getting ready to leave. We'll get a split for you as soon as she crosses the timing mat. She's only been in the aid station for 6 minutes right now.
Which, as we've established, feels like a really long time. Isn't a very long time at all.
No. She's looking for something. See if we can get connected to Maj. I call him Uncle Maj. I don't know if anyone else does. Mael Backhausen. Okay, so Manon has left the Uray aid station F2.
So looks about like 7-ish minutes, I would guess.
So we're looking just under a 70-minute gap between Katie Scheid and Manon Bohard. F1 and F2. That splits from the Uray aid station. Got just a little bit more time of awesome drone footage before the sun goes down.
I really appreciate the drones for showing me the course so I don't have to actually go out and run it myself. I can just get the good views.
Well, and like, how else are you supposed to be able to see the descent like this?
Yeah.
Like, I can't jump that high. Manon's actually got very similar running biomechanics to Ludo. Kind of like a slightly longer,
Do you think it's
almost
a
like
Hoka thing or
a French thing? I don't know.
Both?
A mountain thing?
Yeah.
They're both more mountain experts. I don't know. I guess the point I was trying to get to is like, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
You do your thing.
I mean,
Oh.
we got. You've seen people with some interesting running form have a lot of success. So, I mean, Paula Radcliffe in the road marathon,
Yep.
very
100%.
fast, non-traditional form. Camille Herron.
Yeah, you got to settle into the most efficient version of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So we'll do a few more Governor Aid Station time gaps for the men's race. We had now a 7-minute gap between Germont and Zach Miller, M3 and M4 at the Governor Aid Station at mile 64.
It looks like, according to Iron Fire, Jeff Rome just hit Uray in 9th.
Testing on this mic.
All right, are we going to throw it to Maj at the Uray Aid Station?
I hope so. Mr. Brett.
Slightly underwater robot.
Love an underwater robot.
Ooh, that sounded clearer.
Yeah.
How you doing out there, Brett? How you doing out there, Chloe?
Hey, Maj, how are things? What are the vibes like?
Good. Yeah, it's beautiful down here. Hey, in Uray, I think you all got to see the action down here. Now it quiets down a little bit. Our boss Jeff Rome is in the aid station right now. I don't know if we've got a camera on him, but he is just sitting over there in the tent. And yeah, Jeff Rome, I think you guys will have easy access to the stats on that local legend, but an absolutely beast runner out here, and I believe he would have placed 4th or 5th last year in the race. And yeah, I believe a local in these parts, the San Juan parts. So he's just throwing on some gaiters, getting ready for the night section, leaving with his head torch on. Well, he's got his head torch on, and he's going to be leaving pretty soon out there.
Are there any? Have there been any
And also,
noticeable standouts
if you
in
have a
terms
look
of
at the
people
main
who look
screen,
more fresh,
Manon
less
Blaha
fresh?
is running out of Uray, heading up towards Campbell Road. I'm not sure if you folks in the studio have mentioned her pacer, and I am curious to know if it is her father, Patrick Blaha.
Oh.
That's cool.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it could be, judging from just looking at the behind of them. This is my unprofessional
what
opinion.
That's supposed to mean.
I mean, he doesn't look like he's her age. So,
Yeah.
therefore it's possible.
Plausible. Would be really cool.
Yeah.
And if it is her father, Patrick, he has an incredible history within ultra running, and I mean, in the European scene, his achievements are like incredible. I believe he might have won Tour de France one year.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's really cool to see them move out here together and take on this night section that they'll be moving in towards right now.
Super cool.
But yeah, that's that. Jeff Rome
It's such a cool
is-
experience for both of them.
Yeah. It would be. It'd be great to see if anyone on the chat could confirm if that is the situation. But I
Someone
tried
said
to
that Ludo
recognise him.
said that her dad was pacing her, so.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen him in the flesh. He's aged a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it might be him. As we all have.
Except for Ludo.
Except for Ludo. Yeah, but he's like Benson Button or whatever that situation is.
Oh, yeah, we've definitely got a few people in the chat now saying that, yes, that's her dad, Patrick.
Yeah. And if someone can, I mean, I don't want to take the attention away from Manon and her race, but it's like a really cool story that, you know, he's a beast and she's absolutely turned into a beast. And yeah, but if you have a look up at his stats in the studio there, Brett, you've got access to a laptop. Yeah, I think it's the perfect person to be taking our second female of the race, Manon, in throughout the rest of the course.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
checking some of his past results.
Won TDS in 2009.
Ton of
Fifth at
races.
UTMB in 2010.
Yeah, this is someone that I would love to have pace me through the night.
Oh, no. Tour, yeah, he did win Tour in 2015.
Yeah, 10 years ago he won the Tour de France. That's
crazy.
That's no joke.
That's sick. Cool. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah. It's all making sense.
No.
All I need is to have parents that are extremely accomplished children. I just need different genetics and a different body, all that.
And an update, we don't have it on screen, but Jeff Rome is still in the aid station and he is in the bathroom. Sorry, folks. I was just trying to work out this microphone. It's not really working.
No worries. I think it's probably a connection issue to our studio.
It's probably not you, but maybe.
Let's see. I'm going to pop over to the satellite tracker, see who we can expect to see next. Looks like we're going to have a couple minutes before seeing Adam Berendt into Uray.
We've got some questions about Zach Miller. Can't confirm if he imploded, but Iron Farr said that he looked focused, filled the bottle, and then moved on. So
Oh yeah,
I think
I would
he's just
say
locked in.
Yeah, I would say far from implosion. I mean, he was running uphill still. He
Yeah.
didn't
was still
take
only
a
a
bunch of
few
time at
minutes
the aid
off.
station. Yeah, no, I mean he might be focused and working hard, maybe even a little bit tired, but Zach's
don't
such a
think
strong climber.
imploding, yeah.
Zach doesn't explode on climbs.
No.
He did lose a couple minutes to Germain. And then the gap between Matthew Blanchard and Germain stayed the same from Uray to Governor at 11 minutes. Oh, wait, no, I'm actually reading that wrong. It went from 9 minutes to 11 minutes.
Okay. Math is really hard, seriously.
Okay, so we've got eyes on probably David Ayala. Yeah, yellow shorts. That's David. Making his way up to the Governor aid station. He's far better at math than I am.
I think earlier in the chat we had someone who said he was their PhD advisor. It's pretty cool.
For math?
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah, that's about the top level there for numbers.
Couldn't be me. I think the last math class I technically took was in high school, so. That's what calculators are for.
Let's see. We've got some sweet split screen action.
Yes, then we're back on Manon and her dad. Also just an absolute crusher. And then David over on the right.
Yeah, these long dirt road climbs are interesting because they can really make or break a section of the race because it's like a dirt treadmill.
Mm-hmm.
If you get locked into the right zone, it could just click away. You could just run
Yeah.
so effortlessly without much like using many mental matches. Or it could go the exact opposite way where you're just like, I just want to do something else.
Or
Can I
that
please
endless
get to
dirt
the aid
road
station?
and just never, ever, ever, ever ends.
And we've seen a pretty even mixture of that at this race. I feel like we've yet to see someone on the negative side of this road thus far in the race. But
There's still plenty of time for that.
yeah, it's inevitable almost. But so far, everyone's looked pretty solid coming up this. I guess behind David Ayala will be Katie Scheid, and it'll be really interesting to see
I'm
what
excited to
her
see
kind
how
of
she
body
looks now,
language is
yeah.
looking like up this climb. Because coming out of Uray was really the first time all day where she didn't look like incredible.
Yeah.
She just looked okay at the aid station, but she looked great coming in.
She looked
and
so
then
good coming in, yeah.
Good, okay to good coming out. So I'm going to outsource a question to the chat. I'm running a 100-miler later this September, and I need a really good headlamp because I'm definitely going to be spending quite a few hours at night. So I'm just curious what's everyone's go-to headlamp for night running? Because my night vision is awful, and I'm learning that I need to strap the sun to my forehead.
Have you tried the waist ones? I was a huge hater on them. But then I borrowed my friend's Ultra Spire waist light during Run Rabbit last year. I bought one immediately.
I've used them, and I do love the way that the light comes out.
Let me cut in on the
I like being able to turn my head.
on the chat here. I believe the event's sponsored by Nicor headlamps. So we should just tell everyone to get those headlamps. I believe that's in the brief.
Oh, thanks, Madge. You sound great, by the way.
Now the mic's working.
Excellent. The microphone's working.
Okay, so Nicor's the one.
I believe the event's sponsored by Nicor headlamps.
Yeah, someone said Nightcore new 25. So there you go.
I think I might actually have that one, and I need more lumens.
Okay, so get whatever one they has that is the most.
New.
The real
25.
question
Absolutely.
is just like the most expensive one. I think is probably what you
And
should
whilst
get.
you're there, buy some food from the feed.
Okay, maybe they sell headlamps.
They sell a lot of gear at this point, so they might start.
I'll take a look. I'll peruse through the site. I'll probably get a headlamp email from Matt tomorrow.
Yeah, This is.
I read every single
You
one
can
of
tell
them.
we're getting into nighttime because I'm about to tell a story about the feed that they might not enjoy. I matched on a dating app with a guy that works for them. And the first message I sent him was to ask if I could get unsubscribed from their text messaging because they're so long. And he did get me unsubscribed, but then he told me he had dinner with Matt. And Matt was really upset that I asked to get unsubscribed because he works really hard on their emails and texts. So I'm sorry, Matt.
Yeah, I'm double subscribed, so I get.
I still get the emails, but I did get unsubscribed from the text.
So for those who are just tuning in, we are watching F2 Manon Bard on the left side of the screen. And on the right side of the screen, we're looking at David Ayala. They are both actually making their way to Governor. David is just imminent to the Governor aid station, and Manon is just starting the Camp Bird Road climb.
I got someone in the chat asking for shoe opinions on the Mafati X2, if you have any.
Mafate X2 doesn't exist yet.
Okay, well.
There's just a regular Mafate X. Did a full review of it on Conversational Pace.
So check it out.
It really is great.
Maj, so now that we've got pretty solid audio with you, was there anyone so far that's come through that's really stood out to you in terms of just their freshness?
Oof, great question. Great question. David Ayala, he was just looking really confident, looking really happy. He didn't sit down. He was probably the only person in that top 10 guys that didn't sit down. He just went. He was just standing up. His crew. He just stood there with his arms up, and his crew did everything. Took his bag off, and he got a heap of water dumped on him by the aid station crew. I don't know if people remember seeing that on the live stream. But yeah, he was just really confident. He just kind of walked out with a real sense of confidence, and I thought, man, he looks dangerous.
Yeah, definitely easily still within striking distance of the podium, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I would also say that Zach Miller, when he came in, he was at the far side of the aid station, and I think he was the only person to do that out of everyone that's come through. So I don't know how much visual we had of him when he was in the aid station, but he changed his shoes, and when he sat down, he was like, he just said, "I'm on the hunt. I know where they are. I know what's going on. Like, I'm on the hunt right now."
Zach hunting is dangerous.
Yeah, and it was just awesome because I think when we saw him coming into the aid station, he was going quite slowly compared to the other guys. He was kind of walking for a little bit where the other guys were the other guys were running. And so when he came in, we were a bit unsure what his mental state was going to be or what was actually going on. So when he sat down and changed his shoes and he just said, "I'm on the hunt," it was like, oh, jeez, this is game on. It's going to be great.
Nice. That's exciting to see.
Yeah, it was exciting if you're a fan of Zach, and it's also just a really good thing because this race is definitely on.
Yeah, and it's cool too that he left without a pacer, and he's going just solo for this whole loop. So he truly is like the solo hunter right now.
I think he gets bonus points.
Yeah, but if we remember, he definitely has a photo of Bill Duper in his bag, and he's definitely
That's true. He does have a pacer
Bill,
with him.
So we've got to remember that.
That is cool. I bet he remembers that too.
Yeah.
So outside of that, the sun has gone from Uray here. It's ducked over the mountains, and it's got pretty overcast. It's getting pretty fresh, I suppose, as the sun goes down more and more. So I feel like everyone out there on the trail is going to have a new lease of life because, yeah, it's the sun's gone. It's going to be cool. They're going to be able to run as they want to run.
Did it feel pretty warm down there? Oh, we lost Maj. While he's figuring out that tech issue, we have a timing update. Ludo, men's race leader, just made it through Kroger's Canteen.
Nice.
He spent 3 minutes in the aid station, probably one pierogi for every minute. Made his way out. So Ludo is finally getting to run downhill again.
Nice. We also have, according to Iron Far, 7, 8, and 9 on the women's side have come through mile 43, which was Dandelion, Becky, and then Eliza.
Sweet. So. Pretty close together?
It seemed like they were maybe 5 minutes between all 3 of them.
Oh, yeah, that's close.
Yeah.
Hey folks, do you mind if I pull the only other Australian I found down here in Uray onto the live stream for a second?
You have my permission.
Yeah.
For what that's worth.
Hey, Pat.
We got 2 thumbs up from the producers.
So that means go for it.
Excellent. Now I'm only doing this because it does relate to the Hardrock 100. So Pat,
fine.
come over here. This is the camera. We can look down the barrel, and they appreciate that. So, Pat, I've brought Pat onto the live stream here because Pat is a local of the Grampians, also known as Garryword. And the GPT 100 down in Australia, down in Garryword, has just become a Hardrock 100 qualifier. And for years in Australia, we've only ever had one Hardrock qualifier. That was the Alpine Challenge 100. Up in the Alpine National Park, which is an amazing race. It's been around forever. Kudos to Paul Ashton for putting that on and just keeping it very, very real. But we have introduced a new one, which is the GPT 100, which this year is in November the 6th to the 9th. It's a Hardrock qualifier. It's on the World Trail Majors. It's the Australian 100-mile championship as well. And Pat lives in the area. He's a local. I have no idea what he's doing here. He just hit me up in the car park. He's like, yo, Madge, what's going on? I was like, what are you doing here, mate? So he might have come over for this interview, I don't know, but we might as well just make the most of it. So Pat, Garryword, it's a very special place. Tell us a little bit about the GPT 100 and why it is the perfect race to be part of that list as a Hardrock 100 qualifier.
Yeah, sure. I mean, for a start, I was so excited a couple of days ago when this was announced because I see the GPT, it's also a technical race. It also involves a lot of like elevation change, and the scenery is equally beautiful. It's just, I don't know how many tens of thousands of feet lower, but it's a lot lower, but it's incredibly technical, extreme weather. And I was so excited because I was like, how can I get into the Hardrock 100 in the future? And I think if I finish the miler this year at the GPT, I'm super excited to get my one ticket. I know that's like a very low chance of getting in, but hopefully I can build that and, yeah, one day compete at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of people get into this race. Some people it's one ticket, some people it's 10 years, some people it's longer than that. But it's great to hear that you're going to start that journey despite having much less elevation over in the Grampians. But Garryword National Park is a very special place. It's a really incredible course. It's point to point. It's a purpose-made single track 100-mile. It's like designed to be a 100-mile race. It's got 7,700 meters of elevation gain, which again, have no idea what that translates to into feet, but it's a lot. Times it by 3. And then, so tell us a little bit about Garryword. Like, you know, why is it a national park? Why is it such a beautiful place? Like, what does it mean?
Yeah, so Garryword, it is such a special place. Like, a lot of people feel this connection as soon as they step into it. it's really ancient. It's got these ancient rocks. It's actually got 90% of the rock art in the state from Indigenous Australians are actually in those rocks. So humans have been there for about 22,000 years. You sort of get that sense of it as you're running through it, so you really feel connected. And I don't know how to describe that to people who haven't experienced it, but I just encourage people to get there, especially if you love technical trails. So good.
Yeah, it's really incredible in everything that you said. It's just it really hits you, and it's 3 hours west of Melbourne, more or less, and it is just comes out of nowhere. It's like you're driving through flat country, then all of a sudden out of nowhere you just see this in front of you, and it kind of takes your breath away a little bit, and then yeah, it's just like trail running heaven. Lots of waterfalls there as well. Lots of water when it's been raining a bit. Sometimes not so much when it's not. And also, I think one of the biggest things about it is it literally has probably the highest population of kangaroos in Australia, like on the football field. They just hang out there and eat grass. So tell us a little bit about that side of things.
Yeah, I mean, the town of Halls Gap has got 500 permanent residents, including myself, but it's probably got about 20 billion kangaroos. Like, they're just everywhere. I don't have a lawnmower because the kangaroos mow my grass for me. And that's I know that's the Australian stereotype, but that's the one town where that actually happens. And yeah, like, locals, super friendly, really welcoming. There's a trail running group there, and just get there, hook up with Gary Word Trail Running, and you'll love it.
I feel like I should.
Yeah, solid, Pat. Well, mate, I won't pick your brain too much more about the GPT 100 unless there's anything else. Honestly, it is something that is really deserving to be on the Hardrock 100 qualifying list. And I think, the crew that you have down there, like the guys that you have as part of the Gary Word Trail Runners is a really welcoming crew. And that's like a bunch of people that just make the experience like a whole nother level of goodness. But yeah, anything else to add, mate?
I mean, it's just such a nice vibe, that event, the GPT 100. And it really is something that is so different to any other event that I've experienced, just in a different way. It's just incredible. It's in my backyard, yet I still love it. I run it all the time, and I get something out of it different to what I did every previous time whenever I run it. It's so good.
All right, Pat. Well, thanks so much, mate. We're going to hang around here because Katarina Hartmuth, third place female, is making her way into the Uray. And thanks a lot, Pat. Really appreciate it, mate. See everyone down at the GPT 100 at the start of November.
Sounds like everyone needs to put the GPT 100 on the race calendar.
Yeah.
That sounds like a cool, unique race.
I just want to see the kangaroos. It's kind of where my head's at.
Kangaroos scare me a little bit.
Have you seen the pictures, like the really buff ones?
Yeah.
Those are a little intimidating.
So we're looking at Katarina Hartmuth, who's F3 right now, making her way into Uray, just getting off the trail, hopping onto the road, crossing this really cool bridge.
So she's about a little bit over 30 minutes behind Menon, I believe. She came in at around 7:30.
So I got some insider stats from our friend Leah Yingling. She said that Ludo's split to Kroger is now 1 minute behind course record split. So he actually lost 10 minutes between Governor and Kroger on the course record to the Ghost of Francois. So it'll be really interesting to monitor that storyline to see if he's just losing a little bit of steam on this really steep course, or
it's not. I mean, it's only a few miles.
Yeah, it was
section,
only like 3
so
miles.
that's a decent bit of time to lose. that short of a section.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the split is at Telluride. And then another thing to be looking out for is Katie Scheid should be making her way into Governor probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Got an aid station fireball here in the studio. Mike is ready for you, buddy, whenever you want to hop in.
He looks really good too right now. Not tired at all.
Like tired with like all caps.
No sleep for the meme lord. Sorry.
And for those in the chat who are wondering, Katarina is wearing the Hoka Tecton X2.
Oh wow! According to Ironfar, Ludo broke a pole, so that might have contributed.
So, yeah. I wonder how that pole broke. Like,
Yeah.
was it because he was pushing off so hard, or he like
Did it get
misstepped?
stuck?
Yeah.
Like I have questions.
Some speculation in the chat on how Ludo might have broken his pole. Maybe he fought off a marmot. I remember seeing on his Instagram he had one that was like living in his car,
Oh.
like somewhere in like the engine bay, and wouldn't leave. So I know Ludo and the marmots, they do have a little bit of beef.
They seem really opinionated creatures. I had one that was chirping so loudly at me this morning on my run.
Yeah, they make funny noises.
Mhm.
I call them mountain corgis.
Yeah. Okay.
That's kind of what they look like.
They're low riders for sure.
Yeah, and they kind of just waddle, but they're
the butt wag. the
pretty
corgi does.
majestic little creatures. I'm sure Ludo will be able to pick up a spare pole and Telluride from his crew.
Yeah. Just find a nice stick out there, you know?
He's above tree line.
Oh, yeah. Getting some nice final drone shots before it gets too dark. Someone asked if the feed sells marmot jerky. Not yet. Maybe next month.
That's like a page 7 sort of thing.
They got like protein bars and stuff. Just throw it in there.
Oh, yeah, like those epic bars.
Yeah.
Got another fun stat from Leah, just to put into perspective, like how fast people are still going. Manon Bohard's split at Uray was only 10 minutes behind Courtney DeWalter's course record split.
Jeez.
So, like, yeah, the gap was big, but there's just been a very small number of
Yeah.
people to ever go through Uray that fast.
It's still like a really great time. She's still having a super
And there's
good day.
enough race for
anything
to happen. You know, we've seen gaps this big shrink before. Manon's racing style has been one to close very hard as well.
She's got a pretty good pacer, as we've established. So
Very good experienced pacer, so it'll be interesting to see.
I feel like if one of my parents paced me, it would either go really, really well, or I would not finish the race. One of two ways.
Yeah, my parents aren't quite in the pacing section of their lives right now.
Mine would have to do a lot of prep, I would say. I don't think that's happening, but they've crewed me, and that's been fun. Okay, now everyone has to be on their best behavior because Liam's back in the chat.
Eagerly awaiting Katie Scheid sighting to Governor. She should be the next one in.
I've got my manifesting that she's running up that road looking good.
Matthew Blanchard is a couple hundred feet, elevation-wise, a couple hundred feet from Kroger's.
Any second now, then.
Well, he's actually only 0.4 of a mile out.
Huh, yeah. Easy.
Which could be 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So Katie's tracker pinged 6 minutes ago. She was about a mile out from Governor, so she should be pretty imminent. And we have eyes on Katie Scheid.
Yeah, still moving pretty well up that road.
And there she goes. Where's
Too
that
fast for
whip
the
pan?
cam.
There we go. We got
Nice.
drone. We got Katie Scheid, Pacer, Eric Sorensen making their way to the Governor Aid Station, which is just around the next corner.
Ooh, fun question in the chat. What do you think the hardest 100-miler is?
I think it depends on who you ask.
Yeah, because I think it depends on what you're bad at. You know?
Someone might say a track 100.
Yeah, or Barkley, if that counts.
Barkley.
Yeah. Plain.
Like Uray scares me.
Yeah. Well,
a
Uray is
lot.
specifically designed to be hard.
Mm-hmm.
As hard as possible. But yeah, it depends on if you're good at altitude, if you're good at heat, if you're good at cold, or bad at all those things.
Yeah, for me, it would be a technical East Coast 100-miler because I just don't do much technical running. I don't do much humidity.
No.
I don't know.
Do something like, what is that? Eastern states?
Yeah, that would definitely be something I would struggle at for sure.
Blood Rock, Alabama.
I've never even heard of that race. It sounds terrible.
It's pretty hard. If you don't like humidity too, that one's not for you.
Yeah.
Someone said Tour. Okay, but Tour is more than 100 miles.
Yeah, I'm not counting that.
That doesn't count.
And we are getting some amazing drone footage. And now Katie's running into the Governor Aid Station. And on the right side of our screen, we have F3 Katarina Hartmuth, who was also third last year, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Katarina's in the Uray Aid Station.
So humbling when I find out these people are younger than me. I'm like, I didn't need to know their ages, actually.
I'm to that point in my career where it doesn't surprise me anymore.
Yeah. Someone saying Tour counts. Look, Tour is very difficult and a very great race. It's just not
It's like
100
200
miler.
something miles.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard that this Swiss Peaks 100 mile is very difficult.
Yeah, Snowdonia. Really hard.
Oh, that's the other thing. I don't do good in cold rain. I'm more of a hot weather runner.
I keep saying I hate hot races, and I keep doing, my first 200 milers were Javelina in Western States.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Katarina looks like pretty put together.
Yeah,
with the
she's
vacation.
standing a lot.
Standing.
Which we haven't seen as much lately. We've been seeing a lot of people sitting, so.
Doesn't really seem like she's contemplating any decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I think Katie's actually one of the first runners to sit down at this.
Yeah,
Governor
people
aid
have
station.
been in and out of this one, so this is the first time I feel like we've seen someone take a more
Yeah.
extended break. Also, shout out to NAR runners, their tent there. They put
Oh,
on a
nice.
bunch of really great races in the
Also
front
wanted
range.
to shout out the drone pilot for getting low enough
That
to
too,
get the
yeah,
right
that's a good
angle.
drone shot.
Mike
Ooh.
McTier, professional drone pilot extraordinaire. That's what's on the badge.
We got some other good, Cruel Jewel and Jigger Johnson. Those are both also, yeah, very difficult on the East Coast.
What's your take on this scene right now?
Again, it seems like she's kind of similar posture to how she was in Uray. So I am wondering if it's like a GI thing or her back or what's kind of going on there. Also curious as to what that bag is.
The temps must be dropping because she's switching to full gloves right
Mhm.
now.
Yeah, I mean, people are in hoodies and sweatshirts at this point, so.
Oh
the
yeah, you're right.
spectators.
It's a good call. And it is like 10,500 feet.
Yeah. Sun's going down. They're pretty high up. The temperature's going to drop pretty quickly.
So David Ayala did Uray to Governor 5 minutes faster than Katie. So that gap opened up a little bit.
Yeah. Some more updates from Iron Far. We've got Stephanie Case and Amber through mile 50 and a half. So they both
And
look
that,
pretty
that
good.
rounds out the top 10.
That was their fourth and fifth.
Oh,
through 50.
from mile 50.
Yeah.
Right. It kind of almost looked like Katie was like getting ready to puke into that little
Yes.
Ziploc bag.
That
and I was
is-
like having a Wayne's World
That's
moment.
why I was like, that bag is really, I'm curious
so
about the
like
bag
maybe
because
not.
it's so
There
tiny.
must be something in there that we can't see because
Yeah.
that's like
The way she was just kind of bent over.
if you're gonna spew,
Yeah.
spew into
That
this.
just seems far too small. Maybe this is just like how I throw up, but that just seems like far too small of a bag.
No, we're not puking into sandwich baggies here at Hardrock.
Go
Okay.
big or go home, right?
Katie's up.
Nice.
Leaving the Governor aid station. So she really only spent a few minutes there.
Yeah. Those
'Cause,
they just feel so long when it's on camera, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Oh.
That might be a puke.
Or at least a dry heave.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look. Yeah, I don't look like anything came out.
So it's probably pretty safe to say that at this point, Katie Scheid is battling some stomach issues, which is very common at this point in the race. Still enough time to manage it and overcome it, but it gets tricky at this altitude, especially when we have 3 even steeper miles before the next aid station. And just with the temperatures coming down, the sun going down, yes, that can help the stomach, but if you're moving slow, that can sometimes also lead to getting too cold, and you don't want to spend too much time at that aid station up at Kroger's, because it's like a 10 square feet, like top of a pyramid.
And also, I mean, if you're moving slower, getting cold, potentially not taking in as much food because you're having stomach issues, all of that combined, not great.
The feed needs to make some barf bags.
They probably could. I feel like I want to say reusable because it's more eco-friendly, but I don't think a reusable barf bag is perhaps a good thing.
Well, a lot of my larger orders that I've gotten from the feed where I buy like a whole bunch, they come with the Ziploc.
Yeah, I use those Ziploc baggies a lot.
Those have holes in them.
I know, they would not be a good barf bag.
Yeah. Don't let that fool you.
And they could make them kind of like, the little collapsible cups that you use for cupless races. I'm picturing that, but just bigger
are we
as
really,
a barf bag.
I don't need a reusable barf bag.
It's more eco-friendly.
I'm just going to throw up on the ground.
That is actually the most eco-friendly of all.
Yeah. All right, Katarina Hartmuth is leaving the Uray aid station. We'll get her time out split momentarily.
Someone asking what you do in your queasy. Ginger.
I take Tums.
That works too. Ginger, though. Ginger ale, ginger chews. If you have an upset stomach, it works miracles.
This is a little unhinged, but I just chug Red Bull. A caffeine, like.
Speak more on that.
Like, I don't know, like P90X, muscle confusion, like the stomach's pissed off, like.
So just like normal Red Bull
this.
or like a specific flavor?
Regular Red Bull. Yeah.
Huh.
It's like my safe space. So.
That's.
Something about like the taste of it, like maybe it's because it almost tastes a little bit like medicine, like makes me feel good.
Sure. You know, what different strokes for different folks. If it works for you, keep doing
I don't know if it's something I recommend, but
I've drank a lot of Red Bull during races, but I don't think I've ever done it as like a
Red Bull's been my go-to. Like a lot of people like pivot to Coke.
Yeah.
I like pivot to Red Bull.
Interesting. I tried pivoting to Coke during States, and it made me barf everywhere. So I learned that's when I learned I can't burp, and the carbonation was messing me up. So.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so Katie's running.
Nice. Maybe she just needed to like do a little puke and rally there.
Potentially, I mean, sometimes even just a dry heave, like the good, like the big core flex, can like reset the nervous system a little bit.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
Nor am I. So we just got a cool message from the production team. Big thanks to Base Camp Uray Mountain Guides for hooking the crew up with e-bikes. If you're craving real adventure, hit their Gold Mountain Via Ferrata. It's a wild high alpine climb on historic mining cliffs with rung-enhanced climbing, safety cables, and jaw-dropping exposure, and cross the second longest suspension bridge in the country, all while safely clipped in. AMGA certified guides lead the charge. Use Hardrock 10 for 10% off. Go get your heart racing.
Further update on the Katie puke thing. According to Iron Farr, when she came into governor, she did say that she just needs to puke. So maybe she got that puke out and is now rallying. I'm pretty sure there's a video on Instagram somewhere of me throwing up during a race, so it happens to the best of us. I'm not the best of us, but Katie is.
So we are probably 10 minutes out from M1 Ludo Pomeray to Telluride because it takes a lot less time to come down the mountain than it does to go up.
Or at least it should.
Usually.
If it takes longer to go down than go up, you might be having a bad day.
So after leaving the governor aid station, Katie Scheid is still 54 minutes up on Courtney's course record split. For reference, she was an hour and 8 minutes up on Uray, so she did lose a little bit of time. Still a ton of time ahead. But worth noting that she did lose about 14 minutes in that section.
Iron Fire is estimating the leaders will hit Telluride in about 10 minutes. So.
Okay, we'll be on the lookout for that. Getting everything set up at Telluride. Another question I have. So there's 3,600 people watching right now. Where's everybody from? Where are you watching from? What bar are they showing the Hardrock live stream at?
There's got to be a bar in Colorado somewhere showing it.
I was going to say probably just down the street here, but the problem is it closes in 30 minutes.
That's true, yeah.
Because the town of Silverton shuts down at 9 p.m.
Oh my God, trying to find somewhere to eat dinner last night after 7 p.m., I was like, there's like 2 options.
Yeah, it's tricky. We should get a pizza. Yeah, we need pizza. Let's call that in. We're going to run to a quick ad break while we have a minute.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at the feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration, and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at the feed.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
All right, we are back. We are landing a drone. We are
back
getting
and we're
hungry
still
here in the
pizza-less,
studio.
Just so everyone knows.
We didn't realize
Got a lot
how
of
late
comments
it was.
about getting the pizza.
I do have
that is not happening.
I do have a croissant from this afternoon that's still in my backpack, so I might, I don't know, embrace my inner French.
Yeah, well, I mean, France is crushing it, so you might as well. Maybe that's the secret. I personally will be living off of my Celsius, some scarily colored popcorn, and maybe some dried mango.
Brought to you by the feed.
They wish. Oh, it looks like Matthew got in and out of Kroger
Oh, Matthew Blanchard.
a couple minutes
Kroger.
ago. Spent approximately 1 minute there. So
So 1 pierogi. So 31 minutes is the gap, so it shrunk a little bit.
well, it looks like he didn't have a broken pole. Maybe makes a difference.
And now I'm second guessing my math.
It is math is really hard.
27 minutes at Governor. Oh no, the gap actually grew.
Oh,
31 minutes at Kroger's. So while Ludo lost time to the Ghost of Francois, he increased his lead
Yeah.
over Matthew.
Matthew lost more time.
Okay. All right, we've got eyes on Telluride. A little half pipe and a dog.
Hell yeah. I thought that was. Is that Johnny too? Oh, that's Mowgli. That's the most important thing.
The dog?
Mm-hmm.
The dog's name is
That's,
Mowgli?
yeah, that's Mowgli. That's Bailey's dog.
Oh.
Yeah, hoping Ludo comes into Telluride sometime soon. It's been 8 minutes since Iron Far estimated it would be 10 minutes, so soon.
I don't know if we're ready at Telluride.
Gonna find out. I mean, there's a camera there, obviously.
Yeah, but what are we looking at?
A sick skate park. It's actually a new part of the race. You have to kind of go up and down the ramp on a skateboard at mile 75.
I
your
would love
100
to see
miler.
Ludo do a kickflip.
That would be so funny. Yeah, I don't know if we can tell Bailey to bring Mowgli back on the camera, but the chat would enjoy seeing that.
A Hoka skate shoe. That sounds terrifying.
I feel like the high stack would not. I don't skateboard, but I feel like
No, I
they
want to
tend
feel
to
the
be,
board.
yeah, pretty. I have a lot of Vans, and they would not say are a high stack shoe.
So in Uray, Katarina Hartmuth spent 8 minutes in the aid station. As long as that felt, it was still only 8 minutes. Like, relatively quick aid station transition.
I think we're just waiting. Gabe will be the next into Governor, most likely. Adam the next into Uray. And then
Blanchard is
Ludo
through
coming in Telluride,
Kroger.
hopefully.
All right, we're getting cheering from the near distance. We have sight on Ludo.
All right, we've got eyes at Telluride.
And here he comes with an entourage. So we have Ludo coming into Telluride with pacer Jim Walmsley. Still light. He is coming in. His wife is cheering for him, as well as his pacer Vincent Bouillard. No big deal getting handed off from one UTMBA champion to the next. Again, Ludo coming in M1 overall here into Telluride. They have the headlights ready. I'm just gonna sit and watch.
This is like the 95 Bulls of
Oh my God, I know.
Ultra Team right here. I don't know who's who, but the chat can speculate on that.
Huh. Jim's in the purple hat.
All right, so he is picking up the Coke. Bouillard sitting next to him, waiting to head out on to the night portion of the run. Jim has been with him so far. We just got word, obviously, that Matthew Blanchard coming through Kroger. So Ludo, a pretty good lead into here. So he is taking his time. He's obviously a savvy veteran of this race. There is no rush in him right now. Really, really good to see that. Best care in the world being given to him with his partner and wife. Obviously knows him better than anybody. And then Jim and Vincent, two guys that know this sport better than just about anybody and know Hoka better than anybody, representing with Ludo here. So we're getting the headlights out for Ludo. The night is coming. It's definitely cooling off too, so it'll be interesting to see if he takes a layer with him. That's what I would be thinking about right now. Let's see, another beverage. Ooh, the soda water
So many bubbles.
option.
I could never.
So this next section, it's just under 10 miles, 4,000 feet of climbing or so. So they're definitely going to be doing some work over this next bit, heading back up. They just came down a pretty gnarly descent out of Kroger's. Even the last just couple miles here into town are really, really steep. So giving his quads a little bit of chance to recover. Even once you get into Telluride, there is about a mile downhill with the first bit of it, about 40% grade. It's just a crusher coming into town here. So Ludo loading up, got his bottles, got his gels. His crew is doing the double check, and he is up. And looks like some more fluids in. This crowd is awesome. He's obviously a fan favorite. Going to be heading out here with Vincent Bouillard. And he's ready to go. Vincent, I talked to him just a little bit. He is appropriately worried about getting dropped by Ludo. He knows how fit Ludo is and how motivated Ludo is to get to the line. So he's on notice to put in some work. So those guys both look great heading out. They obviously have a really good relationship, and I'm always curious on, having paced this course many times, like jumping in, what are the first few words you say to your athlete for the first time? Checking in, what's going well, what's not going well. I saw Jim and Vincent having just a light conversation. I'm sure there was some data being passed back and forth between those two champions to be to make sure that Ludo is set up for success over the next bit of this course. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know exactly when the sun is going to set officially here, but both of those athletes had their headlights on and ready to go. It is imminent that they will need them. I know the course markers are lit up now, as you can see in the distance. So we are officially on the night portion, which is quite fantastic for everybody that has been pushing through the day. It was so hot today and it has finally cooled off. We have the jackets on here. We're stationary. I'm sure at some point that they will be considering a jacket as well. So we are now on watch for Matthew and Granger and Alex, who I know are coming down. And this race is honestly still wide open on this men's field. This is the part of the course where we have 30-ish miles to go and anything can happen still. So it's super exciting here. There's definitely a buzz. This is fourth or fifth time I've been here at the Telluride aid station for leaders coming in, and this is easily the most people and most media I've ever seen assembled out here. So it's just really amazing from a growth standpoint and the race visibility standpoint that people are aware, they're taking note, and they're coming out to see a champion like Ludo come in and celebrate his success. So we are going to be walking around trying to talk to people when appropriate, get some stories. But for now, I know that Ludo's crew is packing up. We are doing what we can to support this aid station and to support the athletes out here. And we will jump back in as soon as we see another athlete come in.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that update. So cool to have eyes and ears down there on the course at the Telluride aid station. Just a little split update for Ludo. So he came into Telluride 1 minute behind the Ghost of Francois, but he left the aid station 3 minutes ahead of the Ghost of Francois.
He was in and out of that one really quickly.
Yeah, so Francois spent more time there, and now Ludo is currently 3 minutes up on course record pace yet again.
And I'm assuming now he has 2 non-broken poles. So.
Yep.
What time is it?
Too many push-ups or something.
He's actually just too strong.
That's the secret for Ludo. He doesn't use his legs on the climbs.
It's all about the arms.
All
Yeah.
arms.
People focus too much on the legs.
So we're back on the Uray aid station.
They're very, very sick. They give you the numbers and where to drop it. So like when Rhonda was doing one of these races, she had like 15 bags. And it was Sean's job to go around and get some job to organize it. I'm asking because they'll pay. So you love it? Yes. You have to push
This is the care that I bring out for special occasions only. Yeah, the reason we first had a conversation, like we down at the like, what are those? I think we all did. Yeah. We all did. Yeah, I was like heat stroked out, and I'm trying to show us. Check that. Zach is just about to put a hat on. Should we grab Jim for an interview?
You can ask him. Sometimes he does.
Cool. Do the whole pacer announcement thing. Yep.
How long are you on to?
Yeah, last year I came and I was just like, oh, okay, I'm not, I happened to do a great job.
I will.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a night person. 6 a.m. sounds totally fine.
Right? No problem.
Like, whoop, yep.
Right, I wasn't tell,
Yep.
but like if you're like anything from 10 until 4 a.m. We're gonna do 3 podcasts.
Yeah,
If you want me to write these down, miles are together.
Yeah, I wake up excited for a new day, and then by 11 o'clock,
Like it's not going to be about you.
Let's wind it down.
Yeah, yeah.
It's definitely.
But it's not about you.
Yeah, we have this rule in the house, but he doesn't like bring up serious things.
He's going to take care of himself for a little while.
Where do you guys live?
Right behind him.
The last time I talked to him was leaving I was like, hey Jim,
I read
which way is the turn on the way out here? And he starts answering and he's like, just stops.
Because I had to get.
I said, sorry man, I just had to bug her the end of the
I just need to run to the town. I'm gonna go hang out. That's nice. I just walked around. I just walked down up and down the river. Yeah, I didn't do anything. I mean, I had to work and I worked for my band. So
It's more engaging when I have it on. He can listen to it on the speaker.
I was like walking up and down downtown and they were like rooftop live music and I'm like,
I have it up.
great. And then I'm gonna go back down the river, walk another water, up this side, down that side.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Oh man. Our mic is hot.
Where do they be?
The Tuesday afternoon meets at the river at the big bathroom lot by the sports fields. And it goes across the bridge, and some days they'll send it Midland, and some days they just do Ludo on Singleton. And then beer and pizza at the stand is after. The Wednesday group meets at the trailhead, the Red Gear store. They do a small one.
I love the one you said.
We are there.
Okay, what do you guys think?
Somebody check me in, Dave.
Well, we have to put the fruit.
All right. I went and ate a croissant.
Yeah, no pizza, but
I'm good to go.
croissant. And I've had half a Celsius, which is kind of the same thing.
They both start with C.
Hmm.
That's about all they have in common.
They're both. They give you energy, just different kinds.
Different forms.
Again, not a doctor, not a dietitian.
Different pathways.
None of this is medical or nutrition advice.
Let's see. So,
Oh, yeah, it's like a big blue. Yeah, shoot. They were
trying to see who we have eyes on around Governor on the right side of the screen. Gabe?
Yeah, my guess is that pack looks vaguely blue from really far away.
Yeah, you're Gabe or Brian Cuomo. You know, Gabe's tracker is... I think it might actually be Brian. Yeah, Gabe's tracker hasn't updated in 14 minutes, but even if it had updated, like right now, I don't think he'd be...
And he's magical eyes. Let's be able to look closer.
I don't think he'd be
That drone shot.
that close to the 8 stations. We might be looking at Brian Cuomo right now.
Got a lot of speculation in the chat whether that's Terra Dower over on the left. And my
Oh, for
unprofessional
sure.
opinion is it definitely is, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was a bummer to see her not
I
start the
know.
race. She was ready. She was here in the gym waiting to get called up, but wasn't meant to be for this year.
She seems to be having a good time anyway.
Yeah.
She's that kind of person.
Yeah.
Remember during Cocodona we compared knee tattoos, so that was fun.
Who won?
I like hers a lot. I like the barbed wire. Mine's like a ring of teeth around my knees. It's a little different.
I'm sure it's not a competition as well.
It's not. It's more of a, oh, yours is cool, yours is really cool too.
Okay, so we've got the left side of the screen, I believe, is
Looks like someone leaving
Uray.
with a very excited pacer.
And on the right,
Left.
right side's
Left.
Governor, left is Uray.
Yeah.
Alright, this soup is probably ready to rock.
It's getting dark.
Those NAR runner tents are nice and lit up though at Governor.
Yeah, they do have a nice setup there.
And I just want to point out, for the people saying the person in the gym doesn't have food, Liam is currently eating a bag of chips. He has some food. He's fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right. We've
He'll
got
be
like
okay.
we've got like 3 gallons of.
There's
red,
no
white-
healthy food.
Red, white, and blue.
It's just red and blue. It's actually not even white.
Oof.
And again, a large bag of dried mango. So, what else could you need?
A second ladle to like stir that chicken soup up and then
Someone asked how many miles have the leaders done. It depends on who you're talking about.
So Ludo, the men's leader, he just came through Telluride, which was mile 72. Katie Scheid is approaching the Kroger aid station. She's in between Governor and Kroger, and that's Kroger aid station at mile 67.
It's still a little frozen, but I don't think we're going to need it.
Yeah, so we're watching Brian Colmo leave the Governor aid station right now.
I highly recommend going on Twitter or X or whatever and checking out iRunFar's photos from Kroger's because it's super beautiful.
They are
and
absolutely crushing it with the
terrifying.
photo game right now.
The photo of Matthew, like on his way up, climbing on all fours up the snow. I was like, jeez.
It was interesting looking at the top 3 men at the Kroger's aid station split.
Mhm.
All the gaps between them all got a little
All
bit
got
bigger.
bigger.
It's like from Ludo to Matthew, the gap opened up a little bit, and
Mhm.
from Matthew to Germain, the gap also opened up
a bit.
just a little bit.
Interested to see
Yeah.
where Zach lands
spot, yeah.
on his way up.
Mhm.
Because again, he is such a strong climber.
And looking at the gaps,
Doing more math.
is at 7 minutes. Way more than 7 minutes has actually passed since Germain went through Kroger's. It's actually been 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think those updates come through a bit slower. But so maybe he'll be.
Yeah, we'll see. Or is a big gap between Germain and Zach opened
Mhm.
up from
Yeah, I
Governor
mean,
to
well,
Kroger?
we don't know. Zach could have come through, and we're still waiting on that update. So.
Yep.
I feel like I find out really, it's a race between iRunFar's Twitter updates and open split times. Got someone in the chat shouting out all the aid station volunteers. And yeah, absolutely, we'll reiterate that.
Yeah, this race doesn't happen without all the volunteers out there, and it's purely for the love of it.
Yeah.
Because there's no like aid station spots that go to
No, they're just out there
people or anything like that.
helping out, which is really incredible.
Yeah, I think Zach's got to be in Kroger's right now because his tracker pinged 4 minutes ago, and he's up there. So
Okay, it's a race to see
there
which
might
is going to update first.
might actually then be like a 20-minute gap from Germán to Zach.
So that would be a pretty significant increase.
Which would then
'Cause
also
they were less than 10 minutes apart.
And if David Ayala maintained his pace, that
Mhm.
means the gap from Zach to David's probably
Small.
pretty small.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get more concrete updates as soon as we can.
Oh, the name of the Twitter account with the good photos is iRunFar. So check them out. They have also great coverage.
Yep, they're
via Twitter. And the OGs for that.
Yep, they're helping fill some of the gaps that we're not able to get video on, So it's nice to have both.
Yes. Yeah. Also, shout outs in the chat for people doing trail maintenance and trail work. Yes. Also, another huge, huge thing. Without people doing trail work and maintaining the trails, we can't use them at all. So, also something you can do with your free time.
Yeah, we have the easy job. All we have to do is talk about running.
Mm-hmm. You get to sit inside. Don't have to go anywhere. Oh my God.
So we could potentially be seeing Matthew Blanchard coming through Telluride soon.
That's incredible.
So I don't know if we have a mobile camera at Telluride, but according to iRunFar, Germán's crew has an entire charcuterie board set up for him.
And if we
So
could get some footage
that
of
would be
that,
sick
that
to
would
get
be
some eyes on
incredible.
that.
Because I need to see that. That's how you support your runner. All of my friends who are seeing this, take notes. Oh, we got an update for Zach at Kroger's.
What's the gap?
Well, he came in at 8:54, so bit of a bigger, still like almost a 20-minute gap.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
So it opened up like 10 additional minutes.
Yeah.
Between
Again,
Governor
in a
and
pretty
Kroger.
short mileage-wise,
Yeah.
not time-wise, but mileage-wise section.
Mm-hmm. So Zach could be experiencing a little bit of a low point.
Yeah.
We'll see what this descent brings him.
Yeah. Also,
So-
still plenty of time to bounce back, I would say, as one of a race that runs longer time-wise, again, than something like Western States.
Yep.
Someone asked the time difference between the lead women and if they're running together.
The gap
pretty
was
significant gap.
It was about 70 minutes from F1 to F2.
Definitely not running together. I did see also Iron Far post that Brian, when he came into governor, asked how far ahead Katie was to try to catch up to her. So maybe they'll run together.
Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, we're still. Katie's still the only one that's on the women's race that's checked into governor. It'll probably still be.
Still got some time before Manon's going to come in.
20 or so minutes before Manon comes into the governor aid station.
Oh, Zach apparently told Iron Far that he is having some stomach issues when he got to the top of Kroger's.
Okay. So insider hit from Iron Far. Lost his stomach.
Been there.
Just pound a Red Bull, my man.
God. I think that might be a you thing. I don't know if that's applicable to everyone.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Worth a shot, though, if you're in a pinch.
Totally, yeah. So we're just working on getting the camera up at Telluride currently. I know we're probably any minute to Matthew Blanchard coming in.
Someone asked how far Matt is from Ludo. Last gap we had at Kroger's, they were about 30 minutes apart. So still probably got a bit of time before he comes through.
Maybe
Telluride.
5 minutes to Matthew if they go the same, if they're going the same pace and the gap holds. Still waiting on getting our camera back up at Telluride, but right now we've just got eyes at the Uray aid station. I've never eaten cheese and crackers during a race, or
I thought you were gonna end that sentence with "I've never eaten cheese and crackers," and I was about to be like, "Okay, we need to do something about that immediately."
I gotta try this cheese stuff that everyone's talking about.
Stuff's crazy.
No, I've eaten lots of cheese and crackers, but never like during a race.
Yeah, I haven't either. I can count on like one hand the amount of times I've eaten real food during a race. So
I've done like your classic PB&J chips. I do like your boiled potatoes.
I tried boiled potatoes once.
Dip them in salt. That's kind of my go-to blow-up food.
Yeah. My problem is I tried them at Javelina and my mouth was so dry, I couldn't actually swallow.
That's tricky, yeah.
So
Well, I guess I've had a quesadilla during a race. That's nearly cheese and crackers.
That's definitely, yeah. That's cheese and crackers adjacent.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
feel like
close.
if you kind of toast a quesadilla enough, it's basically a cracker.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Same with the grilled cheese.
At States, I got, I made a burger, but I can't have gluten, so I couldn't use a regular bun, but they had quesadillas made with corn tortillas, so I did make 2 quesadillas as my bun, and it was the most disgusting but best burger I've ever had.
I actually had exactly one of
so
those
good.
this year at Western States,
Yep.
midway through commentating, just from the infield at Placer High.
That was exactly where I had mine this year, so we had the same exact idea.
I would have chosen a regular bun, but they were just all out.
Oh, I did it totally by choice. It was that or just a loose burger, so.
So the question that I was running into, this was my dilemma with the quesadilla burger, was what kind of condiments do you put on it?
I did none.
You did none. So
I
you just
got
did
a
like
cheeseburger.
Tortilla, cheese, tortilla, more cheese,
But yeah,
burger patty.
Tortilla, cheese. Yeah, it was a lot of layers, I
Okay.
would say.
I threw ketchup on it.
Oh,
Because
I
I just
don't love
felt
that.
I felt weird like not putting ketchup on a burger.
I just
And like
the quesadilla feels weird with ketchup.
Yeah, but I put cheese on a burger with ketchup. The only difference there is now tortilla instead of bun.
It still just feels wrong in some way.
That's why I was so conflicted, but I did it anyways because I was hungry and I was like,
Yeah.
I could use the 50 extra calories. It tasted really good.
Yeah. Well, now everyone knows.
So I don't know, quesadilla burger with ketchup.
I can't with the. I just don't.
I mean,
know
I
if can make
contemplated
that
the
fit in my
mayo,
head.
but I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
That's a crime, actually. That's. So
I mean, I'll
bad.
put mayo on a burger any day, but not a quesadilla burger.
No.
I'm gonna refresh all my tabs.
Maybe something happened during that discussion. Ooh, cheese cubes is a trail snack. I feel like I could do that.
Oh man, our trackers they're falling asleep. The satellite trackers.
I never trust them.
Well, it says no one's made it to Telluride. Yeah,
Huh.
so that's
that definitely
false.
seems wrong. Witnessed that with my eyes. Yeah, someone asked if Ludo's through Telluride. Yeah, he went through. He got there around 8:40, in and out in a couple minutes.
Yeah, so it's been about a half an hour.
Yeah, we are just waiting on Matthew now to come through, which I feel like should be soon, because they had about a 30-minute gap at Kroger. So. Telluride's about mile 75-ish for those in the chat asking. According to the official aid station chart from Hardrock.
Oh, that's a little different than the timing.
It is,
'cause
yeah.
The timing shows 72, but I also remember I think they said Governor was 66.
Their table on the website says it's at 74.7.
Okay.
So somewhere around 72 to 75 miles.
So from Telluride, looking at the rest of the course, there's one more major climb. That's like a 5,000 footer. And then there's 2 more half-sized climbs. One of them, the second to last climb, being Grant Swamp Pass, which is...
Is this Matthew coming in? Or no, this is Uray. It says.
This is Matthew
Oh, yeah,
Blanchard
okay, so this
coming
is in
into
Telluride.
Telluride. Okay.
So still, I would say now 35 minutes behind. Ludo, so he put a little bit more time on him.
And as soon as Matthew makes it through the aid station, we'll go back to our field team to get the rundown of how he looked, how he was feeling.
All the hot goss.
Spill the tea.
Boots on the ground, as they say.
Wow, Matthew Blanchard is rocking what looks to be a very minimal pole quiver. It's like translucent and very thin.
I'm like, I want to know. Hey, Solomon, give me the deets on that.
Almost looks plastic.
Yeah. It's either that or those Lecky poles are just so bright. You can see them through anything.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to brag, but we're basically the same because I was wearing that shirt earlier today. So we are the same athlete.
Oh, wow. Ipso facto.
That's how that works.
You bought the look.
That's all you have to do.
Oh, yeah. Dress for success.
Yeah. You don't have to train. You just have to look right.
Fake it till you make it.
Exactly. Gaslight yourself, as I tell all my friends.
So Matthew Blanchard's actually making it.
Yeah.
Into the Telluride aid station right now. He is second place in the 2025 Hardrock 100. Looks like he's running pretty well.
Yeah.
Important to keep in mind, Matthew has beaten Ludo at UTMB.
Rematch.
So, good rematch here.
Yeah, I'm super interested in that quiver.
It looks custom.
Yeah. I'm gonna go send some DMs later.
All right, so Matthew Blanchard is in the Telluride aid station. He's going to take a sit. Just getting blinded by camera flashes.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, he's probably used to it at this point.
Yeah.
So while a 35-minute gap isn't impossible to gap it or like to fill at this point in the race, with the way Ludo looked, though, I feel like the only way it would happen is if Ludo's making the mistake. Like,
yes.
The way Ludo looks right now, I don't know if I see Matthew bridging a 35-minute gap. It would have to come at the expense of
something happening. Ludo, yeah.
Yeah, so at this point, I would say it's Ludo's race to lose.
You never know. Things happen.
Looks like he's consuming some bubbles of some sort.
Running theme.
And eating
something.
Maybe was that a pickle? No. Maybe a hot take, but I found that I don't really like Trader Joe's bubbly water.
Ooh, why?
The bubbles are too small, and there's too many of them. It's way too bubble forward, and it like burns my tongue.
What's the best seltzer?
I mean, I just kind of like the classic LaCroix because I feel like the bubbles are bigger and there's the correct amount of them. Like they get the nice like effervescence on your tongue, whereas like the Trader Joe's ones just straight up like hurt.
You are wrong. The correct answer is Polar, but LaCroix is good as well.
They have so many fun flavors.
So Polar has fun flavors.
But does Polar have sunshine?
No, but they have other flavors that are really good.
You ever drank a bubbly sunshine?
I have
before?
actually. And I had a lot of questions about what is sunshine.
Yeah. Matthew's out. That was a quick stop.
Wow, yeah. What, 3 minutes? Which, I mean, Ludo's was also about 3 minutes, so.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if his crew tells him, like, this is how many minutes Ludo spent at the aid station.
He spent 3 minutes, you get 3 minutes.
Well, 3 minutes or less, because it's like you could keep the gap the same or you could shrink it. Yeah, I had a hunch that bubbly water take was about that was going to be that's
blamed in the
that's
chat
gonna be
right
what
now.
gets me canceled from Mountain Outpost live streams.
Oh.
I do like Spindrift.
Oh, Spindrift
The
is
like
really
2%
good.
juice.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna try and get the audio piped into Telluride aid station. We cannot hear you at the moment.
Looks like he's saying something good. Could hear it.
We're gonna try our best to get this microphone hot at Telluride.
Got people in the chat asking for pole quiver recommendations. Solomon. Ultimate Direction makes one now.
It's tricky because it really depends on the pack that you have.
Yeah.
Like it would be nice if there was a universal like clipping mechanism. Like my on pack, I can't put my Solomon pole quiver on without doing like weird zip ties and stuff.
So I just have the full Solomon ecosystem. It all just works. Or you just get a pair of shorts with the pole holders and you don't have to worry about a quiver.
Yeah, and I think we saw Zach Miller rocking that look.
I think Kyle was too.
Yeah, because he didn't even have a pack on.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if Matthew missed a junction.
Oof.
Had to briefly stop and reroute. Stop and
Someone asked, why are they walking?
Well, it's steep. They're in the mountains. It's dark.
Everyone
There's a lot of
walks
reasons.
at some point in this race.
I mean, we just saw some kid like totally biff it on the side of the trail.
that poor,
So,
that
like,
looked rough.
Yeah, that's why. Also, as they leave Telluride, it's like a 5,000-foot climb. So, mostly just a pacing thing. Let's see, I think we're going to go back and test the audio at Telluride momentarily.
Oh, we got David through Kroger. Aaron Farr posted about 5 minutes ago.
There's like 13-minute gap from Zach to David.
Yes.
what we have seen here the last few minutes. So first athlete we saw come through, Ludo, looked great, looked strong, in control. He left here with his pacer, Vincent Bouillard, who of course is last year's UTMB champion, and was dropped off by Jim Walmsley, another incredible champion. So he's in great hands now that night. So he was Ludo left while it was still light out, so they didn't have to turn on their headlights until now. But as you can see around me, it is dark now. So we just had M2, Mathieu Blanchard, come in and out, and he came in with headlights on, had a really cool, calm, and collected aid station with his crew, took his time, and left with pacer here just a little bit ago. The one thing that I'm always inspired by our European racers is how in control of their aid stations they are, and it was on full display here so far at Telluride. So from here, they have 9.7 miles to go to the next aid station, and in those 9.7 miles, it's about 4,500 feet of climbing and 3,000 feet of descent. So the night has set, so it has cooled down considerably. It was a very, very warm day, so I'm sure that the racers are very appreciative of these cooler temps, and it's a new race. When the headlights come out, the course changes. Some athletes are incredible at night, some don't run as fast. So the race is still unfolding here, but what we've seen so far was our two incredible European racers, Ludo and Mathieu Blanchard, leaving, I think it was like 30 minutes apart, give or take. We are expecting Granger and Alex to be coming here shortly. We do have a great view of the hillside behind us that you can see headlights coming down, so we're keeping our eye out there. But one of the really cool things about this aid station that I'm noticing this year over years in the past is honestly how many people are here for the lead athletes coming in. There's more media, there are just more fans, more people cheering. So Ludo coming in the daylight, it was loud, it was ruckus in here. It was so cool to see, so cool to hear. The whole town, you can hear them coming in. So I've been at this aid station 4 or 5 times, and I've never quite heard the town like this, which is really, really cool and really, really inspiring to see the sport kind of growing in that way, that we're celebrating Ludo, our returning champion, coming in, and then Mathieu, you can hear across town people cheering as well. So we are standing by here for the rest of our men's lead pack, so looking for M3, M4, but for now, Don Reichelt here at Telluride aid station, again about mile 75, and we'll check back in as soon as we see the next few athletes come in.
Thank you so much, Don, for that check-in. Just a little recap for those who are just tuning in. We're watching M2 Mathieu Blanchard. I know the satellite trackers might be saying otherwise, but at the moment, Ludo Pomeray is leading the 2025 Hardrock 100, followed by Mathieu Blanchard about 30 minutes back. A little more than that, actually, now.
Yeah, I think it's about like 35-ish.
35 minutes, so gap opened up a little bit more from Kroger to Telluride. And Don actually brought up something that was super interesting that I hadn't really quite considered, is that this is one of the farthest points in the race between aid stations, because you have a 5,000-foot climb. You get to the top and there's nothing there. You don't get any like intermediate aid station on the way up. And then you have to descend 2,000 feet to Chapman. So, like, it's 9 miles, but, you know, even for the very front of this race, this might take a couple hours. For middle back of the Packers, like, that Telluride aid station is super important.
Yeah,
you're, like,
you don't want to mess up and forget something.
You need to load up because it's, you know, we're looking 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah. I mean, again, the official, like, table from Hardrock says that you gain 4,500 feet and you lose 3,000 in that section.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. So, like, Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think it looked like Matthew just 2 bottles on the front.
Yeah, and it doesn't like he has much in the back either.
No, I
mean, if you're moving fast.
maybe you find some water on course, but
Yeah, you just need a filter. Yeah.
hard to see it though. I mean, I guess you could maybe hear it. But
That's what your pacer's for. They find you that stream.
Yeah, that's tricky. That's just a long time between aid stations.
Mm-hmm.
I bet we'll see some shakeups in the placing in the men's and women's races during this Telluride to Chapman aid station.
Yeah.
I have a hunch that this is going to be one of the more pivotal checkpoints of the
Which is just going to make the
race.
waiting even harder because it is such a long section.
Yeah, fortunately, we'll still have eyes and audio coming into Telluride. And then we'll have a little bit of a gap. I'll check with the production crew to see what things are looking like for us over there at Chapman. But stay tuned. I hope everyone's got their coffee ready.
Yeah, I assume everyone's staying up all night with us.
Yep.
So.
There's about to be some fun commentating to be had. We're here till midnight, and then the next team that's going to be coming in for the overnight section is Skylar Hall and Corinne Chavoy, which they will for sure be calling in the men's leaders.
Yeah.
Women's, for them, I think they're going to 6 a.m., so that would have to then be a sub 24-hour finish.
Yeah,
which I don't think is off the table yet,
Mm-hmm.
but it seems like with seeing Katie's like kind of stomach problems going up through Governor, like it looks like that sub 24 reach goal that I don't know if she ever stated publicly or if I'm just making it up. Like
we all just kind of put that on her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might be slipping away a little bit, but I mean, I guess
know.
the one part about that is that's still like an hour 20 or so up from the actual course record. So like course record's still very much in jeopardy right now.
And I mean, stomach issues, that can get resolved really, it can, she can just fix that and get back at it, but you just never know.
Absolutely. Runner cam maybe got dropped by Matthew or maybe made the decision to come back down to Telluride.
Which, understandable decision.
Yeah, you just keep telling us that. Pop back over to Uray real quick. We got a gentleman putting on sunscreen.
Which is good, it's pretty, the
You don't
sun's
wanna
pretty
get
bright
burned-
right now.
You don't want to get burned by your
it
headlamp.
could be bug spray.
It's probably bug spray. This topical Red Bull.
Oh, God. I mean, topical caffeine actually probably.
Is that a
isn't
thing?
I feel like it's got to. I feel like it can't be, maybe because it would be so easy to overdose on caffeine.
They'd have to
topically.
they'd have to make it like
It'd be,
not
really weak.
Yeah, they'd have to make it really weak.
Then what's the point?
Yeah, topical caffeine might not be.
It sounds like such a good and also bad idea.
It might be solving a problem that doesn't exist.
Yeah. So I like the taste
we've
of
got Germain Granger into Telluride aid station right now.
Nice.
Sorry, we were talking about topical caffeine. Almost got distracted there.
Yeah.
But we're back.
So it looks like
Did he have
they were
his
a
wine?
10-minute gap before.
So Germain's got a charcuterie board.
Oh yeah, I
with
see the
wine.
bottle of wine. That's beautiful.
Landing. So the
does
first
look
two
like
men
the gap
sat down
between
quickly,
him and Matthew
took it
opened
in.
up by like a couple
We have
of minutes.
Granger just more relaxed, standing, joking around with his coach, and taking in what he needs here. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to grab, if he's going to grab a warmer layer. It is getting rapidly colder. He's got the longer sleeves on already, but we'll see if he stashes a jacket or anything with him. Obviously, grabbing the headlights. This is a 10-mile stretch to the next aid station, so you definitely want to make sure you have a headlight with full batteries. this next section. Again, we'll keep saying it, 9.7 miles, 4,500 feet of climbing, and 3,000 feet of descent. So lots of work to do before Chapman. And yeah, Jermaine, just really, really cool, calm, and collected, keeping absolutely on the same page as his other European competitors, with no rushing here at the aid station. Just knows what he wants, has his crew really, really locked in and dialed, and he's taking his fluids, he's taking his solid calories, and doing what he needs. A quick little double check on the pack, and I would guess he's going to be our quickest aid station visitor here so far. Some more water. And let's see, he's taking his headlight, and he's going to be walking out now here. So definitely the quickest stop of our top 3 men.
I know, right?
This is Granger heading out with Cordis Hall. So he is in incredible hands for this next section. Got the headlights fired up. And yeah, nice little walk across the field, and then the climbing begins here for those guys. So again, that's M3 officially into Telluride and out. Fastest aid station stop we have seen of the day, and probably the honestly maybe the best looking physically of the 3. He held it together. He stood the whole time. He didn't take that rest at all. So just on body language alone, not having any inside information, I would be looking for Jermaine to do some hunting over these next 10 miles and maybe pick off some time on the first 2 in front of him. So really cool to watch. Again, the European racers come in on their aid station strategies. It's so precise and it's dialed in, and we have our top 3 out. So next we're going to be looking, I believe Alex is floating around somewhere in the back. We're watching the hillside. We can kind of see headlights coming down once in a while, but our biggest sign of people coming is everybody across town starts cheering and clapping. We hear that maybe 5 minutes before we actually see any sign of life and headlights on the city streets here in Telluride. So again, we are at mile 74.9 here in Telluride. Looking forward to seeing M4 come in next. M1, 2, and 3 are out, and we're just going to be here capturing what we can and filling everybody in on the stories to unfold.
You're on.
Sorry about my
Oh, no. I got the same comment. Yeah.
Through Telluride.
No, our mics are on. Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting how great German looked coming through Telluride, because when you look at just the numbers, the gaps from like Kroger to Telluride, the gap at Kroger was 12 minutes, but at Telluride it's actually up to 16.
Wow.
So Matthew actually put 4 minutes on Germain descending into Telluride.
It's impressive he looked that good coming in too.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought.
Lose some time.
And like, yeah, maybe that just comes down to the difference of like Matthew getting a few more minutes of daylight on the descent.
Yeah.
Than Germain. We'll see what this next big climb leads to, because that'll probably show more of the picture. Now it's like an even playing field. It's dark for everyone. Yeah, same with like Ludo. Like Ludo got full daylight all the way down to Telluride, and he was the only one who did. So it does make sense that he would be able to open up even more of a gap there.
Yeah, being able to just see what you're going down, especially if you want to go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's huge.
Really helpful.
Good strategery there.
Good strategy is to just be faster than everyone else, and you get more daylight. It's my pro tip.
I wonder if Germain grabbed anything from the charcuterie board.
It did. I ran far ago, they said. Don't think he enjoyed that charcuterie board, though.
Oh.
Which, maybe it's the thought that counts.
Well, yeah. I mean,
motivation.
Gosh, you got Coop wearing a little French hat. That's incredible.
The beret. Someone needs to frame that. Oh, now we really have people trying to start fights in the chat, asking what's better, East Coast or West Coast.
We don't need any of that baby Tupac
That's
beef
a lot
here.
I think they're all wonderful in their own special ways.
Where does France get represented?
Yeah, does that count as East Coast or West Coast?
Hey everybody, we are back in Telluride. I have a very special guest. She was very excited to chat with us a little bit. This is Kenzie, and Kenzie is a local here to Telluride. She is 10 years old. Tell me again when you're going to be 11?
December 24th.
All right, so she's going to be 11 on December 24th. What's really, really neat about Kenzie is that she's been coming to this park for this race her entire life. So tell me a little bit about you living in Telluride and kind of some of your experiences in this park.
I love this park so much. I've been coming here like my whole entire life. Probably since I was like a baby, my mom would bring me and my sister here to cheer on my friend, her friends, and my mom and my friends. And she, even when I was like not born, I was in the abyss. She was here running with her friend Rhonda Claridge, and I love this park. It's the best for chasing around boys to get revenge, and for I don't really know what, and doing soccer and hanging out with your friends and doing so much fun stuff.
Awesome. This park, it's been amazing. They've just added some new things to the park, right? So you've seen some changes here. I've seen some changes here, and I don't live here. So what do you like about some of the new things this park has added?
Well, I like that they changed the warming hut to the middle of the field instead of under the tent, because usually it gets really, really crowded under the tent. And I like this warming hut. It's much neater and nicer. I also like how they did some more like better pathways, and I love about this park that they do the annual fishing contest.
Super cool. All right, last question. Are you a runner? Are you inspired to maybe do this race someday?
Yes, I did a backpacking trip few weeks ago, and it was really fun. I also love to chase around boys, and play with my friends chasing them around. I also love any games that include running, like sharks and minnows, red light, green light, and anything. And I'm gonna do this when I'm older. I love it.
All right, well, we have it on record. You are going to do this race when you're older. We will be here cheering for you. Yes. We will be at this park, and I will be waiting for you to come in. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much for spending some time with us. Mm-hmm. Keep running. Keep enjoying this beautiful, beautiful park. You're the reason that we're doing this. The future is yours. Go enjoy running, all right?
And I'm going to be the first place winner.
All right, she called it. Do you want to drop this mic real quick? Here, I'm just going to give it. You just drop this and walk away.
And there's no boys beating me.
Yes.
Yo.
Yes, absolutely.
I love to hear it. So what are we looking at right now? Oh, back to Germain.
Trucking away, he's running up.
Yeah, running up a section that Matthew was power hiking up.
And Don did say he looks the best so far coming into Telluride, so maybe he was conserving the energy on that downhill. That's where he lost that time. Now he's ready.
That descent into Telluride is pretty nasty. Steep, rocky, switchbacky. So, maybe that was just like Germain found his gear for that. It was a little bit slower than Matthew's, but doesn't mean the legs are any worse off.
Oh. We've got a really consistent, everyone in Telluride so far has spent 3 minutes.
Wow, that is your limit.
They kick you out after 3.
So next into Telluride is probably Zach Miller. Zach Miller's tracker pinged a minute ago, about a mile and a half out of the Telluride aid station. And I think Katie Scheide's at Kroger's.
Nice. So in about 20 minutes, we'll get an update that she's gotten through.
Yep. According to the satellite tracker, she's been up there. She got up there 7 minutes ago. I think on the left side of our screen, we're looking at the Uray aid station. Then on the right side of our screen, we've got M3, Germain Granger, and Pacer. And they have just left Telluride and are on their way to the Chapman aid station, which is a little ways away. We
did get someone in the chat saying that Graham Chavoy is going to be there for field commentary at Chapman. So we will be getting updates.
Cool. You know Germain's feeling good because his pacer's leading him.
Yeah.
Like if you want someone to string you along and like help push that pace, you've got to be feeling good for that.
Oh, yeah, it looks like we got update that Katie went through it around 9:40 at Kroger's. Spent 2 minutes.
Only 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to perceive that as a good thing.
Yeah, same. Until proven otherwise.
Yep. So a lot of the men's podium had been going from Kroger to Telluride in a little under an hour. Just so we have a little time reference from the split from Kroger to Telluride. So maybe in the next hour or so we would see Katie coming in to the Telluride aid station.
Someone asked in the chat how much money people get for winning this race.
I don't believe there's
solid
any
$0.
There's no prize money.
They might get bonuses from their sponsors.
Yeah,
but
there's
from the
nothing
race
from the
itself,
race.
no money.
Well, it's a run. It's not a race. They don't do prize money at runs, but most of these professional contracts have a incentivized bonus for good performance here.
Oh, yeah. We got Iron Fire. She got to Kroger's still about 50 minutes ahead of course record pace, Katie.
So lost a few minutes from Governor to Kroger's, but not as much as Uray to Governor.
Yeah, so that seems like a good sign, I would say.
The bleeding has been slowed a little bit.
I've decided that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a good thing. For sure. I wonder if Katie will get the charcuterie board as well.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
she lives in France.
And
Germain got it.
maybe it's an on thing.
I figured it was like a Katie and Germain thing.
That too.
On Swiss, like, do they do charcuterie boards in Switzerland? I don't know. Like Swiss dining is like coffee, chocolate.
Yeah. What else do you need?
Salami, wine.
All the food groups represented.
Nice baguette. Yeah, that's true. Let's actually take a minute to just like think about the fact that Katie Scheid is 50 minutes under course record pace.
With 30 miles to go.
That's so much time.
Yeah.
Like to have even created the 50-minute gap in these 70 miles is very, very impressive. Like there's some super fast running.
Yeah. And it's again, it's not like it's a soft course record, I would say. I don't think Courtney does much soft stuff.
As far as Courtney course records, I would say this is probably her most beatable one. But with that being said,
It's
like
still Courtney.
she broke the previous course record by over an hour.
Yeah.
So like if your name's not Courtney, I think the course record's in the 27s. Yeah. And Katie's on low 25 pace.
It's wild.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I could absolutely not be putting down salami midway through a race.
No.
Like the idea, I like the idea of it, but when you break down like what's going on there, I don't think my stomach could handle that.
No.
Unless I dipped it in Red Bull.
Gross. You should try that though.
No, that actually sounds disgusting. Just kidding. I'd roll up the salami and use it as a straw for my Red Bull.
I'm not well right now. I don't like that.
And a little update on the women's side of the race. We're still waiting for F3 to make their way into Governor. That would be Katarina Harmuth. So roughly an hour gap between F1, F2, and F3. All about the same.
Somewhat strung out, which is still crazy that Manon's an hour behind and still only 10 minutes behind the course record.
Yeah. Manon's going very, very fast. And even though it's an hour separating each of the top three, that's actually still somewhat of a tighter podium spread than a lot of past Hardrocks. We've seen like multiple hours go by before.
Yeah, well, the female field is never incredibly large at Hardrock, so
no, definitely smaller.
Out.
I do remember last Hardrock I was at, which was 2 years ago, at the awards ceremony. I think they said there was only all the female but 2 finished the race.
Yeah, I think I heard AJW say there was a year with like a 90-something% finisher rate for the women.
Yeah,
which
it was
I'm
like 93 or 92%.
Oh yeah, ladies.
Like, it was pretty cool. When they announced it, they were like, nearly every single person in the women's field finished.
Yeah.
So we're currently awaiting probably Zach Miller coming into Telluride aid station.
He was like 20 minutes back at Kroger. So.
And it's
hopefully
it's been
sometime
20
soon.
minutes
Yeah.
since Germain left.
The problem with being so dark is I can't see the orange shorts now. It's going to be harder to spot him.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see when he comes in. I was about to say he will be the one without a pacer, but David Ayala actually doesn't
Doesn't
have
have a pacer, yeah.
orange shorts versus yellow shorts. Oh, we've got...
Got Zach?
Might have eyes on Zach.
It sure is a person.
Can our cameraman blind them
Yeah.
with a headlamp? What's up with the stealth aid station stop right now? Not good for the sport.
It's all part of the strategy. Yeah, anyone have a cell phone flashlight? Just real quick.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to flip it to Don soon. He could just give us a recap.
Yeah.
Is that Uray? No, that's just Uray. Okay, so that was a false alarm on Zach Miller, Telluride. This is actually Handies at Uray.
We all just want to manifest Zach showing up.
It's dark out. It's going to get harder to ID these runners.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we'll be flipping our eyes to Telluride momentarily.
That looks like Zach.
Yep, that is Zach at the Telluride aid station. So gave up a few more minutes on that descent, but not as many as he gave up on the climb.
Yeah.
he's going inside.
Loves the shot through the window.
The quesadillas, the little bit of fat in the cheese can bring you life when things get rough a little bit. Another staple we've seen from Zach is just the pack change today. So his crew has been ready with a clean pack with all of his nutrition already loaded, and he just swaps that out. So let's see what else we're going for. Sometimes this is what I'll call the seafood diet. If you see it and you want it, you just eat it. And sometimes it brings you back to life. Looks like a bite of a banana. He requested a quesadilla, chugging some fluids. Crew changing out that headlight. It is fully dark here, and definitely going to need that heading out of Telluride. The aid station is anxiously awaiting him eating this quesadilla. The service here is exceptional. Here we go. It is warm. He just took it off the warmer. The quesadilla banana combo is elite. I fully approve of this aid station choice. It's always curious too to see once people stop in an aid station if they take like a pocket burrito or they take something for the road, because sometimes you might want to eat something but you can't get it in quite like you want at the aid station, and that's what those vest pockets can double as, is just storage for a burrito or a quesadilla that might sound good 20-30 minutes from now, but might not be super palatable right now. Yeah, it looks like he's got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something stuffed in the pocket. So we definitely have some to-go food coming out of the aid station. Pounding that banana down. Yeah, we're just watching him in the aid station. It is warm in the aid station, so they have the heat on in there. It is a warming station officially, so it has cooled off considerably. So I don't know if he is feeling that and taking advantage of the warmth as well, or if that's just a happy coincidence that it's warm in there. But it is something to think about. He left there, so he's out of the aid station, and looks like he's just heading right back out. Not going to spend any more time with his crew. And it looks like he is leaving without Pacer again. And going to be heading out on the 9.7 mile trip up and over to that next aid station. Again, 4,500 feet of climbing, about 3,000 feet of descent into his next stop. And that is officially M4 here in and out of Telluride. Zach Miller. We do have a considerable amount of headlights coming down now into our aid station. We don't have an exact time. We're working on the time from first sight of headlight to getting to us, but it's about 1,000-foot descent and a couple miles still from where we can see them. So we have a bunch of people on the descent here within sight into Telluride. We have 4 men in and out, and I did keep a watch on Zach, and it was just about 4 minutes that he was in the aid station. And just as a recap, he is the first one that we've seen actually take advantage of aid station food. He requested a quesadilla. He got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to go. He ate an entire banana while he was here, and a bunch of fluids. So his stomach is definitely taking in calories now. We obviously don't know what has happened or if anything has happened to this point, but he calories really, really well, which is a good sign for me to going into the night, cooler temps. And we all know Zach and his talent. So he has the full night ahead of him, about 25 miles to go to be able to see what he can do and chase down those top 3 guys ahead of him. And he is such an incredible athlete and competitor that I will not ever rule him out picking off those 3 guys to come. So we are on standby here for the next few competitors. Really excited. I think there's a buzz about Katie Scheid coming in. We just got an update on her officially, and people know that she is through Kroger's and on the way down. So the aid station is still buzzing. It is still alive here, even though we are getting past 10 o'clock at Telluride. I think the night is just starting. It is just picking up. There's some pizzas being delivered. We're settling in here for a party at Telluride. Don Reichelt here, and we will check back in as soon as we have more.
Thank you, Don, for that awesome update. Yeah, Zach's aid station transition here was totally different from the other 3 men that came through. The one thing that they had in common,
I can't get over it. The 3 minutes.
3 minutes again.
Everyone's taken only 3 minutes at Telluride.
It seemed like Zach took so much more time, but he really just spent all 3 of those minutes slamming down food,
which I respect.
Stomach has been found.
Yeah.
Interesting though that he's like not. The stomach is back, but it wants real food. He's not really doing much of the.
Yeah.
Maybe the sports nutrition. I don't know. Maybe he'll be eating more of it on course because like one PB&J is not going to get you to Chapman. But good to see him like eating a quesadilla, eating an entire banana, drinking some fluids.
It looked like his crew gave him that vest full of food.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he has plenty of stuff.
But yeah, Zach looked good.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got Eyes and Uray and Stephanie Case, F4.
4th woman.
A resident of Chamonix.
We heard
I'm tough champion.
A fucking Venezuela in Telluride.
Boo-Boozuelas have entered the chat.
That is going to go over really well with people who have a net worth of...
So a little bit more of a
than I'll
gap
ever
from
think of.
F3 to F4. We're looking at
I gave it all day.
Ish.
David, you cut me in court.
David recovering is such a random
Someone's asking for the ETA for the first finisher. I think we were saying, 3:30 maybe for Ludo?
So
maybe earlier, maybe later.
If we give him 22 hours, so that's 34 hours.
Okay, just
you could
gosh, 3-4 minutes behind Zach. I believe this is David Ayala. David Ayala, I'm tough champion.
Yeah, Pepper.
Obviously a crusher on big mountain races.
And I believe she's here. Obviously not at this aid station at 10 p.m.
We have officially gotten warnings on volume here. I keep saying this aid station is alive, and now we're being warned to keep it down because people are sleeping in Telluride. We heard a Vuvuzuela as David was coming into town.
Cool. Outside of
so
being a really
obviously
incredible runner, also does
things are trying
really
to be exciting, but still respectful of our sleeping neighbors.
And
we're trying to be good tenants of the park. So David,
I think we've got
changing
David
shoes.
Ayala,
Our first sock change
M5
at
on the right side of
Telluride.
our screen at Telluride, and then we have Zach
Trying
Miller.
to take a look. Looks like he's having
power hiking
a little
his
bit
way
of
out
a
of
toenail
Telluride
challenge. It's certainly a part
Zach
of
looks good. He looks like he's like
sport.
hiking with the purpose.
Yeah. And I
Considerations
don't
of
think David
taping
made up a ton of time on him because they were about
Not
10
quite
minutes
sure
apart at Kroger.
what's going on.
So he maybe made up.
But we are
going to
get a costume change
a little
here.
bit. They're 8 minutes apart now.
So
It is a good time to consider maybe a little bit of a warmer layer.
All the gaps
heading into the night. It does get cold
a little bit, but no
here.
one's
I
exploded
know
yet.
There's no
broadcasting
real
this morning
that's happening.
at
There's been
6
a couple
a.m. It was
almost
34
you know,
degrees,
Ludo
so
lost
we're
10
definitely
minutes to the
heading
course
into
record going to
a
Kroger's.
cooler
It's like,
temps.
well, maybe that was
So
just the
getting on
pole.
this warmer layer now,
Zach
and
lost
most
his
importantly, a
stomach, found it
dry
again.
layer. Last thing you want to
Sherman
be is
looked
wet
great.
and cold heading into the
Yeah,
night
he's
here.
too good at
So
troubleshooting.
getting a long sleeve dry layer on while
with that being said, there's
his
still
crew
like 30
tends
more miles.
to maybe a blister, maybe a toenail issue on the foot. This is one of the coolest things about Ultra is you have a vast majority of people that are willing to jump in and work on your feet. Like pop blisters, pull toenails, like whatever it takes. It's just a really
Apologies for that. A handful of us talking in the studio. Couldn't hear each other. Now we're all scared to talk.
Just have someone singing in the background. That's fine.
But just confirm that we are still watching David Ayala on the left side and Zach Miller on the right.
This might be the first 3+ minute Telluride stop.
Yeah, it looks like David's getting a bit of foot things tended to.
Mm-hmm. Someone said Zach's power hiking faster than I can run. I feel that, because same.
Yeah, he's definitely got some power in his hike right now.
Yeah. Walking with a purpose, as my mother would say.
Mm-hmm. You know, it will be really interesting to see over the, next handful of hours in this race is if Zach's micro bonk from his stomach not being too good in the middle will save his legs just a little bit for some of the later miles.
Yeah, especially if he kind of didn't push super hard on that uphill like he normally would.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll have a little bit more than those in front of him towards the end, maybe slight blessing in disguise.
Yeah, it's all part of the strategy, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We've got two equally important questions. How much of the race do you think is hiking, and what are your guilty pleasure songs?
So two things. I haven't done a full Strava breakdown for hiking percentage on here, but if it is similar or greater than that of UTMB, the men's leaders are probably spending anywhere between 5 and 7 of the total hours of this race hiking.
Mm-hmm.
For someone like Ludo, who's a really, really fast hiker, that number could be extended even up to 8 or 9 hours, which that's 40-45% of the race. And what's a guilty pleasure song? What does that even mean? I have no shame listening to any music.
Okay, well, if you don't have any guilt, then I guess this doesn't apply to you.
No, music is music. All music is great. I'll blast anything I want from my car, windows down.
I mean, I have a bumper sticker on my car, if anyone's seen it out on the street in Silverton, but it says, "I heart butt rock." So anything considered butt rock is probably my guilty. Like Nickelback. That's
oh,
butt
okay.
rock.
I was about to ask, like, what even is that?
I mean, I don't listen to Nickelback a lot, but like butt rock in general, that's kind of
Like crappy rock?
yeah, or just like divorced dad rock.
Oh, okay.
Like Crazy Bitch by Buckcherry. So you guys not familiar with this?
No, this is a good thread that we're going down.
This is important.
I was about to say, I've been on a real Casey Musgraves kick recently.
Okay. I really like her ex-husband's music.
Who's that?
Reston Kelly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, he's really good.
Okay.
Where can we see a list of all the runners competing? I mean, on the live track, it does have all of the runners, both open split time and the other live tracker.
I'm going to refresh my tab, see if we've gotten any splits. Looks like Stephanie K still in the Uray aid station. Oh, David Ayala is about ready to exit Telluride.
Nice. Got those feet fixed.
Yeah, hopefully they're all right.
It's only got 25 miles to go. You don't need feet, right?
He's dressed in some warmer layers than we've seen. We saw a beanie, long sleeve.
I mean, you definitely don't want to get caught moving too slowly.
Yeah, I mean, Zach looks like he's got some layers in his pack.
Yeah.
There's some stuff in there, but he's right now still just t-shirt.
Well, he's booking it. I imagine he's still keeping his core temp up.
Yeah, 100%.
Got some in the chat wondering why no one uses massage guns or rollers at the aid stations. Maybe their legs feel fine.
Yeah, they must just feel okay. Like they're not. No one's in like damage control right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
I think you'll definitely see people later in the race doing that stuff. I've definitely
100%,
seen plenty of
yeah.
runners doing that at races before.
But yeah, it is interesting because it doesn't really seem like anyone's legs are blowing up yet.
25 miles left. There's plenty of time for that.
Yeah, and I have seen less like physical blowups at Hardrock than say a race like UTMB, and I think a lot of that is altitude driven. Like it slows your pace down
just
so
can't
much more.
push hard enough to do that.
Like one thing I noticed was like the awards ceremony at Hardrock versus even like Western States. People at Hardrock are walking around so much better than at Western States just because of the amount of intensity you're able to lay down.
God, I do love seeing people walk around at States, though. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's definitely quite the waddle.
I had to be wheeled in my hotel by like one of those luggage carts. 'Cause my feet were so messed up.
That's normal. I think we just saw Stephanie Case exit the Uray aid station. We'll get a out time, so 10:18 exit. So just under 2 hours gap to F3.
Nice. Yeah, David still only took 8 minutes at Telluride. That felt so much longer.
Wow. So next up through Telluride should be Katie Scheid, our F1 of the 2025 Hardrock 100.
Got someone wondering if Katie's going to make it Telluride before 11. I don't know. She left Kroger's at 9:41.
So Zach descended it 63 minutes.
Mhm.
David was 66 minutes. So if
She
Katie
definitely
does it in
could.
70, that would be 10:50.
Yeah.
So might still be like 30 minutes out.
Yeah. What's this? I think this
Do
is
you know-
Amber.
Is this F5?
Yes.
Amber
F5.
Rebel.
Yes. Recognize those shorts.
So 4th and 5th are actually pretty close together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like the last 8 before this, they left 2 minutes apart.
Okay.
So.
I have a good question that I always like asking the chat. If you were running the Hardrock 100 and you could fuel with one food and one food only, well, no, I'm making that sound like that's like a privilege. If you had to
Yeah,
fuel
you can only use one food.
one food and one food only, what is it?
God.
And like, I think even like, just, like one single flavor of gel.
Oh,
I think that's on the
no.
table. Like that's an option.
That would be. Huh. I've had
It's-
really good success with gushers.
Oh my God, that is a lot. I recently just
buy
bought a
Gushers from
Costco.
Costco.
I just bought a
Yep.
Costco box. They are not as soft as I remember from my childhood.
See, really, I've had the opposite experience. I'm like, these are so easy to chew. I am comparing them to my stash of super expired goo chews that are rock hard. So that
Oh,
might be
yeah,
why.
that's terrible.
But
See, there's a lot of good answers here in the chat.
cinnamon roll waffles.
Raw
Oh.
pancake batter. That's a good one. You got David Ayala hiking out of Telluride.
Mm-hmm. Okay, quesadilla dipped in pickle juice is.
That's 2 foods. You can pick quesadillas or pickle juice.
I've tried the Nerds gummy clusters. I feel like they're too sweet, which is insane coming from someone who has a severe sugar addiction.
I just feel like my tongue would hurt after that many nerds.
Mm-hmm. And also, they're just like, I need something, I feel like almost more calorie dense. They're not calorie dense enough. You
Yeah,
have to eat
actually.
so many of
Do
them.
you know how many packets of Gushers per hour you need to
It's a
eat
lot.
to
They're
sustain
like
100?
80 or 90 in a pack.
If you want to adhere to the 100 grams of carbs an hour, high carb diet, you need to have
Okay, to
like
be
5.5 packets of Gushers per hour.
There is some research putting that for women, it's not really like 90, 100, it's slightly less.
Okay, so like 3 to 4 packets of Gushers per hour.
It'd be a lot, yeah. I'm just constantly eating
Like
Gushers
you're,
the
like
whole
you're
time.
eating one Gusher every 2 minutes or 90 seconds
Ugh,
for the entirety of Hardrock.
I couldn't do that.
I'm going Pop-Tarts.
Ooh.
Give me the strawberry frosted Pop-Tarts. I will do all of Hardrock.
This is the problem with like
and
not being able to eat
strawberry frosted
gluten
Pop-Tarts.
really cuts out a lot of the fun running foods.
No GF
No Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts.
No PB&Js, no quesadillas. The worst was when I was at an aid station and instead of regular potato chips, they had Pringles. Because Pringles have wheat in them.
Oh,
So that was deeply upsetting.
that's unfortunate. Uncrustables is a good answer.
Oh, again, another thing. Pancake taco with mashed potatoes and syrup. Again, more than one food for sure, but that's a great idea. Hash browns. I tried hash browns at an aid station during a race once, and I almost immediately barfed.
I like them, but they don't sit well.
I think they're just a little
too
too
much oil.
greasy, yeah.
That's why I like the boiled potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I didn't say Pringles have weed. I said they have wheat with a T. Wheat. Just want to point that out there. Mashed potatoes is a good choice, though. That is my, like, potato form of choice while running.
Yeah.
Got those, like, instant cups. That's it.
And you could tailor the amount of sodium.
Mhm.
And then pretty well, like with Pop-Tarts, I'm just committed to however much salt Pop-Tarts have.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a lot, I would
don't think it's a
imagine.
lot, but I bet it's more than you might think. Like, Pop-Tarts
should
are
Google this right now.
surprisingly
salty.
Dense. Like one Pop-Tart is 200 calories.
Oh.
2 of them 400. That's why they're like pretty
Yeah.
easy to eat.
Hmm.
$310 milligrams of sodium per 2 Pop-Tarts. So
Yeah. That's better than I thought, honestly.
definitely on the low side, though.
I doubt Gushers have much sodium.
Yeah, no way.
Oh, now we got a new question of if you could only listen to one song on loop for the whole race, what song would it be?
Party in the USA.
Oh, wow.
Like, easy answer.
you actually got that really quickly.
Yeah.
Did you have that locked and loaded?
Yeah, I've done it.
Oh.
No, just kidding. I haven't done that.
I don't know if I could listen to a single song that long. Probably a Frightened Rabbit song, but then I would just end up DNFing because I would be too depressed to run.
What about like a really long like DJ set? Are they like
would
hacking?
that count though? I feel like that's cheating.
I don't know. I'm just gonna go back and commit to Party in the USA.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Oh, someone said The Climb, also on a Miley Cyrus kick. Not a
Solid
bad choice
song,
as well.
but not the one I'm choosing to listen for the entirety of Hardrock.
I feel like I would almost have to do something like instrumental or something, because then I wouldn't get so caught up in how it's repeating.
Yeah, give me like lo-fi beats, Pokemon
Oh,
theme
God.
song. Like,
Yeah.
it'd probably just blend into the background.
Yeah. Just listen to it like really low and just kind of have something there, like white noise.
Like straight up white noise though, that's like pretty unhinged.
That would be insane. I would go brown noise.
48 hours of just like
That would just, oh my God, your Spotify Wrapped would be so messed up.
they would probably do the check and they're like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah. Your therapist gets an automated email like, hey, I think you should check in.
You listen to 48 hours of white noise again.
God.
Good question though.
Yeah.
Good question.
Oh, we got Brian through Kroger's. In good spirits.
All right.
Apparently.
Thank you, Iron Far, for the update.
Yeah. Really leaning heavily on their Twitter feed.
Let's see who we have eyes on right now. Wastelight.
Someone asked for a Jamil update, and someone else said that he's stopping at every Chipotle along the way.
Fortunately for him, there is precisely 0 Chipotles on the Hardrock
No
course.
distractions for him there.
He actually been saving up all of his free Chipotle just for this race.
He's not stopping at aid stations. He doesn't need them. He has Chipotle.
It looks like Jamil is at the Animus Forks aid station right now at mile 44-ish.
Nice.
Which, he's passed quite a few people. Because he started out of Silverton dead last.
Yeah. He sounded really committed at the time to walking the whole thing, but I have a suspicion he may have started running.
He was just letting the ankle warm up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to say he's in the middle of the pack. He's still probably in the, right at the bubble of the back third.
Mid-back.
Or back 2/3. But yeah, I think Jamil's doing good.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing.
Was that a Brian? No, that wasn't Brian. I'm not sure who we just saw. Well,
A runner.
no. Oh, I'm just now realizing that the ghosts of the course record are on the satellite tracker as well. There's a bunny for the female course record, and Katie is still in front of it.
Hell yeah, she is.
And the men's side also has a bunny. And Ludo is just ever so slightly behind it.
Mm-hmm. I also want to correct the chat again. I'm not Leah Yingling. I wish I was. I'm not even half as fast as her. But thank you.
We're out here in the Silverton gym. Amazing studio.
Yeah.
Production team is crushing it.
And get a workout in on any of the various pieces of gym equipment around us.
We are all maxing out our screen time.
I love screen time.
You should see the screen time. They're accumulating it
It's
at
insane.
like 4 times speed.
Especially with the one really big screen.
Like each of them is watching like 12 other little boxes. We have F5.
Mm-hmm.
F5 into Uray. Yeah, this is Amber. That's not Amber.
She has like purple rabbit shorts on.
Oh, not Amber.
Another extremely important question in the chat. Would you rather run the race with 0 aid station or fight Hans Troyer in chess boxing?
Oh, chess boxing for sure.
What is chess boxing?
So, I've played chess boxing before.
Uh-huh.
You play chess, and then you do a round of boxing, and then you gotta rip your gloves off, and you have to play chess. It's like a mixture of like speed chess and boxing. It gets very hard because your decision making in both sports gets really bad.
Uh-huh.
And like it's just hard to make the right moves. And
Do I have to win? Because if I don't have to win, I'm going to do the chess boxing thing. I'll just lose. I don't know how to play chess, really. I think I could box fine.
The gloves are padded.
Yeah. I've been told I have a natural talent for punching, so.
I've never been told that. But I'm not terrible at chess.
Yeah, I'll take care of the boxing. You do the chess.
Okay, you
Yeah,
can fight
done.
Hans, and I'll just play chess
I think I
with
could
him.
take him.
He's young and fit. I don't know.
Yeah, runners don't tend to have huge upper body strength.
Maybe he's built different. I
Yeah.
don't know. Oh, I guess it's been asked multiple times, what shoe would I be wearing if I was running Hardrock this year?
Hoka slides.
I think I would be wearing the On Cloud Ultra Pro, but I would have the La Sportiva Prodigio Pro as my backup shoe.
Yeah, solid choices.
I like both of those a lot. Yeah, it's getting dark. We're trying our best to, I don't know, mingle around the lighting, but we're not bugs. So this is Amber leaving Uray.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're getting called out for your shoe opinions. Digio Max is apparently even better. That shoe doesn't look like a La Sportiva shoe.
No, it looks like a Hoka Speed Goat.
Yeah.
Which was that was their whole point. And agreed, Prodigio Max is a nice shoe. I would also consider the throwback Hoka Speed Go 2s. Actually, this Olympus 275 that we have here on the studio desk is pretty sweet.
I like the colors.
Mega high stack with a new matrix upper. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I'm a simple woman. I just wear Solomon shoes.
I don't think there's any at the moment that I would be able to survive Hardrock in. I think my best bet would be the S-Lab Genesis.
S-Lab Ultra Glide.
Now that one destroyed my ankles.
Oh, is it the Achilles thing?
Ankle bones on the side from the,
Oh,
the
they're
side
fixing
walls.
the heel collar and stuff in like this fall.
If they
So,
do that, I would give it a second chance.
Yeah. I'm just sad they didn't release the new version of the regular Ultra Glide in the U.S. That was only in Europe.
Yeah, it'll come in 2026.
Yeah, but I want it now.
Yeah, interesting move by them.
You had to run with no shorts or no shirt.
No
I
shirt.
mean, no shirt. It feels pretty obvious. Ooh, they have donuts at Chapman.
That sounds nice.
Someone said just a Speedo. Corey Waltering used to race in like just a Speedo. I don't know if he still does, but I have like seared memories from Tunnel Hill in like 2017.
So Katarina Hartmuth left Governor about 10 minutes ago and kept about the same gap to Manon Bard, about a little under an hour. So we could potentially be seeing Manon Bard go through Kroger's in the next 10 to 20 minutes.
Getting a lot of would you rather questions. It's fun. Would you rather run Hardrock naked or in a triple layer ultra heat suit type deal? Rather neither.
I think the heat suit, because I'm just better in the heat than I am in the cold, and if I'm naked and get cold, I'm screwed.
Yeah, well also, like, how am I going to carry all my stuff? Like, can I wear a vest and a belt? Because I can, like, make some things work.
Yeah, we need a better question than that.
Would you rather run heels or flip-flops?
Flip-flops, I can't run in
definitely
heels.
Flip-flops. They make, I mean, there's some of those barefoot shoes that are basically flip-flops with a little strap on the back. I know there's a woman in Erin Ton in Colorado. She runs up 14ers in heels.
I wouldn't finish either way. So
No, for sure not. I'd kick a rock so quickly in flip-flops.
Okay. Rumor on the street is that Katie's coming down to Telluride.
Oh, there she is.
All right. Katie Scheid, F1 sighting into Telluride. We'll get audio going from
It took her
Dawn.
about an hour. She left
So that's
Kroger at
faster.
9:41, and she got here at 10:42. It's about an hour.
That's faster than Zach or
Mhm.
David descended.
Love
All right,
that.
Katie might be rallying a little bit. Katie looks better than the last time we saw her.
Yeah.
She's just like moving faster.
She's not doing any of that hunched over, like sitting there. She's like doing a bunch of stuff, so that looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Get maybe some wet clothes off, get some dry stuff on for the night when it's colder.
So at Telluride, Katie is now 46 minutes up on the course record.
Okay.
So she keeps losing about 5 minutes at every checkpoint.
Mm-hmm. Interested to see what happens in this like bigger 10-mile stretch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if things have turned around.
Mm-hmm.
But if it at this rate, the course record's still possible, but it's gonna be really close.
Yeah. I mean, if she is rallying a bit, maybe that'll, get a little closer again. Looks like she's getting some real food in, maybe some ramen.
So during Courtney's course record run, she only spent 2 minutes at this Telluride aid station.
Oh, wow. Beating all the 3 minutes earlier.
So Katie is giving up a little bit of time to the course record by spending a little bit more time here.
But, you know, if she could spend some more time here, that could also pay off. Let her run a bit faster. She gets a lot of stuff figured out while she's here. So
Yeah, I think it's worth it to take your time. Take as much time as you need.
especially if she's having stomach issues, like being able to sit and get some real food in.
Yeah, totally.
I like the question in the chat of if Katie heard all the would you rathers, would she run faster to keep them from asking them? Which I've actually discussed that as a strategy for pacing before, of just being so annoying that your runner feels the need to try to drop you. It motivates them to run faster. I haven't tested it yet, but I think there's something
I'm not
there.
the chattiest runner, so like that would really piss me off.
So it could work, is what you're saying, because you'd run faster to get away.
I guess so, but
Yeah.
a lot of the times I'm just like not able to run fast.
Yeah.
I do really like what Mike McMonigal said in the chat. I'm just going to read it. I genuinely love that world-class mountain ultra running sometimes is sitting in a chair in the dark with a blankie over your legs, drinking a soda and munching on some treats.
Yeah. Again,
Very
you don't get
well
that in
put,
road
Mike.
running. It's great.
Katie's up.
I just want to point out to the chat, I did not call the would you rathers annoying. I said my strategy would be annoying to my runner.
Someone in the chat says Ludo just crested Oscars.
Nice. Well, looks like Katie's getting ready to leave. At least she's getting up and putting her pack on.
So for those who are just tuning in, Katie Scheid is leading the women's race at the 2025 Hardrock 100 and is still about 43 minutes now under Courtney Dauwalter's course record pace.
Looks like she's leaving
looks like
the aid station. Spent about almost 10 minutes. So.
Which, like, that seems appropriate to me because it is so long before the next aid
Yes.
station.
Especially in the night, big climb, big descent.
Dark. It's some advanced darkness out here in the San Juans. In the studio, it is Brett Hornig and Claire Farrow. We've got our amazing production crew over here just itching their eyes, looking like they're ready to go to sleep.
We did get asked if Aid Station Fireball is still here, and yes, he is.
Yeah, he's
watching you all.
Doing something, pressing buttons. He's been in the chat.
Yeah. He exists, I promise. Earlier he was eating chips. That's very important. Someone asking if that's Cody now pacing Katie, and
Yeah,
do
it's supposed to
think
be
it
Cody
is.
Lind.
Yeah. Oh, I like this. Would you rather only salty food or only sweet during a race?
I think sweet.
I feel like I kind of want to go salty.
I don't do too much salty stuff.
I just am always craving salt.
I think Katie looked a lot better at this aid station than the last few times that we saw her. It looks like whatever stomach problems she was dealing with, I don't know if they're resolved, but they're definitely a lot better than they were a few hours ago.
Oh, I got AJW in the chat letting us know about the big climbs that Katie still has left to see about going sub 24.
Yeah, she can't be bleeding any more time. She has to start putting time into
Mhm.
Courtney's course record. But there's still enough course left where sub 24 is not totally off the table yet.
Yeah.
But it would take a pretty monumental effort.
I believe.
Which also would mean that for Katie, she is pretty much running the entire rest of the race in the dark.
Yeah. Oof.
Thank you, AJW, for the in-depth course intel on the remaining 3 climbs. Katie might be opening up a bit more of a gap over F2 Manombo Hard because Katie's now checked in through Kroger and Telluride.
And Mono hasn't hit Kroger yet.
Mono hasn't hit Kroger yet.
See, look, she managed to hook her Solomon quiver up to an on vest. It's possible.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta figure that out.
Gonna have to figure that one out. So for those who are just tuning in, we've got Katie Scheid, who's leading the women's race of the Hardrock 100, and she just left Telluride and is making her way up Oscars and towards the Chapman aid station. Katie's about 73 miles or 75, depending on which chart you're looking at, into this race. It is pretty amazing how many diehard fans we have watching Hardrock right now.
I know. I love the overnight crew.
There's 2,400 people.
Which is wild.
It's like
considering
11
11
o'clock.
p.m. I mean, I know it's not 11 p.m. everywhere, but still.
Yeah. It's cool. It's a special sport.
Mm-hmm. For the chat, I don't know anything about stats related to poop-related DNFs, but
I mean, does that just like stomach problems?
yeah, I
mean,
don't
that
know if they
happens a lot.
specifically keep track of that.
Yeah, we're not like tallying the number 1s, 2s, or 3s out here. I think Katie's moving better right now than she was going up to Governor from Uray.
Yeah. I mean, she hasn't had to stop to dry heave on the side of the trail, so I would definitely say she's...
I wonder if she just got kind of torched by the heat
Mhm.
coming down into Uray and then just
yeah, 'cause,
needed...
I mean, she was booking.
Yeah,
so.
she was running so fast. Yeah, maybe she just needed, the sun to go down.
We'll cool off a little, reset,
Yep.
eat some food, get back at it.
I mean, I think she is one that feels more comfortable in the colder, more mountainous weather, being a Maine native.
That would make sense.
Oh, yeah, to answer this person in the chat, if you have any complaints about the live stream, just go ahead and DM those to singletrack.run.
Oh, another would you rather. Would you have to rather run their whole race with your least favorite ex or your least favorite school teacher?
I mean, probably my least favorite school teacher. I'm for
Do
sure
I have to
dropping
like
them.
run step by step with them? Because that would affect my answer. Or do they just have to be in the race with me?
Yeah, that's a weird one because we're assuming both of those people can finish Hardrock.
Yeah, like my least favorite teacher definitely couldn't run at all. So if I don't have to run with them, I'll pick them because then I can just leave them at the start. It's not an issue. Oh, you gotta run with them the whole way. Definitely not a teacher then.
Would you rather run the entirety of Hardrock at night or during the day? 'Cause one makes for colder
Day.
temperatures and
I
dark.
feel like being able to see everything, especially on a race like this, would
But-
be more important to me than being able to be cool.
Yeah, so you would
Just
you
like
would take the risk.
safety-wise.
You would take the risk
Yeah.
of the hotter temperatures.
Well, because I mean, I can do things like use ice and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And I'd just much rather be able to see, especially like downhill.
Yeah, I think so too. But I feel like that should be a pretty split answer kind of question. Like for sure you're not going to overheat at night. And that's got to be a huge
Unless you're like
advantage for some
really
people.
bad at heat. Like 60 degrees
No, like
is
we'll
too hot.
we'll guarantee like good weather.
Mm. Okay, we have another one. Hardrock is a 3-legged race with your middle school nemesis, or I believe it was a potato sack race.
Well, now we're just getting into the realms
Yeah.
of like physical impossibilities.
I also don't know if I had a middle school nemesis, so then it's a 3-legged race with myself, which that's fine.
True, true. Ooh. Would you rather run Hardrock in shoes that are 1 size too small or 3 sizes too big?
I don't know, because 3 sizes too big. Unless I get my foot locked down really well, the descents are going to be
I would probably
a
get.
nightmare.
I think I would get worse blisters in the big shoe than the small shoe.
Can I cut up the upper of the too small shoe and like let my toes breathe a bit?
Can I stuff a sock at the front
Yeah,
of
like
the big shoe?
there's ways around both of these things.
You're right. So, Katie is on a 5,000 foot climb right now.
For the person in the chat asking what I Run Far meant by Mexican sports drink at Kroger, it's an alcoholic beverage. That's what they're talking about there.
Oh, really? Then we're talking about Coke?
Would you rather run states or UTMB for the rest of your life? Like, do I have to run it every year? Or I just have to pick one and can never do the other?
I think right now I would pick states.
Yeah.
I know the race better. I know the community better, so it feels more like a homecoming of sorts.
Mhm.
And I like that, and like that almost beats out the beauty of the UTMB course.
Yeah.
Also, I just don't like. I'm just gonna like be DNFing UTMB every single year.
Yeah. UTMB just has too many people for me. I don't want to be in that conga line. I like
I'd give
states.
it a try.
Yeah.
I'd give it a try for sure.
I want to do the UTMB trail like a week before the race and then hang out and watch the race.
That would be really fun.
Yeah.
So who are we expecting next into Telluride?
Brian, Kyle, Gabe, some of the boys.
Brian Colmo appears to be next, coming down Telluride, and then there's like, I think Jeff Rome might have overtaken Gabe. No, no, his thing. After Brian Colmo, it's either Gabe or Kyle
yeah.
Curtin, and Manon Board is got to be getting close. Her tracker hasn't pinged in 35 minutes.
It did look like Kyle was 7th to Kroger's, according to I Run Far. So it looks like he overtook Brian.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Unknown's tracker just pinged. Oh. She's already up and over Kroger.
Nice. We'll get
Okay.
that delayed update.
Yeah, haven't gotten the split
somewhere soon.
update for her yet, but cool. Okay, so Manon Bard F2 is descending off of Kroger's and into Telluride, so that might be about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, live chat, for the update. That's why
Oh, it did
y'all are
finally
here.
update. I guess Brian and Kyle did go through Kroger. It looked like I Run Far might have missed Brian. He went through it 10:20ish, and Kyle went through it 10:40.
I thought I saw a picture and a post for Brian on Kroger's.
Oh yeah, they are. They said he was 6th. So we might see Brian in like 10 or 15 minutes if he takes an hour, like everyone seems to be.
Yeah, yep. Someone in the chat asked if I'll be at the Mammoth Trail Fest or Mammoth 200. Not this year. I'm going to be running the Pine to Palm 100. I think that's just like a week before, so I'm not really trying to travel like right after 100.
Is Pine to Palm the one having their? Is it the last year?
This is the final year of the Pine to Palm 100.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, but not all races are meant to go on forever. This one just kind of ran its course.
Mhm.
It's just a hard time of the year to put on 100 in that area. So
Yeah.
fingers crossed we're able to put it on. But yeah, having captained one of the aid stations there for about a decade, and it being my first, I think it was my first DNF. So I've got a bone to pick with that
Yeah,
one. So
you got some unfinished
I've got to
business there.
finish the race. And it's like the home race too. I mean,
Yeah.
it finishes 3 miles from my house.
Oh, yeah,
so it's
you
like
do
I
kinda have to do that.
really need to finish that one.
Are you
so
gonna finish and then run 3 more miles to your house?
thought about it.
'Cause-
Absolutely not. the race finishes on a 5,000-foot descent.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then
yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
uphill to my house.
No,
so
no.
No, thank you.
Get someone to like get a wagon and just pull you there.
Just a car will
Yeah,
suffice.
the wagon would be more fun.
Fine. Well, the even worse thing is like I pass my in-laws' house at mile 99.
Oh no.
I'd be like so tempted to just stop there and go to sleep.
That's gonna be a mental test,
Yeah.
maybe.
So if anything, I would finish and then just walk back up to their house.
Yeah, but then walk up. Oh.
It's up either way.
Yeah.
Discord. So we just got word that Ludo is descending down to Chapman.
Hell yeah.
We've got eyes on Governor's Basin. Aid station. This is what, mile 66-ish?
Mhm.
Which, thank you, Governors, for having the best lit aid station.
Yeah.
These guys are lit right now, and because of that, we
It's
can
lit.
see. All of the lights. So we're back, and now we're going to switch streams and risk screwing it all up. Okay. Let's do it.
Woohoo!
Testing. We're
It's
on. I think we're pretty quiet,
alive.
though.
You can start yelling.
I will just put the microphone in my mouth.
Gross. Hey, Diva.
Loosely.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We had a server go down on the back end. We had to bring it back up, but we're here. We're back. Everything's good. Everyone, cross your fingers that the Teranex servers hold up for us.
Everything's going to be great from here on
It's
out.
all gonna be good.
Everything's perfect.
There's never any issues in the live.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Definitely
cool.
not a straight 48-hour broadcast. Never.
Yeah.
In the middle of nowhere. Like,
If the runners can't make it through 48 hours without any issues, then why would we expect?
Yeah, that's true.
so if those in the chat could just confirm that our audio levels do sound all right, give us an emoji. Give us an emoji.
Smash
I
that
don't care,
thumbs up.
whichever one you want.
I don't care. Give us something.
Yeah, pick your favorite emoji just to let us know that our audio levels are all right.
I do agree with the person saying everything is not good because no one ordered pizza. You're not wrong.
So while the feed was frozen,